Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this video, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload of a part of a series that I do on my Twitch channel called the Sly Army Tierlists, where we pretty much rank a bunch of just random topics that I'm personally interested in. And so, because of that, these opinions are not set in stone for how I feel about in the current day. And so if you guys want a more updated version of that, feel free to either check out the DeviantArt link down below or tune in on my Twitch that will also be in the description, or check out my Discord where I occasionally post some more updated versions of how I feel about certain topics. And so do keep that in mind. And also make sure to check out the description of the video itself for the timestamps for the particular topic that is presented here. But in any event, I hope you guys do at least enjoy. I recommend you guys listen to this as either like a podcast form or as just something to play in the background. But in any event, hope you guys at least enjoy.
Hey guys! Welcome back to yet another episode of the Sly Army Tier Lists. And of course, I am here with our good old friend Goldie.
Ha 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 ha.
And wait, what? We're doing another, broadcast channel tier list, but we're not here with Zombie or Psy? Oh no, what are we gonna do?
Ruined.
I know.
Ruined.
Goldie, you killed them.
You replaced them. I told you that I would be like the suitable replacement. Like we had this conversation. You had it coming.
Okay. In all seriousness, though, unfortunately, yes, we did the Cartoon Network tier list and the Nickelodeon tier list before, and unfortunately, both of them were not able to make it, and so instead, I was thankful enough to have Goldie on here, which I am very thankful that you are on here. I thank you for joining in on this.
I'm thankful that I don't have much free time until the next semester, so...
Yeah, fair enough.
Or that I have too much free time until the next semester.
Yeah, and I'm just glad that you're able to do this, because this is a list that has been in the minds of the people who work back in the stage of the Sly Army, where we've had the Cartoon Network tier list and the Nickelodeon tier list. We have to complete the trilogy, and so now we are talking about Disney Channel shows.
This has been in the works longer than you've all known me. It's just crazy.
I know, that's insane. But you are probably a much more qualified person, considering that you are a big fan of television, specifically animated shows.
Yeah.
So
That's this is my specialty. Like video games, I'm good with, but not like in depth, not into the obscure shit for the most part. The same could go with like live action movies, but with animated TV and animated movies. This is my specialty.
Mm-hmm.
So like this is something that I am ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Well, it just sucks you weren't on the other lists, but well.
Yeah. No, especially considering I grew up more with Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon than Disney Channel. Because when I was around, I came around mostly in the Disney live action.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the cartoons I didn't get to see until much later. And like a few I grew up with, obviously, such as like Phineas and Ferb and Gravity Falls. Like I was there for the tail end of it when they were finally getting back into cartoons. But I also know of some of their more like obscure stuff from like the 2000s and like the 2010s. Like I know of that because I remember that shit being around.
Yeah, and that actually is a really good point that you made, because unlike Cartoon Network, which fully focused on cartoons, well, except for that weird period in 2009 where they ditched that idea, but we don't talk about that. And Nickelodeon was much more known for being like sort of a hybrid sort of thing where they had their Nicktoons block while being able to have their live action stuff.
Yeah.
Disney Channel is kind of like that in that regard, but here's the thing. The main Disney Channel itself is much more known for their live action shows rather than their animated shows. And I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of bend some of the rules with this list, just so that it can like piece into that, but we'll get into that a little bit. But yeah, no, like with Disney Channel, I will admit it wasn't like the biggest thing I grew up with either. Like I was mostly a Nickelodeon person. Like that was my bread and butter, along with Cartoon Network being sort of the supplementary thing.
Yeah, secondary.
Yeah, and there's no disrespect to the stuff that did air on Disney Channel, though I will admit, at least in their animated shows part, they've only actually gotten better. Like, this is, like, compared to Nickelodeon, which they went on a downward spiral for a good 15 years.
A huge dip and are kind of still, only just now kind of crawling out of it.
Yeah, they kind of went back up a little bit in the past couple of years, but they're not still doing that great.
They still have a little ways to go. They haven't made anything that I've seen be like an absolute hit. I guess the closest would be something like The Loud House.
Yes.
But The Loud House is kind of like, compared to all other Nickelodeon shows, it is pretty good, but just like objectively.
Well, compared to their old stuff, it's not as great, but that's a whole other discussion. But yeah, while Nickelodeon was just on a dumpster fire for the past 15 years, and then Cartoon Network had a bit of a dip in the late 2000s, then shot themselves back up again, but then honestly, they're starting to kind of...
Now they're dipping a little bit.
Yeah, they're dipping a bit again.
Without having like the main trio. It's like how when people talk about like grunge rock, they had like the main four. With Cartoon Network, it's like the main three would be like, Adventure Time regular show and like Amazing World of Gumball.
Yeah, like
they're struggling without those. Now that those are over, they're kind of starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, because Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network were dipping a little bit, it's kind of weird to say this, but Disney Channel has only just gotten better, at least in terms of their animated shows. Yeah. In terms of their live-action shows, though, that's a whole... We'll get into it, but I'm just going to be honest, like, it's been kind of mixed at best, though obviously I gave a bunch of these shows a fair chance, because unlike most people, we go deep, or at least I go deep, and I want to make sure to tell you guys if something's good or not, even if it's like some obscure stuff or whatever. That's the whole point of the Sly Army tier lists, is that we go down the rabbit holes that no one else would do. So
we remember it so you don't have to.
I swear to God, if that motherfucker finds this, I'm going to cry. Anyways, so... and also, because, like, there are still some shows that whenever I was a kid, I still did watch back then, and I will admit, I still have somewhat fond memories of. It's only fair enough to add Disney Channel to the list, because at the end of the day, it's a part of the big three of children's networking. So, like...
main trilogy. That trilogy, the main, like...
the main trio. So...
the tri of animation.
So yeah, no, like, we have to talk about it, like, and it would just be kind of be disingenuous, especially since there are some gems from Disney Channel, like some genuinely really good shows, and it would just suck if we ended up, like, ignoring them. So
yeah,
it is what
it would be fair.
Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, though, we did establish ground rules with the previous lists. It's only about time that we actually establish rules for this, so, because, well, kind of want to make sure that there's consistency, so, but,
make sure chat knows, so people don't get like, well, what about this thing from, like, we know.
We do know, and guess what, as a matter of fact, if you guys want more updated versions of these types of lists, I will actually be posting these on my Discord, so if you guys want a more updated version of this list, feel free to let me know, and I'll just keep reposting them on my Discord. And I'll even be like re-adding a bunch of the stuff, because that's something that a lot of people do kind of neglect after they make a list, is that like they make a one and done list and then just kind of move on. I'm not like that. I document as much as I can. So even if it's garbage, but whatever. But anyways, let's get into the ground rules. So number 1, I have decided to pretty much kind of gut most shows from before 1990, specifically because admittedly that is before our time, and that is also just admittedly like Disney Channel has technically been around since I think the 70s, making it older than Nickelodeon and Disney or Cartoon Network, but it wasn't really made for, well, actually technically I think since the 50s, but the more modern Disney Channel didn't start until around that. But anyways, and so yeah, because of that, we want to make sure that we focus on more modern stuff and stuff that like at least I grew up with, as well as some stuff that what Dylan and Austin would have grown up with, but since they're not here, it is what it is. But
you have to speak on their behalf.
Yeah, I have to speak somewhat on their behalf, even if we have different opinions on some things, but that's whatever. Number 2. So, as you can see, this list is not specifically just Disney Channel. I also added Disney XD and Disney Plus to this. Why? Because I was looking back at a bunch of the lists that were done, or at least like a bunch of the shows that was on Disney Channel proper, and I started to realize that a lot of the shows that at least I knew about weren't on Disney Channel. They were on what was known as Toon Disney at the time, which is now Disney XD, for those who don't know. It's basically like where a lot of their animated shows, or like a lot of their like more quote-unquote mature-ish sitcoms go. So that's pretty much what that is. And so we will be counting Disney XD and Disney Plus just out of that principle. So yeah. Number 3. Even though we'll be having those, we will not be counting ABC Family Block or Disney Junior / Playhouse Disney, mostly just because Disney Junior and Playhouse Disney, that's for a younger audience, and I don't think it would be fair if, people in their 20s were to be ranking a show for, smaller children. And then as for ABC Family, yes, I know Sister Sisters and Pepper Ann are cult classic shows, but they did not ever air on Disney Channel. So, therefore, they do not count. So, maybe I'll be lenient and just add them into the future just for the sake of a thing, but for this particular list, we're not going to be doing that. So, and then rule number 4. We will not be ranking Marvel stuff, but we will be ranking Star Wars stuff, specifically because, I'm not gonna lie, there's like 20 different Marvel animated shows that were on Disney XD and Disney Channel that I never gave a shit about, and I never watched. And so, I don't think it would be fair for me to rank them, and admittedly, you have some opinions about, Marvel, but let's not get into that for now.
That's for a different stream or a different discussion.
Yeah, that's for a different discussion. But we will be ranking the 3 major animated Star Wars shows that have been released since 2014. So
since before Disney officially.
Yeah, that's when Disney started to officially start working with the Star Wars license. Was in 2014, and I already covered the Clone Wars, both the 2003 Tartakovsky Clone Wars as well as the 2008 animated show. So it's only natural for us to talk about the other CG animated shows. Though we will not be ranking Tales of the Jedi since that's a miniseries, but that's the point. Which, speaking of, the last major rule on here is that, yes, I know Season 7 of Clone Wars was on Disney Plus, but that is a show that is more known... That is a show that was more known for being on Cartoon Network than Disney Channel, or Disney Plus, or Disney in general. And because of that, I don't think it's genuine enough to put it on this list. Granted, if I did, I would immediately put it in S tier, because I declared it my favorite show from Cartoon Network. So, But in terms of this ranking, it doesn't make sense to have them on here. It's not like a situation like, let's say, 16 on where it was originally on Nickelodeon and then it moved all the way over to Cartoon Network, like throughout like its entire like span of existing, right? So in this case, it doesn't really make sense to do that since it's only just like one season of really just the shortest season of all of Clone Wars. So yeah, and then last but not least, just keep in mind that at the end of the day, this is our opinions, and if you disagree with them, that is completely fine. As a reference, I'm glad that you were able to enjoy some of the stuff that we otherwise weren't, and I'm not gonna lie, I am gonna be a bit more negative compared to my original takes of Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. So
If you disagree, send me your coordinates, send me your address. I will fight you.
oh my god, no, we're not like that. We're not.
Time and place,
Only
I will
only
fight
I
you.
can talk shit because it's my show. So, but in all seriousness, though, like just yeah, it's just our opinions at the end of the day. Especially considering that I already said this. I didn't grow up with Disney Channel as much as I did the other two networks, and so because of that, my views are a bit more skewed than other people. So, and I'm assuming you're the same way, Goldie.
Again, I didn't grow up with it. And the same with you, I didn't grow up with it as much, but it was a part of my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a part of it, so I would consider it like, yeah, a part of it. But as a kid, I was more a fan of Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, mainly Cartoon Network. Well, but I still though, I try not to. There's a lot of things that I'm fairly confident that nostalgia isn't going to blind me on.
Yeah, and that's something I always tell people is that you have to think critically. You can't just be
Think
blinded by
objectively.
nostalgia. Like,
Think objectively.
like you can be nostalgic for something, but also admit, yeah, no, it kind of sucked.
Yeah.
So, but I
No
don't know.
shame. No.
But in any event, though, with that being said, though, before we get into this list, I will be bringing back the infamous timer. Yes, I know we tried doing this before, but in this particular case, I think it's warranted because I want to make sure that we get our thoughts as done as we can, because at the end of the day, this is not going to be as long, or it shouldn't be as long as the other lists, because there's only 90 items on this list. Like, it's not like the 125 we did with Nickelodeon, and so we should be good in terms of timing and in terms of getting our thoughts out, so hope you're okay with that. So, you there?
Yep.
Okay,
I'm here.
just want to make sure because sometimes it feels like I'm talking to myself. So,
No, I'm letting you talk. I want to hijack your stream.
well, you'll hijack it in a few minutes. But either way, do you have anything else you want to say before we get into the rankings?
No, I think we've got everything down. I hope everyone's ready. Just let's get into it. I'm ready. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Not as long as you.
Not as long as me.
Definitely not that long, but I have been waiting for this. So let's get into it.
Yes, the audio is working. I don't have to restart and redo the stream again. All right, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, let's start things off. I'm gonna go first, and I already told you how we do things if it's a type of list like this, where I go first, give 4 shows, and then you choose the next shows. So,
okay.
All right, so I did choose a classic show for both of the previous takes, but you know what? I kind of want to choose something a bit more obscure, or at least not as well known as it was back in the day. I'm going to choose Tailspin. So,
Ooh.
you know Baloo from The Jungle Book?
Yes.
Yes,
I
this
saw
is
the
its own
double-
show, and it's him being like a fighter pilot, or not a fighter pilot, but like a delivery pilot.
courier. He's a courier.
Yeah, he's a courier.
He's like an airline courier.
I'm
basically.
not gonna lie. This show is dumb because it's one of those early action shows from like the early 90s. So this is before my time, admittedly. But you know what? For what it is, and considering that this is one of the earlier shows, I'm gonna give it a very, 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 very low B. Because I think
Low.
because it's not particularly bad for the time that it came out. There's some admittedly kind of cringy moments in terms of like, you know, him as well as like the small main lead character. But overall, it's fine, I guess. It is what it is.
It's really charming, and you kind of have to. It's charm, and I don't know if it's not nostalgia because I wasn't alive when this came out, but it's definitely like it brings me back to, like it brings me back to like a different era, or like, you know, to like the 90s, and like it's kind of charming in that sense, but also it is a lot of. It just seems like it's just a very fun show that to look at, and it doesn't try to be anything it's not. It has fun with its concept. It's fun to watch. There's nothing like, if you want something that's just nice to watch. Then
oh, by the way, I kind of forgot to give the list, so here you go. You're welcome.
You.
So yeah, where do you think you would rank this?
I would give it a. Well, I don't disagree with your B opinion. I will say I would give it like a C, just because I haven't seen like as much of it to get like
fair enough.
a huge opinion. Like what I just said was pretty much enough. Like it looks very charming, looks very innocent, doesn't look like it's anything bad or even mediocre.
And
so I would
time.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, you saw the thing I sent into the chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The list.
Good. So, all right, there you go. All right, next up,
it'll get more difficult when we get to stuff that we've actually like.
Yeah, I just want to start off with a few things that aren't as well known, just so that, you know, we can save the juicy stuff for later.
Yeah. As well, at least not as well known as to our generation.
Yes.
I know if you were to talk to these kids, they would sing its praises.
Well, a show that I can at least, you know, see why people sing its praises for.
Yeah.
Darkwing Duck.
Darkwing Duck.
Let's get dangerous. Yeah. So, this is basically just Duck Batman.
Yeah, and I love it.
Yeah, like, granted, you know, and funny enough, this is actually a spin-off of the original DuckTales.
Kind of.
Woo!
Woo! It's more so set in the same universe because, you know, Launchpad McQuack.
Yes.
It's more so like set in the same universe as opposed to being a spin-off. I like this cartoon. There's an artist I follow on Instagram by. I don't know if I should be doing shout-outs, but there's an artist I follow on Instagram who I really enjoy her art, and she does a lot of Darkwing Duck and DuckTales related stuff. And that was a bit of my exposure to it, but I haven't fully seen this show yet. So,
okay, so if you haven't seen it, you can make a tier like as called like a don't know tier. So.
Yeah. Well, I also kind of want to put this in like based on like my first impressions, what I would rank it. Like, I guess what I would expect it to be. So maybe this is a bit disingenuous.
All right,
but
hurry up! You've got a few more seconds.
Some time. I would just say this cartoon looks like a lot of fun. I would put it like, I'll put it at a B tier because it feels like it would be a lot more enjoyable than Tailspin.
All right, and you are correct on that assessment. I am going to put this in the A tier, because especially when you talk about classic Disney Channel / like television Disney cartoons. It's honestly probably one of the more enjoyable ones, at least to me, because this one also just kind of has a lot of heart. Because I don't know if you know about this episode, but like there's an episode where Darkwing Duck actually there's like an alternate dimension where what's her face goes in and he becomes the villain. Like, oh my god, I can't remember her name. The small female character, like the child.
Gosling.
Gosling. Like, yeah, she. Yeah.
I think she. Let me look it up actually.
But yeah, basically, there's a episode where Darkwing goes evil, and honestly, that's probably one of the more heartwarming ones, heartwarming episodes, because it's like, goddamn, man, that's it's kind of sad, and there's just a lot of little moments like that where it's like, it recognizes that it's a hero, like a superhero thing, and it doesn't take it. It takes itself just a bit more on the more lighthearted side of things, and I can appreciate that. So I'll give it an A tier for that. Also, if it seems like I kind of forget about some stuff, it's mostly because admittedly it was a while since I've seen some of these shows, and also there's a lot of shows on here, so. But yeah, what it is. All right. Next up, let's go with something a little bit more with more teeth to it, a little bit more known,
a little more spicy.
Let's go with something a bit more newer.
Yeah, something.
Rapunzel's Tangled Adventures.
Rapunzel's Tangled Adventures. Let's fucking go.
So at first, I thought this was going to be a really dumb show, because this is something that you can kind of see is that typically Disney has it to where once they release one of their theatrical movies, there's a television show that follows up a couple of years after.
Years later. But
you know what?
From what
I've seen, I'm going to give this the high B tier. Yeah, it isn't perfect by any sort of means, from what I've seen, but in terms of its animation, in terms of how they treat Rapunzel as a character, and a lot of the newer characters that were introduced in this show, I think it works actually pretty well.
And how they kind of expand the universe. This fucking surprised me, because like you said, I was expecting it's just a fucking spinoff, whatever. But no, they actually had some people who kind of gave a shit and they were able to expand on sort of the whole thing with Rapunzel's magic hair and all that shit, and have more of a story behind that. And they developed not just existing characters a lot more, gave them new struggles to deal with that made sense.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't these characters the characters of Rapunzel and Flynn or Eugene or whatever Eugene. It didn't feel like that they took a step back. It felt like just a natural progression of their characters, of shit they had to deal with, as well as developing new characters along the way that had become also very interesting in their own right, like Cass, for example.
Yes.
So this fucking surprised me. So if you can get past the whole Disney princess stuff, which I don't have a problem with, but sadly people do have a problem with shit like that. This is actually pretty good.
What tier?
Unironically, I would put this I would just put it in an A tier, just for the sheer surprise that I felt, because this should be a model for what spin-offs should be.
All right.
So I would give it a low A, to be fair, because a lot of that is just like I said, it was pleasantly surprised.
Mm-hmm.
A low A, but still warranted.
Yeah, fair enough. All right then. You know what? Let's go with something that isn't really all that great.
Yes, my favorite. I love bad stuff. Let's go.
All right. Let's go with something that admittedly, I didn't really dip my shoes in too much, because I didn't grow up with it as much, but I really did not enjoy. Andy Mack. This is the first live action show we'll be talking about.
Andy Mack?
It's a newer show.
Oh, it's newer?
Yeah, I
So
thought
that
it was
might be-
older, but no, it came out in 2017. It sounds like something that could have been made in the mid 2000s, but I don't know what they were doing.
It reminds me of Alex Mack, probably.
I know, it's like... But you know what? I am gonna put this at a D tier, because admittedly, this is kind of one of those shows where it's like, I get what they were trying to do. Like, I guess with this show, they were trying to like make this one a little bit different, where it's like, I don't know. I guess it just boils to the fact that it's just not really my style of shows, but it just feels. It's just a show that honestly just kind of feels like they're like the actors are kind of being forced to work with each other. Unlike, and this is, I will go a little bit over time, but I do kind of want to like stress this. And this is something I've noticed with a bunch of live action shows on Disney Channel compared to shows on Nickelodeon, is that unlike with Nickelodeon, where it does seem like a lot of their shows, like they just kind of do whatever the hell they want. It seems like shows like this is that they're very, very strict with what they're able to like do, if that makes sense. Like it feels like there's a lot of corporate meddling in a lot of the Disney Channel live action shows.
There's sort of like a formula to this shit that works for Disney, and I don't think they like, because they don't like deviating from it, because I think this is like, these live action shows are kind of a part of like a guaranteed income.
Yeah, like, and granted, it's not all these shows. Admittedly, there's some shows that do feel genuine, and we'll get to them. But like, in terms of like 2010s, live action Disney Channel shows, this just, I think, exemplifies a lot of that, and I really did not like that. So I'm gonna put it in middly high D tier, but from what I got, not very good. Not very good.
I've not seen this one because by 2017 came out, I had zero interest in live action sitcoms because I was like a sophomore in high school.
Yeah.
So like by that point, I've always had an interest in animation. So like, don't worry about like newer cartoons. I'll still be able to talk about that. But when it came to the live action shit, I was just like, no, I reject reality. I just want cartoons.
Fair enough. But, well, I think it's about time that you talk about some of that stuff, because it is your turn to choose 4 shows.
Choose 4 shows. This is a big thing. I gotta choose. Do I pick something I freaking hate or that I really love?
You can choose something you either love or something that you absolutely hate. It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm thinking, which one do I want to... I'm gonna try and find something that I've seen that I think like I might be more familiar with than you.
Take your time, but don't take too much time.
Okay. Why not we go with... I know the one I can't pick is we're gonna save that one for a point.
Yeah, we're saving the obvious for last, but
okay, I'll pick something that you'll love.
please don't be so
Quack Pack. Let's pick Quack
F.
Okay, so
My God.
Quack Pack, I'll provide the history. So Quack
Don't
Pack
take too long.
came after... I'll take too long. So Quack Pack came after the original DuckTales in the 90s. And so it's like a sort of sequel. Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and mainly Donald Duck. Uncle Donald, their Uncle Donald Duck. And Huey, Dewey, and Louie are not kids anymore, man. They're fucking teenagers. They're 13. And it's the 90s, so we like to skateboard and we like rock music. And it's radical, man. It's, we lean on everything because we're so cool and like apathetic. We don't even care.
15 seconds. What's your ranking?
F. This is just 90. It's just 90s garbage. It's like this. It's like Disney's equivalent to Rocket Power, almost. Not to that extent, but in terms of like cashing in on like trends of the 90s. This is like Goof Troop, but if Goof Troop wasn't good,
Well, this is
basically.
gonna piss some people off, and I hate that I'm making this comparison because I love this show. But this is basically if Animaniacs decided it was a good idea to pander everything that was going on in the 1990s and had no redeeming qualities ever. Because that's what they tried doing with Huey, Dewey, and Louie, is that they tried making them like this sort of dated 90s version of the Animaniacs because they knew that was giving Warner Brothers some hot money right there. And
Press.
it fucking shows. Like, this show is so of its fucking time, and it's so painfully just obvious.
Painful.
Like, Jesus
Everything
Christ.
bad about the everything bad about the 90s.
Exactly. Like, and it Huey specifically, he does a lot of that dumb fucking lingo that I absolutely hate. Like, oh my god. Like, I don't know what Disney was thinking with the show. Like, don't watch it. It's garbage. Just go watch either DuckTales show. Woo! Because they're infinitely better than this shit. God. Alright, what's your next pick?
There's one show that I know of the main actor in it, but I've never seen it. So I don't know if I'll let you say it, but I will say like something that is the famous Jet Jackson.
Oh.
I'm putting that on the I guess like we could get that out of the way because I don't know if you know about some of the stuff that not happened behind the scenes, but would happen to the main actor afterwards.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Long story short, he did pass away.
He struggled with his mental health a lot, and despite even into his adulthood, in his like adult career, being like a successful actor, sadly, Lee Thompson Young sadly did succumb to his mental illness. I won't say it, but
yeah,
you can guess. And it is very sad. I don't know about the show. I'll let you talk about that, Sly, but
well,
you know.
Thankfully, though, this is one of the better live action shows that was on Disney Channel. This is actually amongst one of the first, back in the late '90s, and it follows the story of Jet Jackson, who pretty much wants to be famous, and that's a relatable story enough. And putting aside unfortunately the circumstances, I can at least appreciate the sort of success story. Well, growing up in the type of thing that they were on, because they were going for the struggle of African American kids, because admittedly what was going on even after the 1960s, there was still a lot of that sort of stuff that happened. And
even in the 90s, it was still an issue.
How it's still an issue today. And being able to at least get a show kind of like that, I can appreciate. And so I'm going to put it in a B tier. So, for what it was, it did as good as it could.
And another higher note, his mother and sister, Lee Thompson Young, did start the Lee Thompson Young Foundation in order to help other people who struggle with
mental illness. So
their mental health crisis. So at least hopefully he can be remembered, not just as like a solid actor, but hopefully I hope they can help other people because that deserves to be helped. But I figured we'd get that out of the way because when I spotted that, I was like, we kind of would have to.
Yeah, again, I do this all the time, so don't worry. There's elephants in the room with a bunch of stuff that we talk about, so this isn't the first instance of something like that. So
we'll move on from that though. I don't want it to be sad times.
Yeah, again, rest in peace,
Lee Thomas Young. Rest in peace. But we'll move on to something that is. I have two more, right? Two more choices?
Yes, you have two more.
Okay, good. Because there's another one I want to talk about. But I'll move on to something more positive. Wizards of Waverly Place. For all you 2000s kids, this is getting your I hope your nostalgia's going fucking wild, because that's what this does. And I grew up with this a lot. Of course, this is kind of what kickstarted Selena Gomez's career. Obviously, now Selena Gomez is pretty much an A-list celebrity. Everyone knows of her music and her. She's more of a musician now, but she did, like Lady Gaga, for example. She also started in acting. And in the same case with, I guess Ariana Grande would be a good example, because she's also like
That's
an
a
A-list
whole
actor.
other can of worms that I went through, but
That's another thing, but I haven't heard much bad stuff about Selena Gomez.
okay,
But
thankfully.
yeah, from what I hear, she's, apart from her working on 13 Reasons Why, I haven't, that's a bit different. But as a person, Selena Gomez seems like a decent person.
What about the show
So, like,
itself?
yeah, the show. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to get to the backstory too much, but so. Waverly Place is, I guess that's I'm not familiar with New York, but it does take place in New York City. I guess Waverly Place is an area of New York City.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about mainly the adventures of Selena Gomez. Adventures.
Yeah, don't take too much describing things, because you're already over time, so.
It's mainly with Selena Gomez's character, Alex, who is like a wizard, and her two brothers are as well. Are like wizard human hybrids. Their dad's a wizard and their mom is just a human. And it's a lot of like high school like drama stuff, but also with the added like gimmick of they're wizards and their dad is trying to teach them like how to be a proper wizard, how to hone their talents. And as the series goes on, they start to flesh out more of like the magic, like Harry Potter-esque world a bit. So this is something I grew up with quite a bit, and at the same time, though, I would give this just like a C tier, because it's decent, but at the same time, I liked it as a kid. But looking back on it now, it's like it's serviceable. It's nothing too memorable. People only really remember it because it was one of Disney's like most famous things during that time period.
The late 2000s.
And the whole, and it was, Selena Gomez's like launching pad.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of why it's remembered. And I'll give it a C tier because it's not a bad launching pad, because it was still solid. But it also just fell into a lot of the same kind of Disney sitcom.
Especially
stuff.
around that time, which I hate to hijink you on because you're already over time.
I'm already over. I was finished anyway. Don't worry. I apologize.
Well, I'm actually a little bit surprised because I thought you were going to put it higher than me, but you ended up putting it lower than me.
Really?
Here's the thing. Around this time, I started to notice this shift with the live action shows to where they started doing a lot of the corporate meddling bullshit, like I mentioned earlier. And while Wizards of Waverly Place wasn't specifically the focus with that, because like I didn't really see it too much with this show, a lot of other shows were kind of affected by that. And admittedly, by the end of this show, that's when I started to see that transition. That being said, though, I am gonna put this in. Fuck it. I'll put it in like a low B, kind of like with Tailspin, because like at least I liked the dad character. He was great. Like, and the first couple of seasons were okay, but after that, it started kind of being annoying in the sense that it tried fleshing out something that admittedly I don't feel like it really should have. Like, it tried making like not necessarily like a lore franchise, but trying to do something like that, and I didn't like that. So
yeah, that was cool. It kind of went into like Harry Potter kind of thing.
Like around like season 4. So not the worst offender when it comes to live action Disney shows, but it could be better.
I just remember I remember the episodes in which Justin the oldest brother.
Yes.
He dates a werewolf and becomes a werewolf.
Oh,
and
yeah.
And there's a whole there's a reoccurring character where he dates a vampire and they have there's
I
a
hated
vampire.
that fucking storyline too. That was something I thought was really dumb. It was when they started doing the whole girlfriend boyfriend bullshit. It's like, can we move on?
Well, that's why I put it on C, because it kind of fell into the same high school romance bullshit. But moving on,
Yeah, like
my last pick that I do have some things to say about, the Ghost and Molly McGee.
oh
We're
yeah.
we're gonna go. We're going way, but we're going pretty new. This came out
Last year, I'm pretty sure.
last year. We're going pretty new here. So, Ghost and Molly McGee, this is getting a bit of a following. This is kind of being a part of, like what Sly mentioned earlier, Disney is kind of getting on it's kind of climbing up in terms of animation. And Ghost and Molly McGee is considered something that is a part of that. That being said, I think this is kind of weak. This is kind of, I would put this, and people are gonna get pissed because I know this game has I'm sorry.
Yeah, show.
This show has a considerable following in the same vein as Owl House and Amphibia, but I would give this a D. I'll be completely honest. I will give this a D. There's my fucking hot take. The first of probably many hot takes, but this isn't bad, but there's nothing that sticks to me. This exemplifies a lot of tropes that modern Disney cartoons are kind of going with now. Especially with the whole main protagonist being a quirky, spunky girl outsider character, nerdy
Which
outsider.
there's nothing wrong with being a female character at all. That's not what we're saying here. We're just saying
it's the idea that every female character in these they have to have one female character who is spunky, kind of a big nerd, very artsy, very cheerful and bubbly, and it's always just a female character, which is why I call it the spunky girl character, even though that's not reflective of the character's gender. It's just,
yeah, no. If it was guy who was doing it, I wouldn't like it. So
yeah, I wouldn't like it either, and it also just. And I can just flip the script on that, and I would say, you can have other types of female characters that aren't like this.
I mean, just look at my favorite. Look at my favorite Nicktoon, My Life as a Teenage Robot. She's not like that at all.
Yeah.
Or Ahsoka from the Clone Wars. So
yeah, it's a lot of that shit. Did start with Mabel from Gravity Falls. It's basically just
But yeah,
I should just start calling.
But
Mabel
yeah,
clones.
Yeah, sorry.
But so yeah, that aside, I don't find anything else particularly interesting. I would just put this at a D tier. That being said, it's not flawed enough where I would hate this. It's just I am not interested at fucking all in this thing.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm actually gonna put this in a low to mid C, because I personally whenever I saw this, I was like, it looks nice. And I will admit this, it's at least different from what a lot of the other Disney Channel, Disney animated shows have been because a lot of these other shows, admittedly, started to basically become, I was saying, where it's they started to become more, complicated and more, lore-driven. And there's nothing wrong with that. As a matter of fact, I do like that, but I also recognize that there should be more slice of life style of shows, or even just flat out comedy shows, kind of like this. But this one doesn't really stick, and it doesn't help the fact that we got this Guspacho looking ghost over here from fucking Chowder.
I think he's voiced by the same guy.
Yeah, he's voiced by the same guy too, which doesn't help because he looks like something straight out of Chowder, which I think one of the people who worked on Chowder also worked on this, which makes sense, but just doesn't really stick as much as I did. Also, I'm not gonna lie,
Dana Snyder and Dana Snyder's a great voice actor. I do love his voice, but
not to be confused with Dan Schneider, by the way.
Dana Snyder.
There you go.
Schneider.
There you go. Just to make sure there's no confusion.
Yeah, don't worry. None of that shit here. Fuck that.
But yeah, no. Honestly, though, it's just I just expected more, and that's all I gotta say.
I was. It's pretty
It's
much.
average.
Yeah, I was hoping for. It's just a little bit below average. Not to an offensive degree. It's like inoffensively boring.
Mm.
So I would put this as like a D tier.
All right, I think that was your that was your shows.
That's my first round.
All right, round 2 for me. Let's go for, well, since we're talking about like bad animation now, do you want to get this one out of the way already?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Something really bad.
My mind is just racing. Tell me.
Pickle and Peanut.
Oh. You start. I start all these. You start.
Yeah, no, I'm putting this shit in F.
Can we go lower than that?
Here's the problem with
lower
this
than that?
show. You know Breadwinners from Nickelodeon, right? And you know Sanjay and Craig, right?
Those sucked. Even when I was a kid, I fucking hated those. And even when I was a kid, I fucking hated Pickle
This
and
was
Peanut.
Disney Channel's version of that.
This was Disney Channel's
It was
thing.
their attempt to compete with that garbage.
This is them literally trying to imitate garbage. And if that was the goal, then they did a pretty
good job, but that is not viable by any stretch of the imagination. And thankfully, no one remembers this show because of that, because this show was fucking awful. The animation sucks. The characters are cardboard cutouts, and like there's all the humor is just gross out humor just for the sake of gross out humor, and it's fucking like gross. And this is on Disney. You wouldn't think this would be on Disney. This looks like something straight out of Cartoon Network's worst catalog, but no.
And a lot of the humor is that awful like early 2010s like internet style humor.
Yeah, like early mid 2010s. This is garbage. Don't fucking watch this.
This is when cartoons were starting to get like, oh, we can do memes too. This is when they started I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong, but I'm laughing because how fucking stupid it is.
Exactly, like it's fucking dumb. Like I could go into depth of why that's dumb, but I don't think I need to because this needs no explaining. This is like trying to tell someone that murder is wrong. Like
so what tier is this?
Can we go below F? Can we just make like I wish you like just this should never exist tier. I don't know about you, but I'm gonna make a I wish
Fine.
this never happened.
Okay, you know what? I mean, fucking Shino Duar made their own tier for fucking new metal bands, and I've made my own tiers for cringecore. You can fucking make a tier.
Yeah, I'm making a tier. In the same way that I made a tier for Did Not Watch, I'm gonna make a tier for like this shouldn't fucking exist. The Abomination. I'm calling it the Abomination.
Oh my god, that's great. That's great.
Abomination. To put the like, because like I see this next to Quack Pack, and I'm like, okay, Quack Pack sucks, but like, I would feel bad for Quack.
Oh my god, that was great.
All right, moving on.
All right. Well,
so far my highest ranked is like a fucking spin-off, man.
I know it's a my top right now is fucking Darkwing fucking Duck. All right. Well, okay. Let's talk about something that's like not as bad, but admittedly, it's not that great either. Kid versus Cat.
Kid versus Cat.
This is one of the first shows that aired on Disney XD. And kind of like how Pickle and Peanut was, or not Pickle, like Quack Pack was basically take everything that was cool about Animaniacs and DuckTales and remove all redeeming qualities. This is basically if Invader Zim like
Was
removed all of its edge and just made it into like a pissing contest. And
when did Kid versus Cat come out?
2008.
2010.
2008.
2008. So like, okay, good, because I can say that this is much like Quack Pack, where it's everything bad about the '90s, about the '90s. This is everything bad about the 2000s.
Granted, I
everything
don't think this is as bad as Quack Pack, but I'm still putting it in D tier.
Yeah, not as bad, but
Like
I would
it's
put
just
this in F tier. I would put this in F tier because I remember being really frustrated watching this as a kid. I remember absolutely not liking it because all the plots, because every episode is exactly the same.
mhm.
It's like it's just kind of the same shit, and it's just I remember being very frustrated with this as a kid. So I would put this in like an F tier, just like a high F tier, but
Oh, that
like
that F tier might be bigger than you might think it would be because there's
got
some
a lot of
garbage
F.
on here, but
we got a lot of Fs to go through, everybody.
and again, if you like
Right.
these shows, that's fine. But it's like, all right, you know what? Let's go with something like good, I guess.
Let's get positive for a little bit.
Well, what more positive than Lizzie McGuire?
Lizzie McGuire.
So
Oh,
I will.
boy.
Okay, I do have a caveat. Don't watch the first season. First season's kind of weird when it comes to it because it's like they try to make it a 50-50, but then they realized, hey, how about we just make it 80% live action and 20% of that animated stuff? And guess what? It's a good slice of life, I will admit. Like, especially compare it to like other Disney Channel shows. This one honestly kind of feels the closest to like a Nickelodeon sitcom, or not sitcom, like a slice of
Show.
life sort of like.
Yeah, slice of. That is a thing. Like a lot of Nickelodeon sitcoms are pretty slice of life, whereas a lot of and like Disney sitcoms are like that too. But a lot of Disney sitcoms have like
They just feel fake. Like I said, it's that corporate bullshit. And
yeah, it's just,
but like this one, I think this is probably not. I don't think this is their strongest live action show, but I'm gonna give it an A tier, just simply because Lizzie McGuire, the character herself, I think is pretty relatable, especially around the time that like, you know, her character is because she's in middle school, right? She was in middle school, right? Or was it high school?
I have not seen this one. Actually, this was a bit before my generation.
Really? Okay. But
this was like what, late '90s, early 2000s.
Early 2000s. So
early 2000s. Yeah, I was a baby, so like this was kind of before.
Fair enough.
This is before I was watching preschool stuff, so like this wasn't my thing yet. But I do. I will say like the only thing I guess I could say about this is like I do like the art style of the 2D segments. It feels like something from like those graphic novels you read in middle school,
or
and not
like
in a
just
bad way. Not in a bad way. I mean that in a good way because
like a Big Nate or something like that.
Yeah, or like Wednesday Diary won't be kid, but I guess something.
Well, this was before that, but you know.
Yeah, well, obviously this was Big Nate was in the '90s actually, I believe. But
Yes.
Started, but I get like. I like this, and also it is the slice of life of like middle school, high school things, so that helps too. It reminds me of that. I think I would have really liked this if I was born like 5 years or like 7 years earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the art style and that type of style, like those types of books did inspire me a lot to write and start drawing.
Mm-hmm.
So I might have a soft spot for that type of style of like animation, but that's all I could really say is just like I like the vibe because again this is before my generation.
Yeah, like I'm a little bit older, so like I'm more familiar with this show. But yeah, you know what?
You have a couple years on me. And yeah, we'll kind of there's the elephant in the room, Lindsay Lohan.
Yes,
Like,
that's the elephant in the room.
It's Lindsay Lohan. Make your jokes, but forgetting all that. Forgetting all that. I mean, well, I'm putting this in the did not watch because, again, I was a fetus. I was a baby. I was a fetus to a baby. So like,
Damn.
all right. So you have one more? Yeah, you have one more.
Wait, yes, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
because you did pick on kid versus cat.
Yeah. How about I choose a show that I know is really, really, really dumb, but I love it anyways because of how stupid it is.
Go right ahead.
Kicking It.
Kicking it. So kicking it with you.
Yes, I know the guy from Hannah Montana was on here, but honestly, I think he's much better in this. Like,
Which guy?
the one who played Hannah's brother, I
kid-
think.
Oh, okay. Was he the kid who played Rico? Because that's the only character I remember other than Hannah Montana and Billy Ray Cyrus. It's just like some kid named Rico.
Yeah, no, like he plays the martial arts teacher here, and he does pretty great there. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, yes, this show is really, 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 really dumb because it's one of those action comedy shows where it's like, it's a sitcom, but it combines action segments. So like they actually do like full on like karate and kung fu or whatever type of martial arts they use. And
which I can appreciate. I can appreciate them actually doing something with their premise.
Yeah,
and not having it just like an excuse to get all these characters together. Like it actually means something.
Yeah, and like I will always remember wasabi. Like that's the whole thing. It's like it's the wasabi gym class or whatever it's called. Like God damn it.
This is gonna be disappointing, but this is hard because I know this was my generation. I remember watching this, but I don't remember watching it for long.
Yeah,
I remember
Bobby Wasabi. There you go.
Wasabi. Okay, that does sound familiar, but this just like I remember it being on, but I don't remember anything really sticking with me with this as a kid. Again, like even as a kid, I wasn't too into Disney live action, so like this was something that was just kind of it was on. I remember it being around. I remember I remember at least I remember the last part of the theme song, but I didn't really pay attention to it. So like this is a little hard because like I felt a little conflicted. Like, do I put this on the do not watch? Because I technically did watch it, but I would just put this on the did not watch for me because I watched, but I didn't. I looked, but I didn't see, so to speak.
Fair enough. But you know what? This show, it's not that great, but because I love it, I'm putting it in A tier.
It's just charm. It just
yeah,
gets by
it's
on
like
charm.
It's kind of the same way how I feel about Big Time Rush on Nickelodeon. That show is dumb, but I love it because it's dumb.
You can tell they put like the people actually kind of had fun.
They had fun with this, and I can appreciate that. And there you go. Put it in A tier. I'm exposed. Apparently, I like bad shows.
Yeah, that's probably your hot take. That's your hot take.
Yeah, that's my hot take. Kicking It is one of the best live action comedy shows that they had on Disney XD. Don't at me. So that's my things. What's yours?
Yeah, round 2 for me. All right. Okay, I know what I'm going to talk about, but I'm not going to make that the first one I talk about. I'm going to save that. We are going to go with little obscure, something that kind of really isn't my generation, but I know of anyway. That I didn't. The Weekenders. This was what 90s. This was late 90s.
Super late 90s, early 2000s. This came out in like late 1999, I believe.
Late 1999. Okay, so again, this is before my generation, but for whatever reason, and I don't know if this is true now, but there's like unedited, just completely lifted, like
I lied.
Episode.
Early 2000s.
Oh, okay, early 2000s, but well, still before my generation. Well, just a little bit, because this was like right around the time I was born.
Yeah, this came out in 2000.
Won't get specifics, obviously, for my own like privacy, but yeah, like that's when I was born, like early 2000s. So like still like I'd say before my generation. But when I was a kid, like I saw this on YouTube because somebody had like pirated a bunch of full unedited episodes of this on YouTube, and I just fucking binged it because I was like, hey, new cartoon, cool, and I liked it. I liked it as a kid. I didn't, I didn't watch it regularly. Like it was a bit of a phase thing because again, it was on YouTube, so like it's not like TV where they kind of, I wouldn't say make you watch it over and over again, but it's like it's there. It's always an option.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess on YouTube, yeah, it was always an option, but it's YouTube. YouTube's different than TV.
Yeah.
So I would put this on like a C tier.
Mm-hmm.
So because like this is actually it's a pretty nice show. It's just about four friends, like four kids, and just every episode is what they do throughout a weekend. Like they have little bumpers where it's like Friday, and then Saturday, then Sunday. So it's just like what these kids get up to on the weekend. It's like a wish fulfillment thing as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you wish you could have done all this cool shit with your friends when you were a kid, but I grew up in the rural Midwest, so like I didn't have a car, obviously, so it's like I can't really do any of these things. The shittiest part of living rural is that you have to drive everywhere, so like until you're turned 16, you're kind of like you can't really do much. So like wish fulfillment, and I think that's why a lot of other people liked it too, because it was a bit of a wish fulfillment for a lot of kids, like who lived in I don't want to say boring, but wish their lives were more.
Honestly, this is basically what Rocket Power should have been. Like,
I would say that. Yeah, like that's a good comparison. Honestly.
Yes, I made it to where the picture kind of looks like it's that same style show, but it's really not. It's more just them kind of doing whatever. Like it doesn't have the fucking cringy lingo that Rocket Power had. So
it is very early 2000s, but like in a good way.
It's not like dated and cringy like fucking Rocket Power was, where it was absolutely of its fucking time. Yeah, you can still kind of see this at the early to mid 2000s, but it's not like, in your face about it.
It captures the spirit of it, and in a way, and like what I said about Tailspin, it captures that charm of the time period.
Yeah, like granted, it's not my favorite show. I'm still gonna put it in a C tier, but you could do much worse with time period types of shows.
Yeah, and I actually could see myself going out of my way to rewatch this because like this seems like it's a really nice cartoon.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe because I haven't watched it in a little while, but maybe I'll have a higher opinion on it if I do rewatch it because like.
I barely remember watching it on TV, because the last two seasons were on Disney Channel, which is why this counts as opposed to Clone Wars, but whatever. So
yeah, like I didn't know this was Disney, but then again, I didn't know. I saw this on YouTube because someone just like fucking pirated.
Yeah, because no one gave a shit when it came out.
Yeah, which is kind of sad because this is pretty solid.
Well, I wouldn't say solid. It's just not for me. Because, again, I'm more about, more action shows. I just recognize that there's shows that... Though I'd rather watch it than Molly Mickey. I'll give it that.
Same. I guess that's just where we differ, because, and, some of y'all probably don't know, but I am more into, slice of life style stories. That is, that's what I like to write. That's what I like to watch. So...
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why this has more of an appeal to me than it would to you.
Yeah, because I mean, just look at the types of games and shows that I talk about all the time. But it is what it is. All right, next thing.
All right, we'll get something negative. I don't know if I want to go to the one I want. Yeah, we'll get something negative. Something I remember hating. Pair of Kings. Pair of Kings. I don't know if y'all remember this.
I remember it, though we have an elephant in the room with... What's his face?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And I'm not with Mitchell Musso.
Oh, Mitchell Musso. Okay,
because he was in the first 2 seasons. Sorry, what?
Let me look him up. Didn't he?
Let's
What
just
did he
say,
do?
let's just say he, let's just say he had a bunch of let's just say he had a lot of alcoholic problems.
I see. Well, that's kind of. I hope it's not like. Well, it's kind of unfortunate.
Well,
Unless he's like a. Unless he's an asshole.
kind of, unfortunately, because like, let's just say he gets into a lot of legal trouble. Ever since like after he became famous on Hannah Montana, we'll get to that. He's had a bunch of legal issues. Like even after he started doing like shows beyond Hannah Montana, like this or another garbage show on here. And yeah, it's been a huge mess ever since, but you can continue what you were going to say.
Yes. Okay. So I am gonna put this at a D tier. There's something in my head
That
telling me I should.
low though?
There's some. Well, there's a part of my head telling me to put this at F because I absolutely hated this as a kid. But I'm keeping that in mind.
It's
Like
okay. It's not that bad.
I remember, like just not fucking liking this thing at all. Granted, don't take my opinion on it take it with a grain of salt because again, this is mostly my. I'm going off my opinion on it when I first saw this when I was like 11 years old.
Fair.
Like, so, but I'm just going by like what I remember off of it because, and I can't put it in like the did not watch list because like I did watch this. I remember the show being very like lazy with its budget, like just being very
Yeah,
like cheap.
yeah, that's a fair criticism.
I remember this feeling really cheap and feeling very corporate and just not very interesting at all. I remember hating it a lot more, but then again, when I was 11, I was kind of hitting like an angry phase where I just hated everything. So like that's why I'm not putting this at F tier. I'm giving it some benefit, but I'm not comfortable putting it in C. Like D is just like where it fits best. I don't know if it's a high or low D, but that's where I'm putting it because it doesn't. I just don't have a good like opinion on this.
You might be mad at me, but before I ended up rewatching this, I was gonna put this at a B tier.
How dare you?
But after rewatching it, I'll concede that it's a C tier. Because yes, the fact that they didn't really give this enough budget does really hurt the show, and
I remember a scene where someone's getting chased by dogs, and like they couldn't afford to get dogs. They just had to have a sound effect, and like they just had to like put a camera
yeah, but that's
low
like
to the
every
ground.
Disney Channel show here. Like,
Really?
yes,
How expensive is it to get dogs?
I don't fucking know, because like that's not the first instance of a show doing that bullshit. I remember that happening a lot on Sweet Life on Deck and with fucking Lab Rats, which we'll get into fucking later. Like again, this goes back to what I was saying. That around this time they were doing some absolute dumb shit with their shows. That being said, though, as dumb,
This isn't terrible.
what?
Like this isn't terrible.
Like, yeah, it's not terrible by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, there's some instances where it does have some kicking it moments where it's like it's so dumb that I think it's funny. But if we're looking at it objectively, yeah, no, it's not that great. So I'm gonna put it in the low to mid C.
Yeah, and keep in mind my opinion on this is mostly like my opinion, not me looking at it objectively. So like keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. All right, what's your next show?
The one that's going to cause the most conversation I am going to save as my last pick for my round.
I have a feeling I know what it is.
So I am going to go with I might go with something that you're more familiar with because All right, let's get we'll go positive. We'll go positive. Something that you are more familiar with and that I am fairly familiar with. Kim Possible.
Fuck
We're gonna go with
yeah.
Kim Possible. Fuck yeah. I put this, and you might get mad, but I am putting this in B. And hear me out. Hear me out. I was a little young when this was airing. So a lot of what I've seen of it, I don't remember much of. So like I do like this show. It is a good
Shameful,
show.
Goldie. Shameful.
But just keep in mind that this is like
How dare you weren't born early enough.
yeah, I wasn't born early enough. I'm sorry, but I couldn't have been born any other time, otherwise it'd be a different person. But like literally it would have been a different person. But anyways, like biology lesson aside, um this is still a really good show. Kim Possible is a really awesome show. Like it has a lot of fun. It has a lot of fun villains, not just Dragon, but like a lot of other like fun aspects. Kim and Ron are a great like duo. They're a great friendship. The only thing I don't like is that they did kind of like hitch them together at the end,
But
which
that was
felt
like
a
only
little
one goddamn moment. It doesn't like.
yeah. Like it's not too bad, but it's just like an annoyance. Like, cause I hate the whole thing with like male
Yeah,
and
that'd
female
take too
characters.
long because you're already over.
Yeah, have to be together. Like I don't like that. But anyway, Sly, I think you'll have more to say about this because you probably remember this a lot more than I do.
Oh, I'm putting this in S tier. This is our first S tier, ladies and gentlemen. Like, hold on, where's my soundboard? Yep, we got it. We got our first S tier. It only took us an hour and a half to get there. But
Yeah.
honestly, okay, in all seriousness though, this show is exactly what I am asking for when it comes to Disney Channel shows, because it's more of my style, where it's more on the action sort of thing, but also being able to have a relatable character. I mean, Kim has to struggle between high school life while being a superhero, or spy in this case. So it's like at the end of the day, it's like it's kind of, one of the earliest examples of at least that trope, but it's a trope I like, so it's fine. Also, Ron, the man, the myth, the legend, the goat, as I call him, and
I love Ron.
yeah, and Rufus, that's his name, right? The naked mole rat.
Yep. Yeah,
But
Rufus.
the great,
All right.
he's great. I love him, and like him just fighting with Ron is always great to see. Also, of course, Dr. Drakon and Shigo being like pretty good like antagonists, like, and also being one of those instances where it's like the lackey is more powerful than the main villain. Like, come on. But I don't know. All I gotta say,
Yeah.
S tier, one of the best Disney Channel shows, and it's a good reason. There's a good reason why people respect this show, even if there's some aspects that aren't all that perfect. It's one of Disney Channel's best shows. Don't at me.
And we don't talk about the live action movie.
That doesn't exist.
Yeah, we don't talk
That doesn't
about that.
exist.
We don't.
You're acting like as if that it even exists.
We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about that. All right.
All right. What's your next show, or your last show, I guess?
All right. Here we go.
I have a feeling I know what it is.
This is gonna take a while. This is gonna be a long one. Star versus the Forces of Evil.
Okay, not what I thought, but
What were you expecting?
Phineas and Ferb.
Because with the whole like Mitchell Musso stuff, because he's Jared.
No, but anyway, whatever. Star vs. Forces of Evil. What's that?
Forces of Evil. This is freaking complicated because this is a show.
I'll give you time.
Started off... I think I'm gonna need extra time. But this fucking thing started really goddamn strong. And yes, Star is like that like quirky character archetype that I typically don't like, but she was like she was actually fucking funny. It was like the comedic timing of a lot of the jokes was just so pinpoint. It was just so perfect that like and just there were and just like and just as well with other characters for her to bounce off that like I liked it. It did that thing like I didn't mind as much. I will still use it as an example of Disney using that quirky character trope, but this is like Mabel, this is one that is done right. That being said, this is the that being said part, the fucking final half. Oh my god. What happened? Did they die? Like, did the original team like die and get like replaced by like synthetic humanoids, like husks and clones? Like, what the fuck happened? They had such a good fucking run, and they completely fucked it over because they let mainly with the just they rushed everything. Partially yes because of Disney like getting a little too meddling, but also because
No.
of the
No. That's the thing. They didn't fuck it up because they didn't have enough time. They didn't rush it. They took their sweet ass time to just steamroll it down a fucking cliff.
I just felt like they rushed it. Like shit just did or just didn't really like just ignored lots of things. Like, no, we gotta get onto this shit. We gotta like forget about that. Like, oh, that happened. Like shit that like was like at least somewhat important was just completely dropped. And it made me feel like they're just trying to like they didn't really want to take their time with shit. Like they didn't want to take their time and they just fucking like discarded things in order to get the stuff that they felt pressured into doing by the fucking fan base. And this sounds really weird to like to
I
blame
actually
the
do
fan
kind of want
base
to
for
talk about that myself, but you can make it sweet and short.
I'll make it short. Like I feel like this is mainly the whole issue with like the Starco thing, which the Star and Marco ship, which they incredibly and there's other aspects to that as well. Like there's more flaws with the finale, but and again, I think I also previously established that I don't like the whole thing of like a male and female character who are otherwise like for the most part like good platonic friends. Admittedly like with Star Wars Force of Evil there was some like it was like there was some implications, but it did not
I'll
feel
get into
genuine.
those fucking implications because they piss me off.
Yeah, yeah, there was some, but it was not a well thought out romance, and I completely could fucking read that this is just like this is the creators, the writers, really trying a little too hard to impress people.
Mhm.
That was the main flaw with Star.
Yeah,
Is
like
that
again, I'll get
they
into
just
the specifics, but what's your ranking? Or
yeah. Man, this is
because I
difficult.
want to have time.
Yeah, I apologize. I knew this would take a while. That's kind of why I wanted to save it for the last of like of this round because it's difficult because again, it's like 75% of it is really good, but the other part, the other 25 is like just oh man, what happened?
Yeah,
I
get
don't
your
know what
ranking.
this hurts. B this hurts. If the second half was just a little better,
There you go.
I could have put this at
Yeah,
an A.
let
Just
me discuss this show. So
painful.
this was one of the shows that did follow up on Gravity Falls. You know, kind of like near the end of that like show,
That whole like style of show.
and admittedly, it did start off as being similar to Kim Possible, being a show that is it's of a style that I like, where it's it is more on the action side when it comes to animated shows, while also having some more comedic moments. And a lot of that stuff in the first two seasons were really damn good. Like Marco and Star's dynamic.
chemistry.
No, just
dynamic,
dynamic
yeah.
between each other, being friends, I thought really worked, especially considering that, you know, Star, she's from a different dimension, and she has to kind of get used to the whole, like, not necessarily grounded reality of Earth, but just being, like, on a more grounded plane of existence. And that's where Marco comes in, being sort of that representation of a type of character who's able to help along. And
he's like basically kind of just a normal kid.
yeah,
So,
he's just
like,
a normal
it's
dude who just so happens
otherwise
to be in this situation.
be like whisked away in this sort of like these like adventures, which
Mhm.
is something that I really appeal to, which is why I liked Marco, because that's a bit of a wish of
But-
mine. Like, you know, we all prefer our life to be turned upside down.
But yeah, no, like just, and again, he's one of those types of people who, admittedly, yes, he does like to, you know, have things a bit more grounded, but he's not willing to just only, you know, just be there. He's willing to go on adventures if he feels like he needs to. And again, just that sort of just dynamic as just, you know, being a really cool friendship, I thought was genuinely pretty cool. That being fucking said, the first 2 seasons, I will say this, are really fantastic. If you want to get into the show, watch the first 2 seasons. But the last 2 seasons are garbage. Are fucking awful.
Absolute
like,
disappointment.
Especially considering the fact that for some weird reason, like, and I noticed this even in a little bit of like season 2, they tried having Marco be with like a bunch of other characters. Like, he
had like other relationships.
Yeah, he had other relationships, which is fine because, like, you know,
you can have a character who dates around.
Yes, and that was kind of cool. But then they tried to fucking force the goddamn Star versus like the ship, and that's when it started pissing me off, and like particular, especially considering that, like, in like, I think at the was it the end of season 2 or the beginning of season 3 where they had that episode where it's like they were like, where they had like that episode where it was dedicated to the fact that they were destined to be bound into a relationship or some fucking bullshit like that. I fucking hated that episode.
I hate Destinies.
Like,
I'm just gonna say that in writing, I fucking hate Destinies.
It's like,
it's just
yeah, like, there was a like, and then guess what?
Jeez.
The fucking like, the destiny came true. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
This is the type, like, this is...
And here's the thing. I know you brought up the whole fan base thing, and I know that made you sound like an asshole, but I'm gonna be the asshole for you. This is the prime example of a show that does nothing but appease the specific fan bases on fucking Tumblr and goddamn DeviantArt and like Instagram, where the fuck they came from.
The shippers and shit like that. Like,
yeah, it's one of those types of shows who just does nothing but appease what the fan bases want. But guess what? Once you start appeasing one part of the fan base, you're not going to appease everyone fucking else. And that's...
You're going to...
And honestly, this is gonna be a hot take for some people, but I don't care. I'm making this comparison. It's the exact same reason why I fucking hated and despised Steven Universe. I never liked Steven Universe because I thought that the show was just absolutely pandering to everything that a certain sub-community wanted, and it drove me up the fucking wall. Especially considering the fact that I didn't even give a shit about the first season. I hated it. I thought that those characters were annoying back then, like with that show, and the fact that they just doubled down on that shit and fucking pissed me off. At least with Star versus the Forces of Evil, it started off with the first 2 seasons really, really damn good. It's just those last seasons are fucking garbage.
Cool. It became Steven Universe.
Exactly. And it became the show, the type of show I fucking hate. And
it became everything I hate about modern animation. In the same way Steven Universe is basically everything I hate about
it's everything that animation. I fucking hate about shows like that. Like, I'm not getting into the whole Steven Universe thing. Go watch my Cartoon Network tier list. I haven't changed my fucking mind since then. But you get my point. That being said, though,
First 2 seasons. First 2 seasons are A. but I would put the last two in like honestly F. I'd put the last two in F.
I'd put
but
season 3 in like low C. Season 4 is F.
I just like
Does that balance out as a B?
I to me it does because like those first two seasons are so strong and like fucking great. And also just because and also I kind of put it in because I feel a little bad for it. Like I feel bad for it. Like it's like watching a friend from high school succumb to a drug addiction. It's like God,
Fine,
why?
I'll put it in B tier because at the very least, Marco's still a good character, and Star is still a good character in seasons 1 and 2. And I will fully admit this. I still think that even just besides the whole story bullshit, it still looks fine enough for a show that continued on in the late 2010s. So it's what I like to call the prime example of being a polarizing show, where it's like 50% of it is really, really good, but the other 50% of it is really, really, really bad. And this is going to piss some people off, but it's kind of like Weezer's discography, where it's like half of it is really, really good, and the other half is really, really bad. You can deny all you fucking want, but that's how it is. But that's a whole other discussion.
Funny, man.
But anyways, you get my point.
I knew I should have saved this for like last because like this was gonna be a huge. This was gonna be like a bullet point. This is gonna be like
I'm
its own
clipping
little
this part separate, even from the mainstream. But
yeah, this is a fucking.
but
like, this
either
is a
way,
top.
we're gonna attract some fucking people now, so that's fun.
We pushed you out. Now we're gonna reel you back in.
Well, we're now gonna attract the fucking hardcore fans like I did before, but whatever. I can fucking block them. But anyways, it's my turn. So yes, well, let's talk about another show that let's talk about something that is dumb, but just completely but is more rounded to be really dumb. This is probably gonna give me a lot of hate, but I don't give a fuck. Good Luck Charlie.
Good Luck Charlie. Oh my god.
I'm putting this in D tier. I never liked this show when it came out. I thought that the thing about this show is that it's less about Charlie and it's more about the other characters, and honestly, I find the other characters to be fucking either generic as hell or annoying as hell. And
to be fair, Charlie's a baby.
Fair enough, but then why make a show centered around a kid who wasn't even fucking 2 when they started the show?
Well, the premise is I forgot her name.
Well, what's her face is basically documenting the early life of Charlie.
Yeah, early life, and given lessons here's what you need to do to deal with our family now that you're in this world, which is kind of fucking stupid, but
and that yeah.
If my older brother did for me, I'd be like, what the hell why are you so weird, dude? Here are some quick steps you need to why are you trying to turn my life into a YouTube tutorial, dude?
Well, not only that, but it's also I'm not gonna lie, but the brother cares an asshole. He just does.
The older one or the younger one?
The younger one.
I mean, the younger one. I think his name is Max. No, that's fucking. That's what's the way of it.
I don't fucking know. All I know is that I thought that the show was dumb when it came out, and honestly, this is the prime example of another prime example of a show, especially early on, where you started seeing a lot of the corporate meddling, and not only that, but also I never liked the idea of having someone who's not even older than the age of 3 being a main star actor. I never liked that type of shit, because it's how did you you're literally a fucking baby. You're 1 year old.
How did you make them cry?
How
did you make them cry? It's a little bit.
Well, not only that, but also just the how is that kid going to what's that kid going to be once they grow up? Like,
and they inevitably end up in a normal life. Just like
no, I'm saying, like, because I know you have issues with certain online content creators that do the same shit, where it's like, when they're like they put a kid on, like, fucking.
yeah, family YouTube channels that like exploit their kids for
Yeah,
views.
that's
Basically.
kind of the vibe I get with this show, and I always fucking hated that. Granted, not as bad as that, because at least it doesn't seem like.
At least it's regulated. Like
At least
there
it's
are laws.
regulated, but I still hate the implications of having a fucking 1-year-old being like one of the main stars.
Yeah. At least with that, like it's regulated. There's laws to keep like actual abuse from going on. Well, there should be, but sadly, but that's a whole different
That's a
discussion.
whole other discussion, but whatever. What's your opinion on this?
I remember this being a big thing. I remember like watching it. I remember my mom liking it, but
Oh,
I just remember not caring for it. So I put this in the D tier because like I don't care, but like this isn't terrible. But I don't also remember it all too much. I remember an episode where they find a dog and like the mom gets really attached to the dog and like when the owner it's like that story where the owner turns up and the character who gets attached to the dog is like, but I don't want to get rid of him. I love him. He's mine.
yeah, it's that
Like one
type
of
of
those
shit.
episodes. I remember an episode. I remember the youngest son had to deal with like their neighbor, Mrs. Daphne, I think her name was.
I don't know.
I
Like,
remember I remember like a kid, like not in the family, but like a friend who was like, I'm scared to sleep upstairs. I live in a one-story house.
and time.
Like I don't remember anything, basically.
Yeah. So, D tier. Actually, considering that I have 3 more shows to go for this thing, I might as well get these 3 shows out of the way, because, like, it's only inevitable before we talk about them. Let's talk about the Star Wars shows.
This is your show from here because I have not seen any of these.
Fair enough.
I have not
Alright,
seen
so
any.
we've got... So, of course, as we all know, in 2012, Disney bought out the Star Wars... Well, bought up Lucasfilms, who obviously owns
Lucasfilms.
Star Wars. And since 2014, they basically had the same studio who worked on Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the 2008 show, which, by the way, one of my favorite shows of all time. Not gonna deny it. I love that show to death. And they made them pretty much work on these shows, pretty much as their sort of continuation or like follow-ups to the legacy of the Clone Wars, because it's the Clone Wars. It's highly regarded as being like one of the best, if not the best, thing to come from Star Wars. Like even more so than the movies.
Ooh,
So
really?
yeah, no, there's some people who actually like Clone Wars even more so than like the first like original trilogy, or at least put them up on the same level.
Wow.
So yeah, no. It has a legacy. These shows have a legacy to like follow up.
They have something to live up to.
And what was their first project? Right after ending on admittedly a bit of a cliffhanger with what happened with Darth Maul and with Ahsoka, and even just a lot of smaller things, like a lot of like tying up some loose ends, so to speak, or even starting some stuff, eventually leading up to what the Empire would become. What was the first thing they started off with?
Where's Resistance?
A ragtag of annoying characters, where we have Space Aladdin with a rogue Jedi who's actually probably the best character in that, and we got a really, really dumb wannabe Chewbacca. Of course, I'm talking about Rebels.
Rebels. Okay, I'm looking at Resistance and I thought it was older because.
Oh no, I have much worse things to say about Rebels, but let's talk more Resistance. Let's talk about Rebels. So, man, I wish the show was better than it was. I really did. because there's some cool ideas that were brought in this show. Like, Kanan, who's the guy on the far right, he's probably the best character in the show, because he's a Jedi who survived Order 66. And he's training Ezra, who's the kid in the middle. And I'm not gonna lie, Ezra and Zeb, who's the alien dude on the right, like the blue dude, they are some of the most annoying characters I've had to ever witness in any Star Wars media. Like, they don't know when they're they're the type of characters who don't know when to shut the fuck up. Like, they're those types of characters. And especially considering that this is not an anthology series. This is a series, unlike Clone Wars, where it was an anthology. This is a series where it strictly follows these characters. And I'm not gonna lie, especially considering that those two in particular make up 2/3 of the main storyline of this show, I couldn't fucking stand them. Granted, when it came to Ezra and oh my god, why can't I think of her name? Kanan's basically like lover. They were kind of cool. Sabine, I'll be fine. Like, I'll just say this, she's okay. Yes, I know she looks like she's straight out of the fucking scene party, but whatever. Like, and then, and also just on my biggest issue with this show is just the fact that, like, it looks significantly worse than, like, seasons 3 through 6 of the Clone Wars. Like, where did the lighting go? Like, it's like they reverted backwards to, like, season 1 Clone Wars in terms of its animation, and that was super bizarre. And just the fight scenes in this show are fucking lame. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, except for when Darth Maul is in this, which that's not a spoiler anymore. People know that Darth Maul is in the show as well. And when Admiral Thrawn got in the show, that was interesting. That was cool. Too bad you're still following Ezra being basically just Space Aladdin over here. And being, you know, kind of an asshole. And being extremely self-centered on wanting him to be, like, you know... He's one of those characters who basically plays the hero. Either he doesn't shut the fuck up, or he plays the hero. And I didn't like that. So, I'm gonna have to put this in a low C tier.
Low C.
There's some cool ideas, but man, I don't understand why people like this show. Especially say that this is better than Clone Wars? Really? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, I don't see it. Like, like I said, Kanan is cool. Sabine's alright. Hera, that's her name. Like, they're okay, I guess. And again, Darth Maul and Admiral Thrawn are pretty cool. But, like, everyone, like, all the other villains are kind of lame. Like, Agent Callus is fucking lame. And that, don't even get me started on that governor dude in the last season. Oh my god. Fucking hell. So yeah, no, not great. Not terrible, but not great. You know what is terrible, though?
Star Wars Resistance.
That shit's really bad. F tier. It is bad. Like, those are the two main characters, by the way. And the guy who's wearing the green, take what I just said about Ezra and increase it by, like, 5 million. He is one of those characters who's, like, excited about everything that he does. And I can't stand those types of characters. You're like, oh yeah, let's go get... It's like, shut the fuck up.
I just blew up a thing.
Yeah, he's one of those fucking characters. It's awful.
I hate that.
And it doesn't help the fact that, like, they really, like, the animation in this show is fucking weird, because they tried going for this 3D CG almost
Cel-shaded.
anime, like the cell shaded anime almost inspired look, and it just does not work. Like,
I thought this was older than Rebels. So I was like, okay, this
no,
must have been their
this
first
is newer. This came out 4 years after Rebels. This was the follow up to Rebels and Clone Wars. Like, this is supposed to be like the sequel trilogy version of Clone Wars. And guess what? Just like 2 out of those 3 movies fucking sucked. And guess what? It paid the price because no one gives a shit about the show. Like, because guess how many seasons this show had?
2.
2.
2.
I'm surprised it even got a second, by the way. Because after the second episode, I was fucking done. Like, I couldn't fucking stand it. Like, this is one of those rare instances of a show where I couldn't even, like, handle watching, like, more than, like, 5 episodes. Because typically what I try to do is I try to watch at least 4 or 5 episodes of a show just to kind of get the feel for this. I couldn't even handle with this show. It's that fucking bad. As a matter of fact, this is easily, in my opinion, one of the worst Disney shows. Just flat out, period.
Oh.
It's that fucking bad.
Oh.
Don't watch this show.
Would you put this in the abomination tier?
Yes. Actually, as a matter of fact, guess what? I'm adding a new tier. Remember when I did the FNAF character tier list and I called that shit cringecore?
Yeah.
I'm putting this in that fucking thing, cringecore.
This is cringecore.
Don't watch this show. It's awful. It doesn't matter if it's short. It's 2 seasons of nothing but pain. I am dead fucking serious. This show's dog shit. And it's an insult to the Star Wars license. But let's move on to the final show on here, Bad Batch. So this is the first show on here that is actually a Disney Plus exclusive. And so this one's kind of a cheat, but I'm allowing on here. And I will fully admit this. This is, out of all the post-Clone Wars era types of shows, this is the best one for sure. Or at least if we're not counting Tales of the Jedi. But since that's a miniseries, I'm not counting that. Because I'd put that shit in A tier. But with this show, it's definitely better. But I don't know if I'd say it's great. Because it follows the story of the Bad Batch, who we're seeing in Season 7 of the Clone Wars. Like, in, like, the first, like, storyline. And it pretty much follows the events of, like, pretty much follows them immediately after the events of Order 66. And admittedly, that was kind of cool at first. But then, you see the character in the middle.
Yeah.
I already forgot her name. Wow, that probably showcases how much I fucking care about her. But kind of like how The Mandalorian had Baby Yoda as sort of the MacGuffin character for that show, which it worked in that instance. She's essentially the MacGuffin for this show, where the Bad Batch basically have to protect her. So, Omega, that's her name. She's not the most annoying character, but she's one of those characters who basically is a smartass and thinks that she's always right in every situation. And
that sounds annoying.
Yeah, it does get annoying after a while. Especially considering the fact that they try to revolve the show around her when it should be about the Bad Batch. You know, everyone else surrounding her. Like, they barely get it. They barely get any, like, characterization because they focus more on Omega than they do the Bad Batch, which is stupid. So, unfortunately, and also considering the fact that, like, and this is not a spoiler either, one of the guys of the Bad Batch eventually betrays the Bad Batch because of the whole chip thing with the clones. I don't want to get into that. Just look it up yourself. Where he essentially just stays with the Empire, whereas the Bad Batch kind of do their own thing. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. And he's not really that great of a villain. He's just kind of one of those villains who's like, oh, I'm just jealous of the leader. It's not just because of this chip thing. It's like, okay. So yeah, no. Granted, it is still the best, but out of the ones on this list, but I'm still gonna give it a C tier. Granted, a mid to high C tier, but it's still something that's like, if you want to watch Star Wars related stuff from the current Disney era, go watch either The Mandalorian, Andor, or if you want something animated, watch the Tales of the Jedi miniseries that was on Disney Plus. That is worth much more of your time, except for the first episode. The first episode's garbage for that, but episodes 2 through 6, good.
Good.
So, sorry I went on that whole tirade. It's just, again, I'm the Star Wars dude, so...
That's gonna be clipped.
Yes, it will actually be clipped. Anyways, you get to choose your next shows. I don't know why I'm carrying this. Oh, yeah, that.
Right. Time to get back into it.
Mm-hmm.
I let you take the reins, so I got a little bit. All right, I gotta get back in. I feel like at this point, I gotta talk about something that I would have an opinion on.
Okay.
You guys can't forget that I'm here.
Yep.
All right. Okay, let's talk about.
Choose.
Let's talk about bonkers.
Hey, we're going back to the 90s.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna go way back to the 90s again. Won't be the last time we do so don't worry.
Yep.
This, even for people who grew up in this era, they say bonkers sucked. Of course, there's that fucking community of people where they just like anything that's old because everything that's old is great and everything that's new sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But bonkers is just a D. This isn't as bad as people fucking say it is, like, but this is, like, I would say the weakest of, like, a lot of the 90s era, like, Disney cartoons.
Oh, there's worse from the 90s, I'll say that, but...
Oh, maybe I'm just not familiar then, but this seems like one of the weaker ones.
Yeah.
It's just not... It just does not hit its mark. It even got so bad that I believe Animaniacs even, like, did a little jab at them.
They did a jab at bonkers.
Yeah, like, because even at the time, people did not respect it just because it wasn't funny. It was a comedy that was just not funny. It was not really creative. They did not really give anything with this show, and there's not much folks remember about this. This is a D tier because this is just very uneventful.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that this is going to surprise you, kids, but this is an example of a show from the 90s that was boring.
Boring.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there were boring things that were going on in the 1990s.
I don't think you gotta tell it to the kids, you gotta tell it to the 90s kids.
Oh yeah, 90s kids too. I know you're still living in 1993. I understand it's a much better time than it has been in the past couple of years. I understand that. And don't get me wrong, 1993 had amazing things like Doom come out that year, and what else came out in 1993? Oh yeah, X-Files was a big thing around that time. I know.
Great.
It was a great time. Oh, and Smashing Pumpkins released Siamese Dream, which is one of their best albums that they ever released. And it was also a time when, grunge was at its peak. I get it. It was a great time.
But that doesn't mean everybody just.
But that
decided
doesn't mean that
everything
everything from that decade was good. Like,
not everything was good. People still sucked. Things still sucked. Get over it. Your childhood's over. You're 38 now. Get over it.
so yeah. Granted, I will say this isn't the worst offender of the shows from that era. Again, Quack Pack is the prime example of that. And
Blackback is.
but yeah, granted, Bonkers, I didn't find it to be like offensively bad, but it's just boring.
No, it's not. It's just boring.
Yeah, it's just
That's its greatest crime.
yeah.
That's its biggest crime. Boring.
Yeah, it's just boring, and if it weren't for the fact that Animaniacs take multiple jabs at it, by the way, not just one, but multiple, it wouldn't be all that memorable. Especially considering that it does kind of look like a stereotypical Disney thing. So
Yeah. Was not trying anything new.
yeah, it wasn't doing anything new, but in a not good way. Like, because you can do the same thing over and over again and still be able to do something good with it. But there's examples where it's like, if you don't try anything new and just do a bunch of the cliche stuff, then you're gonna get shit like this.
You're just gonna be boring.
So that's all I gotta say. So fun.
G tier. Shall we stay in the 90s for a little bit more?
You can if you want.
Let's stay in the 90s for a little while longer. I know it's hard to let go of the past. We'll talk about something that may be a bit of a controversial pick. Not controversial pick, but controversial for being on this list because this didn't always air on Disney.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to pull it up right now.
Doug.
Yes.
We're going to talk about Doug.
Yes. So, for those who don't know, obviously Doug, we talked about it on the Nickelodeon tier list. It aired its first 4 seasons on Nickelodeon, and then its final 4 seasons were on Disney Channel. So...
yeah, it ran for that long.
Yeah, it ran from 1991 to 1998. Or 1999.
It was the whole decade, basically.
Yes. Like, the only years it didn't air was 1990 and 1995. But again, that was whenever they were transitioning.
95 was in like a limbo state.
Yes.
Now, even though I'm the one that brought this up, I'll admit I haven't seen this one because this, again, like we just said, this is before my generation.
I have, even though technically the whole show is before me, but I've seen both Nick and Disney's Doug.
The only frame of reference I have for Doug is the Nostalgia Critics review of it, but I know it's a biased opinion.
Yeah, that's a biased opinion.
It's an extremely biased opinion.
Also, fuck him.
So, yeah. So, like, I'll let you take over on this, Sly.
Well,
even though
if I'm going to be honest,
elephant out of the room.
If I'm going to be honest, your take is probably going to be more of a hot take. Like, it's probably going to be less hot take than me. I have a more hot take about this. So, obviously, I talked about this back last year with, Psy, and I basically said it's Doug, it just exists, like the original Doug. If I'm going to be honest, it's going to piss people off. It's literally the same show. It's the same exact thing that was going on Nickelodeon. Like, why are you guys complaining? Like, this is an example of a show where they actually kept true to the original, but they kept too true to the original. And guess what?
They didn't.
I'm going to put it in the same exact tier that I put it on Nickelodeon. I'm putting it in the C tier, because it's fucking Doug. Who cares? He just exists. Like,
he exists. He's not hurting. He's not hurting anybody.
Like, he's just there. Like,
which is funny because isn't that kind of the whole thing with his character? Like, he's just normal.
Yes, that's the whole point of the. It's another slice of life show. So, right. But that proves my point. It just, even though it was the first Nicktoon, and that's why people were pissed, because it was the first Nickelodeon like animated show, and then it got over to Disney. That
pissed. Like a territorial thing.
Yeah, it's the same fucking show, guys. It's literally the same show. Like, don't get your pants in a bunch. I swear to God, like, this is... Wow, I really said that, but you get my point. It's the same fucking show. Stop complaining.
Don't complain. All right. We're getting into. We've gone through a lot of the stuff that I've had like strong opinions of. Not all of them, but some of the stuff we are like saving or that I want to save.
Yep.
For like later, because I do want to end with the more like stronger stuff.
Yep.
All right. Let's go with Kick Witowski.
F.
F. You show. Oh, you little show. I watched this. It was like, it was thrown at me, but it did not stick. I didn't care for it. It was really boring. I didn't care for the whole extreme sports stuff because this is like the fucking early 2010s. Extreme sports just aren't. It's not.
They
really
died
like
5 to 10 years before the show even came out.
It's not like a thing. The whole like Evel Knievel stuff. Well, Evel Knievel was like the 70s, but like still, the whole extreme sports stuff. I like. It makes no sense why this exists because this is the late 2010 or the early 2010s. Sorry, the extreme sports craze died in like
it died in 2000. Okay, well, it kind of had a revival in late 90s and early 2000s, but it died in fucking 2005.
Yeah, like the mid 2000s. It was long dead. This is like Disney's. This is almost like Disney's Rocket Power. Like Disney's version of Rocket Power.
Actually,
not as bad because it's not as like obnoxious with it, but it still is like it still screams corporate executives trying to be cool. Especially with its like intro and this like the whole vibe, like it screams that, and it's just corporate garbage, basically. Put this in an F tier. Everything you don't want a cartoon to become.
So,
not that it's terrible,
oh my God.
but
sorry, you're already over time. Yeah. Sorry, it's just
I'm over time. I apologize. Moving on.
So,
your take.
This is basically them trying to copy Johnny Test. Mic drop.
I never thought of that before, but now that I think about it, you're not really wrong.
I'm not wrong. They tried to make this guy like an extreme cool kid, and it's all like in flash animation, and they go into a bunch of hijinks. Like,
is this better than Johnny Test though? I would say yes. Honestly,
nah, I'd say this is worse.
I would rather watch this than Johnny Test, to be fair.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Because
I would go that far.
Nah, dude, this animation sucks in this. Like, this show, I think, has way worse animation. Because at least with Johnny Test, its first season kind of looked like they tried to make it, like, traditionally animated. But then they kind of dropped the ball. They didn't even fucking try with this show. I can't even fucking defend this show. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. Like,
is this like awful? This is a different kind. Putting it at F may seem a bit extreme, but this is a different kind of F. This isn't an F in that the show is like awful. I hate it. It's offensive. Fuck this. It's a show that is just like you said, not even trying.
Yeah,
it doesn't. And if we're gonna see these like grades as like a test grade, if you don't try to test, then you're gonna fail. And they failed the test because
this isn't the well. I don't rank things as the education system. I rank it as if like B and C is average. It just depends on what you like. D tier is bad, and then F is awful. It's just a different type of awful. It's just they don't even fucking try.
Yeah. This isn't like a passionate, like egregious, offensive awful. This is the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah, it's
This
just that
is-
they didn't even try awful. And that's why I put an
So
F tier,
it-
because it's stupid.
Why? Yeah, why it's an F tier? Not even trying. All right, moving on. That was my third. Yeah, so my last one.
Wait, you said Doug,
Bonkers.
Bonkers, and...
Bonkers, Doug, and Kick Patowski.
Okay, you got one more.
All right, we'll try and end this on pot. We'll try and end. I want to try and end my rounds on at least a somewhat positive note because we've been going through a lot of like negatives.
Oh, it's gonna
Let's go
just
back-
ramp up now.
Let's go back to the '90s again. Let's go back to the '90s. Recess.
Yes! Fuck yes.
Fucking. This will be my first S tier.
Yes! Based. That's
This-
S tier.
This will be my first S tier. This is, in my opinion, the best '90s Disney cartoon. This is the best Disney cartoon
Yes.
from the. This is better than DuckTales. Ooh. This is better than fucking like Darkwing Duck. Better than fucking. Well, definitely better than Bonkers. Definitely better than fucking.
Or
What else?
Tailspin. It's better than the
Tailspin.
stupid 101 Dalmatians, so which we'll get to later. Like it's
I
the
actually-
best
I did not know.
one.
This is the best one. This is just such a great show to watch. Just about. It's just it's like a slice of life thing, but it makes like the average life.
It's
in
basically.
elementary
I've
school.
always made the comparison that it's basically just Disney's version of Hey Arnold, but like with a different twist.
Yeah, this is basically it makes like the average life of being in elementary school exciting.
Mhm.
It has that good mix of like having slice of life, relatable struggles that you deal with growing up,
The soup never lies.
and just adding enough excitement to it where like if that's not your thing, or that it's not too close to real life to how because like let's face it, school's fucking boring.
Yep.
Even like to the end, like every kid relates to recess being the best part of the day, where you get with all your friends and you get to take a break. It takes like something that every kid can relate to, that even as an adult you can kind of relate to, and it makes it work so well. It has so many like unique fucking characters, not just the main cast, but even lots of other side characters that are just like that I still remember.
Yeah, like the fucking
obviously-
hustler kid. Like he's
Hustler
he's
kid,
he's selling
okay.
drugs. Literal fuck. He
Hey.
has a fucking
No,
trench coat. And he's
no.
selling fucking drugs to like elementary school.
He's 11. He's 11 years old, and he's like selling drugs. And this character's like Randy. Randall, not Randy. Sorry, there's Randall. He's King Bob.
Yeah.
The Diggers. The fucking kindergartners who are basically like a caveman tribe, like, and not just the adult characters
Yeah.
as well,
But
like the teachers, even their parents
Yeah.
to a lesser.
you are getting a little bit again, but
I'm singing. I'm singing too much. This is an 8. This is my first S tier.
yeah, I'm putting this shit straight up an S tier. Because like I said, it's basically if Disney Channel did Hey Arnold, like their version of Hey Arnold, but did it in a much more like took it like basically had fun with it essentially. Whereas Hey Arnold was a bit more like admittedly kind of
took itself-
depressing. Like it did more serious topics. This is basically if it was more optimistic and
Yeah.
just had
It's
fun
meant
with
to
it.
it's meant to capture the like childlike kind of I wouldn't say like naivete, but just that optimism you have as a child where life
Mhm.
seems way more exciting than where life seems a lot more exciting, and I think that's why I enjoy it.
Also, I think TJ and Spinelli in particular are really great because they're basically socialist revolutionaries when you think about it.
Yeah.
And I love
they're
that.
fucking-
Yeah, and yeah, of course TJ's great, Gus is great, which is funny because he actually didn't appear in the first episode. People forget about that.
Gus was he was like just like, oh, it's a new kid episode. But
Yeah,
then
yeah,
they,
yeah.
like,
It was like a new kid episode.
I assumed that was intentional.
Yeah, to
Like
show
that was intentional.
Mhm.
Which is kind of clever. Which I like that. That's kind of clever.
Yeah, and even Gretchen and Mikey, like, yes, they have the stereotypical nerd and big kid thing, but like they aren't just the nerd and the big kid. They actually flesh them out to where they still can relate to them. And even Vincent.
They kind of, and he's like the typical like sporty kid, but they kind of take those archetypes and they kind of deconstruct them in a way.
Exactly.
They give them more, and they do that with a lot of like typical like schoolyard or like I don't want to say high school, but like like childlike kid character archetypes, and they love to deconstruct that.
Mm-hmm.
The same goes for like teacher archetypes and parent. Like they love to deconstruct characters and add depth.
Why Principal Prickly, sir? What a surprise!
What a surprise!
But in all seriousness, though, this is easily one of my favorite Disney Channel shows.
His last name is literally Prick.
Yeah,
he's a prick. His name is Prickly.
Also, yeah, let's not forget about King Bob, the king of the playground. And honestly, I'd say my favorite episode is whenever King Bob basically takes it like a few days off because he's sick, and Gus takes his place, and he basically becomes a monarch, like a tyrant. And I fucking love that episode. Like, easily one of the best episodes to air in the late 90s. Like, I fucking love that shit. And remember this: the soup never lies.
Soup never lies.
So, but yeah, no, S tier for sure. I fucking love this. Go watch it. Like, it's one of the best shows of the late 90s and early 2000s for damn sure. And also, the first movie was pretty good. Recess School's Out. Fucking love that.
Yeah, Recess. I watched that a lot. That actually introduced me to Recess, because again, this was way before my generation.
Yeah.
Introduced me to Recess. And I'm glad I did, because that's a solid movie.
So yeah, no, go check out Recess.
Yeah, my first S tier. I'm glad that I could end this on my my third round?
Yes.
I'm glad I could end my third round on a very positive note, since I did mostly like bad to boring.
Oh, we forgot about the Ashleys.
Yeah, I mentioned the Ashleys, which is it's meant to be like a parody of like the Heathers,
Yeah.
And how Spinelli technically kind of is an Ashley.
Yeah, she is an Ashley, but
because
yeah, they made a whole episode about that, but that's a whole other whatever. Yeah. All right, my turn. So
your round.
You know what? I'm gonna continue on this positivity streak. At least for myself, because quite frankly, I want to talk about a show that does not get a lot of love, and I feel like it should, because it's probably one of the more ironically unique shows, at least for Disney Channel standards. And I used to think this was a Cartoon Network show, but no, this was on Disney Channel. And you had a very difficult time saying the name of the show. So
I have a difficult time saying a lot of names.
So let's pay our respects to people who actually remember the show, known as Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
Superhero Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go was a show in the
Super Robot Team Hungry.
Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. Come on.
Which one is it? I can't.
It's the one with the anime kid with the monkeys. But anyways, while you try to find that, this is a show that aired in the mid-2000s under the Disney Channel, well, Toon Disney's Jetix line of shows. It was basically like a block on Toon Disney before that became Disney XD. And it follows, well, this hero, yeah, his name is Hero, and he basically found this, like, ancient statue that held these robot, like, cyborg monkeys, and they had to defend their home planet from a guy called Skeleton King, which, by the way, he's voiced by Mark Hamill. And
Mark Hamill.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job. And you know what? At first, I used to not give a shit about this show because I thought it looked kind of odd. But as I've grown older and considering my style of shows, I'm going to put this in A tier. It is admittedly one of those shows, just like a lot of shows in the mid 2000s, that has a very, very, very heavy anime influence. Like how it even down to like how they actually animate the characters. Like it's one of those shows that honestly kind of actually emulates anime, like the anime art style, at least at a first glance, in a very almost convincing way. Like I'm being like, it's kind of like Avatar: The Last Airbender in that sense, where it you can tell that they did their homework, and I think it paid off. And it is admittedly very similar to other shows like Power Rangers or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's kind of like in that same vein, but it's able to differentiate itself from that stuff just enough to where I can recommend it. So if you want like mid 2000s anime influence shows, there you fucking go. And it's another one of those shows that it's like the teenage hero trope, which I know it's a trope, but I like that trope. So
gotta save the world and get to school on time.
mm-hmm.
That's what I like to call. I like to call it that: the save the world and get to school on time story.
Yeah.
Super Robot Team Hyperforce Go.
Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. You keep fucking it up. Also,
Super
I don't
Robot-
care if that's I don't care if it's a long name. I love long names. I mean, just look at Fall Out Boy. I'm a Fall Out Boy fan, and I'm a My Life as a Teenage Robot fan. So there you fucking go.
I put this in did not watch because I didn't even know this existed until you brought it up.
Okay,
like, sometime
fair
later.
enough. I actually
I didn't
remember it whenever it came out. I just thought it was on Cartoon Network because it looks like a Cartoon Network show, but no, the Sun.
Cartoon Network more so experimented with like trying out anime influenced stuff.
Yeah, like Samurai Jack and a couple of other shows that I can't think of right now. But yeah, no, like I recommend it. It's not for everyone, but all right. So
All right.
let's.
Are we gonna keep the positivity? We're gonna keep the positivity train going, or are we gonna
No. Let's talk
We're gonna
about
crash?
what you should not do with your teenage hero types of shows. I don't know if you know of this show, but like this makes me sad with the people who were actually a part of the show. Randy Cunningham, Ninth Grade Ninja.
Randy Cunningham and
This
Ninja.
is the prime example of
Made-
how not to do a show like this.
made with the help of
Yeah,
Yon-
let me say his name. So,
yeah.
if you guys know Jonan Vasquez of Invader Zim fame helped with the designs of the show. He didn't actually direct it himself. He actually helped just with like the character design.
He was like the art. He's the art director.
I am so sorry he had to get involved with this really stupid show because this is the example of a show that is a D tier. It isn't.
Sorry, Yonan Vasquez.
Yeah, sorry, Jonan, but unfortunately, the type of project that you were a part of is Wait, where's my not good cam?
Not good, Cam.
Hold on, where's it? Ah, damn it, hold on.
It's not
What a-
good.
There you
What
go.
silly-
Not good.
What
Just not good.
what a-
But yeah,
what a title,
no.
what's up?
Yeah, it's a dumb name. That's another thing. Randy Cunningham, Ninth Grade Ninja. That's a really dumb name.
It sounds like a book, like a graphic novel you see at the library in school, and you're like, "Wow, that looks dumb."
It is dumb. And
Really con-
also the premise itself is just really stupid because it's like for hundreds of years this this mysterious ninja defended this whatever, I forgot the name of it, called high school, and where every 4 years a new ninja is selected to be the high school ninja. It's like,
like what?
first of all, ninja only
Thousands.
like,
Thousands of years?
I'm not kidding. They said like verbatim, like for like 400 or 500 years, this high school ninja was defending this high school, and
400.
every 4 years they elect a new ninja.
A 400-year-old high school.
even though it looks like it's in 2010.
I'm assuming this is set in like the U.S. too. So
Yeah,
it's
like
Western. So it's like, again, we're probably like getting too like nerdy, like, oh, this is not realistic. But it's like,
yeah, but this is an
modern
example of something that's not realistic and it's fucking stupid. So there could be some things that
Modern-
aren't realistic that are cool, like with fucking like the first 2 seasons of Star or with Kim Possible, but this is fucking stupid. Cause
there needs to be some, if you're gonna set it in a real universe, if you're gonna set it in like a modern day setting, even if you're gonna go crazy with your ideas, you need some. You
need some grounded base of reality.
You need to abide by the rules to some extent. Obviously, don't be afraid to break rules, but don't break all the rules.
Yeah, no, this is also. Oh yeah, that actually brings up another good point. This is an example of a show that has no rules. It's like The Fountain. It has no rules.
No rules. Fountain. No rules.
That's what the movie The Fountain is. It literally is like, it makes no fucking sense. Which I know that's the point, but like it's fucking stupid. And in this case, it's stupid. So it also doesn't help that the main villain is like generic evil bad guy just for the sake of being generic and evil, because he just wants to expose the identity of the 9th grade ninja. It's
what
like,
if he exposed his own identity? That would be a nice twist.
so yeah,
I am,
no.
but I still protect you.
Don't watch this show. Come on. Like,
D tier. Not insufferably bad, but like, don't watch it. Like, D tier.
yeah, this is the prime example of when that type of trope is not good. Or take it away, Fantano. Shit.
It's not good.
Thank you.
Shit.
Thank you.
Fantano.
Thank you. You didn't see it because of the way that I set it up. Also, Knight Rider 1987. Welcome to the stream. So, and yes, the show sucks.
Yeah.
So,
Sucks. Stinky.
all right.
Really. All right.
Next show. Should I continue? Like, should I continue? Actually, no. Fuck it. I'm going to continue the bad streak. Speaking of really bad shows from the early 2010s, and this is going to piss off Kai. Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures.
Is it the Kai that I know?
No.
Or is this like
the Kai that I know?
Okay, because I know a different
Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures.
Ghostly Adventures.
I'm gonna put this shit. I'm gonna put this shit in F. Think the 2018 Mega Man show on Cartoon Network, but like,
but with Pac-Man,
and just unbearable. It's dumb. It's stupid.
It's stupid. It's Pac-Man. Like,
it's fucking Well, it's not even just the fact that it's Pac-Man. It's that they have to do like a bunch of weird creative liberties off a property that wasn't known for having shit like this.
It's Pac-Man. It's a game from the early 1980s, dude. Like, not disrespecting Pac-Man. Like, Pac-Man's fun, but like,
how do you make a show off of a maze and ghosts?
Maze, you don't. You end up having to create a whole separate universe that is so different that you wonder, like, why the fuck is this even like a Pac-Man thing? And I'll tell you why it's even a Pac-Man thing. Because of money.
Yeah, money.
They wanted to do something. They had a franchise lying around. Like, let's just fucking do something with it.
And keep in mind, this was around the time when like 80s nostalgia was starting to like ramp up.
This is when it was starting to pop. So they kind of had a little forethought. They're like, well, let's get some 80s nostalgia. People like fucking Pac-Man, but like no one remembers Pac-Man for anything other than just being in one game.
But there was the whole Pac-Man World Trilogy where they actually established a story, and they even made it to where this guy's related to that version of Pac-Man, and like...
Dude, I don't normally say this, but fucking get a life. Like, you're really gonna die on that hill, like, defend the Pac-Man lore? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, seriously, I know I don't normally say this because I'm not living. I don't got much going on either. But like, like, Oh my god, dude. You're really gonna die on that hill? Who fucking cares about the Pac-Man universe? Like, who fucking cares? It's Pac-Man. It's like trying to make a franchise off of like Truck Simulator or like Bomberman. It's like, what do you do with? It's like trying to make a TV series about Wii Sports. Like who cares? It's just a fun game. Let it be a fun game. Hot damn! What the fuck? Who cares? This show sucks.
So what tier are you putting this in?
Putting this in F tier, it sucks. It's a dumb idea. It's corporate greed. It's annoying to watch. It was fucking everywhere at the time. They kept trying to shove this in your face, and I fucking hated it. Fuck this. It's an F tier.
Oh my god.
Just dumb.
Oh my god, you had your Uncle Grandpa rant moment. I love that.
Did you? Who had the Uncle Grandpa rant? You? Or is it
Zombie
someone
Dylan,
else?
my friend, Zombie Slayer Dylan.
A zombie like hates
He
Uncle
hates
Grandpa.
Uncle Grandpa. He went on a full tirade 2 years ago with our chalk cartoon.
I hate it too. I wish I could have been there to be with him because I would have been there too. I would have been there.
Thank you
I
for
would've
that. I
acted
fucking
it.
love that.
Fuck that. Fuck this. Anyway, any final thoughts? Final thoughts on Pac-Man?
Oh my
Go
god,
see it.
okay.
What about the?
No,
what
this show
about the
fucking sucks. Okay, anyways. Yes,
that's kind
no,
of like-
yes, Knight Rider, this show fucking sucks. It's F tier. I don't know why they were pushing this so fucking hard on Disney XD.
I guess they thought I guess because whoever Namco was probably giving them a lot of funds or something. I don't know.
Oh fuck. This show sucks. Don't watch it.
Don't watch it. Don't watch. Moving on.
Which, okay, I'm gonna say one more thing. Granted, this is something more involved, which this is just something a me thing. This isn't like specifically just because of the show. I can't believe that for fucking years there was like this is just me thing. There was like a Sly Cooper show that was teased for years. For years.
Yeah.
Like, since
And-
2014, they teased a movie, then they teased the show, and it never aired. But then
I
immediately
remember the
some
movie. I
bullshit
remember
like
the
this
trailer.
gets popping, like fucking Pac-Man gets popped up.
I think I remember a teaser trailer for like the Sly movie.
But that's a whole other discussion. I'm just pointing out, this is just me
But when they
being salty, admittedly, but fuck this show. Like, it's sad we get shows like this, and not like, something that actually
Shows-
deserves to get
not-
recognition.
Yeah,
But,
and not shows from games that actually like you could tell a story with.
But whatever, that's just me being salty, and that's me being a sad human being. Anyways, last show.
Last show in your round.
Okay, let's go with something that's like not fucking awful. You know what? Let's go with Phil the Future.
I've had my fill of the future.
Well, you know what? I don't know if you've seen this. Have you?
No.
This is another example of a show where it's
Is this
actually-
Phil and he's from
yeah,
Is
basically the
Phil-
whole point is that Phil and his family are from the 22nd century, and they go back in time to like the early to mid 2000s, but their time machine broke, and so they're basically forced to stay in the 2000s.
Oof.
But it's actually a pretty lighthearted story.
That's gonna mess up the space time. Space and time.
Well, it doesn't help because they ended up, during one of their trips, they ended up taking a caveman with them, and that's a whole plot
is that?
line. And they pretty much try to teach him how to be able to become like more human or whatever.
I thought their time machine broke though.
Huh?
I thought their time machine broke though.
Well, this was before it broke. It just snuck on one of their trips. But,
okay.
But yeah, no.
It's like a
but
it's like a pet character. I know it sounds fucked up, but like he's like a pet character.
They don't treat him like a pet, or at least like.
I know they don't treat him as such. But like this is like.
But you get my. But you know what? Like Lizzie McGuire, it's from a time. It was from a time when they actually tried doing stuff with their shows. And honestly, this might sound like a weird comparison at first, but hear me out. This show is really not that different from Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, in the sense that, like, it was one of those shows where it's like, it was a comedy show, and, like, it wasn't, like, a sitcom per se, but it was, like, more of a live-action comedy show, where, like, weird shenanigans happen. And that's essentially what the show is. And you know what? I respect that. It's not as good as Ned's Classified, but I think it's good enough to warrant an A tier. So,
wow.
So if you like those types of shows, like, you know, Ned's Declassified, or hell, I'll even bring up Big Time Rush, because they did a similar thing there. There you go. It's not as good, but it's cool.
I like the premise. I like the idea of people from like a distant, not the 22nd century, the far future, having to sort of adjust and like to a lesser time.
Yeah, but they also have to hide the fact that they are from the 22nd century. Otherwise, yeah.
I wouldn't say lesser time. Well, I guess from their perspective, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to write that, I would make it so like it's a family from like our time would have to go back to say like the 70s or something. Like I would go back to like a more like I'd have it be so like it's a bit more relatable. So like as people constantly wonder like what would I be like if I was born in this time period? So it could kind of play on that like thought that people have. And just like
and you had to ruin my moment. Had to ruin my positivity about Phil of the future.
Why? What did I do?
You had to say, "Oh, if I wouldn't do anything." What? Okay, I'm just doing a joke.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, if I said I like the idea, I'm saying something positive. There'd be some really cool plots, though. If like they had to hide information that is common knowledge now, but wasn't at the time, and like they could prevent a disaster, but they know they can't because that would fuck up the timeline.
Yeah,
and they would possibly like cease to exist.
Mm-hmm.
But there's like the consequences of like, but we could save so many lives. Like, think about more than just us.
Mm-hmm.
But that's far too deep for a fucking Disney show.
Yeah. Also, that's getting way off topic. But what's your shows?
Yeah, we're getting. Okay, round 4. Let's start with. You mentioned the first 101 Dalmatians cartoon. So I'll let you talk about this because I did not know about this until today. Until just now when I saw it on the tier list. So this is going in the
you're choosing for me, rude.
I'm choosing for you. I want to get to like the good stuff though, like
you're a very bad man.
I want to get to the good stuff first, like last. So like we can end this on like a huge.
I'm
note.
already ending this on a positive note. You already know that, so.
I know that, but like.
Also, here's the thing: if we end up like going a little bit farther, I might have to rush through shit. So. But anyways, fine. Here you go. The 1997 101 Dalmatians show. So, and yes, as that moniker applies, that does mean that this came after the live-action 101 Dalmatians show that came out in 1996. So they were just trying to do some kind of like a follow-up show to that. But
They really wanted to revive 101 Dalmatians.
okay, to be fair, it was a good movie. Like the original, like animated movie, it's a pretty good
Yeah,
film. It's
Like, it's a good movie. It's one of the better ones from like the classic Disney era.
yeah,
Like
and like that's the thing is that like it was the whole idea of being able to just sort of find what really means, like what family really means to you. That was the whole message of that film, and
Yeah.
it's a pretty cool message. It just sucks that like they remade that movie like 3.5 decades later and kind of not really made it all that good, and then they followed it up with honestly one of the worst of the 90s animated like Disney cartoons. Like, this was really bad. Like,
this doesn't look that bad. It's like cute little puppies, man.
oh, you do not know how many creative like changes they did with this. So, first, here's your first problem. Where's 101 Dalmatians set?
England.
No, not England. Are you crazy? We're in the rural Midwest in somewhere around like Minnesota.
What? What?
Also, there's not 101 Dalmatians. There's about 49 or 50. And despite the fact that Cruella de Vil, basically was about to just, kill a bunch of puppies just to make a fur coat, and despite the fact that, like, she wasn't able to get her way, she just so happened to be in the same area that Roger would move in this Midwest area.
Damn, he immigrated, dude.
Yeah, not only he immigrated, but Cruella de Vil also immigrated. And guess what? She's not like this sort of maniacal, like almost kind of schemy type of, greedy, businesswoman like she was in the original. No. She basically already got her wealth. And she's living a ravish lifestyle not too far away from where Roger is.
In Midwestern America, I feel like this kind of place will be beneath her. Or like she would see
Immigration.
it as beneath her.
Immigration.
Yeah, well, if she was like a rich, fashion mogul from the UK, she was gonna move to the United States, she would move to like New York or Los Angeles.
No. Rural Midwest US is fine enough.
She would go someplace where there is like a fashion industry and that has like and that would suit her high class needs or desires. Like that's fucking look. I'm looking at pictures of this. This looks like fucking ass.
Yeah, you're starting to see the problem with this show. It's F tier. It's F tier. Actually,
Aw.
you know what? As a matter of fact, I'm not just putting this in F tier. I'm putting this in cringecore. It's dog shit. Pun intended. It's bad. It's awful. Even for late 90s cartoon standards, it's bad. This came out the same year as Recess, by the way.
Oh,
so
this looks so bad, dude.
Yeah, it came out that same year as Recess.
Why is there only 3 of them that I see? I only see like
because they're the main
characters.
Because they're the main characters. It's Lucky and then 2 other characters. Lucky's like a popular 101 Dalmatian thing. I don't want to get into that, but yeah, no.
What the fuck is this?
It's awful. Don't watch this.
What the fuck?
And it doesn't help that it does not stay true to the original source material, by the way.
No, you should have just made your own thing.
It's awful. Don't watch it.
It looks cheap. It looks fucking cheap, even by 90s standards. This looks fucking cheap.
Yeah, this came out in the late 90s. Like, I would have probably excused this if this came out in the early 90s. But no. We already had shows like Doug, Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, Hey Arnold, Recess, Darkwing Duck, fucking DuckTales, woo, fucking, what else? Johnny Bravo also came out that same year. Shit, what else?
Art style was so silly.
Like, there were so, like, Animaniacs! There's no excuse for why this show looks like this.
This looks
No
oh my
excuse.
god. I don't care if I didn't watch this. I think I'm just gonna put it in F tier just by what I've heard.
Exactly.
Just gonna put this
And
in F tier. I don't
it's
think I need to watch
a butchering of the original source material. Like,
And also, I have way too much stuff and did not watch. So like, I need to fucking like, I need to like even out the list before people start calling me a fake fan.
so yeah, no, don't watch this. It's terrible. Even by late 90s standards. Well, especially by late 90s standards. So
There's no excuse.
yeah, no. Once you come out on this, once you come up with something like this in the same year as Johnny Bravo and Recess, two of the best animated shows of that time period, there's no fucking excuse.
There's no excuse.
So
I sure picked a good first one, Jesus. All right. Let's stay on the. Well, I guess if we're going to be fair, let's talk about the new 101 Dalmatian Street.
yes. So now this one's an interesting case because I got a little secret for you. This didn't originally air in the United States. This actually aired in the this initially aired in the UK, and it wasn't until like literally last year where they finally aired it in the US.
Interesting. So this is like in UK Disney
Yes.
or Disney.
Yeah,
UK?
this is Channel UK. This is where this came from. And you know what? I'm gonna put this A tier. This is surprisingly a much better
good
adaptation and actually stays somewhat true to the original source material. They're in the UK again. Like, they're back in the UK.
they're in the
They
UK.
have exclusively British actors for this show. Like, UK, like, English and Welsh actors. And they sort of allude to the idea that they are related to Pongo and Perdita to some extent. But it follows the main two leads right here.
It's
And
like-
what?
Yeah, it's mostly implied that it's like they're like descendants.
Yes.
Not as which is I think is a good decision. So because you don't have to be like, you don't have to be tied down to the movie as much. You can do your own thing, and you have like a legit reason to like kind of wave it off. It's a good hand wave, basically.
Yeah, and so yeah, no, Dolly and Dylan, which are the main two Dalmatians in the front cover, like, admittedly, yes, like, you know, Dolly kind of being like the cool punk girl, which yes, that might sound like it's cringe at first, and usually that would be stupid, but in this case, it actually works for a character, which is a very, 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 very rare thing to do.
She's just a lot of fun.
She's fun.
A lot of fun. She's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, and then Dylan basically acts as like the straight man of the thing. Like,
straight
so,
from Marco to her star. Except they're siblings, so don't you dare. Anyway. Yeah, so don't you fucking dare.
yeah,
Art, don't you fucking dare.
yeah, they're literally siblings, so don't even.
They're brother and sister, so don't fucking. Yeah, please don't. For my sake.
But-
You wouldn't want to make me cry, would you?
But in all seriousness, though, in terms of being like kind of one of those like tie-ins to like older movies, this is probably one of the best adaptations for sure. Like,
One of the best. In the same vein as, you know, the Tangled tie.
actually, I prefer this over the Tangled one, personally. So
I would say so too, because it fits my vibe more. And I'm not saying that because like, oh, Tangled, stupid princess stuff. Just saying like this fits my vibe more.
Mhm.
This is something that's just more appealing to me.
But yeah, good comeback.
There we go. We would. I feel like that it's only natural.
Yeah, you balanced the force. You brought balance to the force.
We brought back I brought back balance to the force. Now, let's get into.
What?
Oh boy,
What?
let's get into. You were probably dreading this, but we'll get it out of the way. Brandy and Mr. Whiskers.
F. Actually, you know what? This is another example of a show I'm putting in cringecore.
Yeah, Abomination. Abomination.
I always hated this show, even when it came out.
Even when I was a kid, I thought this was weird. I thought this was gross. I hate Mr. Whiskers' design. It's fucking gross. Don't give if you want to have animal characters, if you want them to be appealing, don't give them a gross 5 o'clock shadow. Please. I know in real life some dudes can make a 5 o'clock shadow work, but this isn't real life. He's a rabbit. Don't give fucking... Unless you want them to be sleazy, don't fucking give your characters a 5 o'clock shadow. Don't make them look like a fucking alcoholic.
Well, it's not only that, but he's also another character who just doesn't shut the fuck up.
He's annoying. He's gross. He's obnoxious. That means the same thing as annoying, but...
Well, it doesn't fucking help that, like, Brandy is also fucking annoying, too. Like...
Really bratty.
Yeah, a bratty fucking bitch. Like...
And I know that's the point, but there's no, like... There's nothing to redeem her. Like, there's nothing to make you...
It's also just not enjoyable to watch. Because, like...
No. And there's other characters too. There's a snake, I think, but I can't...
Who cares? The show sucks. It's literally, like, the worst... It's the worst show from that decade. Which, by the way, I think we actually covered all the worst shows, like, all the worst animated shows from each respective decade we're talking about.
Because
Resistance was the worst of the 2010s. 101 Dalmatians was the worst of the 90s. This is the worst of the 2000s.
You covered all. Okay, we can only punch up from here. We may not be able to punch. We might not be able to go like way up, but at least we're punching a little. We're getting it. We're punching up a little bit more. We're getting a raise, even if it's by like $1. Actually, $1 raise is really good, but you get what I mean.
Whatever. Don't watch this. It's awful.
Don't watch this.
Even as a kid, I hated this show, and I still hate it. As a matter of fact, I probably hate it more than I did back then. It's not worth your time.
Yeah, not worth your time. Don't give it the pleasure. Don't give it the pleasure. And for you people who, and I still go on DeviantArt because I hate myself.
You don't have to point out that bullshit. Just ignore it and move on.
For you people, I know you exist, and you're...
Yeah, well, actually, I do need to address the elephant in the room as well, because I did mention That's So Raven. I'm just gonna get past this show now, out of the way. Again, if he wasn't in this show, I would put That's So Raven in A tier, but because unfortunately he is, cringecore, just out of principle. Which sucks, because That's So Raven was one of the better shows, one of the better sitcoms. But yeah. So, and if anyone gets fucking mad at me, then I'm you're just gonna get fucking blocked. So, because I have a no groomer policy. Because I say this every fucking time. I say this every fucking time whenever there's a topic that like this that gets brought up. We brought it up in the Modern Bands tier list, the Cartoon Network tier list, the Nickelodeon tier list, the New Metal tier list, and hell, I even loosely talked about it in our FNAF character tier list. And the February tier list. I am not someone who fucking supports that shit. Which is why I put shit like that at the very bottom, because I don't want anyone's money getting put, or anyone, like any money getting put towards shit like that. So, even if it was good, which to be fair, again, if that wasn't the case, I would put that shit higher, but because of that, I don't want to feel like I'm supporting something that is tied to someone who's literally, like, who did fucked up shit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, and if anyone declares cancel culture on me, I'm fucking blocking you. Because it's like, fuck that. Anyways, let's move on. Because I don't want to think about that. So, I'm sorry that I broke the news to you.
It's okay. Had to be done.
So, and that I also kind of forgot about that. 'Cause, again, fucking stupid. Anyways, so let's go with something actually somewhat good that I know doesn't have a controversy tied to it.
Good. Something good.
Did you know that there's 104 days in summer vacation?
And school comes up. Did you know that school comes along just to end that?
I know, and it sucks.
So, I feel
So yeah, it's Phineas and Ferb.
I feel that the annual problem for our generation in particular is finding a good way to spend it.
Like, maybe?
Maybe building a rocket, fighting a
Okay, let's not pull this joke over. We're talking about Phineas and Ferb.
Phineas and Ferb, let's fucking go. S tier. S.
This is...
If I can place it.
Yeah, the high tier.
This is the high tier. This is the S tier.
Do you want to explain?
I'll go. Phineas and Ferb made me like. I remember being surprised. This was a breath of fresh air because this is when Disney Channel was getting really like comfortable with live action sitcoms.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where me, a kid growing up with all that, didn't even realize that there were cartoons on Disney. Like, I thought Disney XD was like a completely different thing, but no, Disney is more like these live action stuff is more so like should be the exception. So this was a breath of fresh air for me personally, and I feel like it was for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
This, I think, if I will say this, and I don't think anyone will think I'm wrong in saying this, but if we didn't have Phineas and Ferb, then that would not give Disney that would not give them like the opportunity to let shows like Gravity Falls in, which wouldn't let things like Amphibia in and Owl House and the first half of Star Wars: The Forces of Evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Phineas and Ferb, I think, is what started the resurgence of animated cartoons on the Disney Channel, not specifically being shafted as some like second thought Disney XD thing, where they just all kinds of like failed projects.
Mm-hmm.
This is what told Disney you need to put some fucking time into your animated shows. This is what people like.
Time. All right. Yeah, I agree. I think that the show is really good, for the most part. However, I do have one specific gripe about Phineas and Ferb, though. And it's true. People are not going to agree with me, but it's true. It did air for just a little bit too long. Like, because...
You think it outstayed a little bit?
Yeah, it outstayed its welcome, at least in my opinion. Because originally, this show was basically, it, in a lot of ways, was kind of like Disney Channel's SpongeBob, where, it was highly regarded as being, like, one of the best, like, shows that they had. And it's for good reason, because it was a good show. And it had that, like, it was weird, because it had a lot of, like, dry humor to it, but, like, it had really, really good dry humor. And, of course, let's not forget the fact that the best part of the show, hands down, is, of course, Perry versus Doofenshmirtz. The best part of the show. Like...
That is... If the show was just Perry the Platypus and Doofenshmirtz, I wouldn't complain.
Yeah,
not that
Not to
Ferb
say that
stuff isn't
Phineas,
good,
Ferb, and Candace were bad. As a matter of fact, they were still pretty cool, and like even like a lot of the shenanigans that they got with was pretty good as well.
but holy shit, dude, like just play the platypus and Duke and Schmerz just absolutely just take it.
mhm.
They stole it. They took it, and rightfully so. They deserve that property.
But that being said, that while that
Which-
SpongeBob comparison can be made as a positive, the other side of that coin is the fact that this show did air for such a long time to where, admittedly, like the later seasons did kind of feel like they were starting to run out of ideas. And I'm just gonna admit this right now, and people are probably not gonna want to hear this, but like the last, I'd say 2 or 3 seasons just were not as good as those first several seasons. Because
a little bit weak, still pretty good, but
that being said, I am gonna put this in A tier. Cause
yeah, I will S tier. Maybe there's a little nostalgia being played here in my mind. I don't know, but I put this in S tier, not just because this is one of the best Disney shows in my opinion, objectively speaking. But I think, like I said when I started this, I think this is responsible for a lot of good that would come.
Mhm.
And like because of what it represents, I'm glad it exists. I love the show.
Yeah, it's
And
easily
even
one
if
of the best.
even if it was getting a little weak towards the end, and you can at least it recognized that, and kind of was like, okay, it's time to let go. And I respect shows that do that. Especially when you have a studio breathing down your neck, like, no, don't do that. Like, who probably are telling you, no, you can still keep it up for another 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mad respect when creators who at least at that hopefully like still have like rights to their own thing, like they haven't completely sold it.
Sorry, we are getting on this Phineas and Ferb thing. I kind of want to
respect. I'll finish up here. I have mad respect when they put their foot down and say, no, I'm going to fucking do what I think is best, what we think is best, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. Mad positive.
Mm-hmm.
Mad positive. Got now.
All right.
What's your You have 2 more.
Yes, and you know what? I do want to actually reserve those spots for both Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and Sweet Life on Deck. Now, that being said, I do actually have an elephant in the room that I don't actually know if you know about this. So
I hope it's not on the same. I hope it's not a huge elephant.
It's a similar situation, but it's not as fucked up.
I just get it over with.
You know Mr. Mosby, right?
Yeah, I love Mr. Mosby.
Yeah. It was Phil Lewis, right? Yes, Phil Lewis.
Phil Lewis.
He's not a fucking predator. He's not like any of that bullshit.
Okay.
But I don't know if you know this, but like a full decade and a half before he even was on Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, let's just say that he was extremely bad with alcohol. He was like an alcohol addict to the point where he's gotten in multiple car crashes, including one that did result in a fatality, and he was arrested for like manslaughter and driving while being intoxicated.
Do you express regret for that though? Because like
that I can't really say, but
I would hope so. I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt and kind of say that maybe like I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say like he had a problem and it did result in some pretty fucked up shit happening, but it seems like he was able to turn his life around from that and
you know,
But
he doesn't seem like that bad of a guy. So like, and you know, when
yeah,
you're
because I just want to give out the elephant of the rooms, considering that we didn't do that for Corey in the house.
yeah, and when you're an addict, you know, you're not really yourself. So like, I will give him the was it Michael Lewis?
Phil Lewis.
Phil Lewis, sorry. I'll give Phil Lewis the benefit of the doubt, and like I'll give him the second chance to change.
Mm-hmm.
So like I won't let that tarnish my opinion on the character he plays.
Okay, fair enough. Because again,
I'll
we
give him a
gotta fucking do this, because I forgot it with fucking Corey in the house. Even though I do it with every other fucking thing. I don't know why I forgot about that. But
Yeah, what? Okay, it's all right.
But anyways,
Like, Zach and Cody.
yeah, Zach and Cody. So, you know what? I'm gonna give this also the A tier.
A good A tier. A good A tier. Probably one of the best of like the sitcoms.
Yeah, because like with this, you know, obviously follows Dylan, or not Dylan. Well, Dylan's Zach, and then Cody, or who's Cole.
Zach.
So
Cole and Dylan Sprouse. Yeah, Zach and Cody. Their mom works as a performer at a luxury hotel. She's like a bar singer. She's like a nightclub singer, kind of.
yes.
And so she was, and I guess through some agreement, she was allowed to live at the hotel, and Zach and Cody live there in like one of the suites with them. So they live in a luxury hotel in Boston, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And their dad is somewhere there too. Their parents are divorced. Their dad's like a huge kind of like rock star, so he like travels a lot. But I think his parents are like divorced.
Yeah, they're divorced.
But he's like their dad still is like a somewhat reoccurring character, so that's kind of cool. Like portraying sort of like more divorced parents that still have a relatively positive relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember an episode of this was Sleep Up on Deck. I think I do remember because he was also in Sleep Up on Deck too.
Don't take too long, but
yeah. I think even in the Sleep Up on Deck, there was a plot that kind of had the possibility of them rekindling the relationship, but they kind of decided like no. But very fun characters, very enjoyable to watch, very charming.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, definitely A tier for me. In terms of like a lot of the mid 2000s sitcoms, honestly, if it weren't for him being a piece of shit and for the show director being a piece of shit, I would have compared this to basically being this version's like Disney Channel's version of Drake and Josh, because that's essentially what it kind of was.
Ours two brothers, you know, like
yeah, two brothers who just so happen to be in like a bunch of hijinks, and they go around like doing a bunch of stuff. Like it was essentially like that's the best comparison that I could make. And you know what? For what it was pretty effective, because at the end of the day, like, you know, they didn't really get annoying, or at least they didn't get too annoying. And hell, even Ashley Tisdale's character and Brenda Song's character as London, they kind of worked with each other as being like, you know, the teenagers working at the hotel, with London being out of touch but still, you know.
Yeah, London was like out of touch and pretty airheaded, but at the same time very like supportive and like cheerful.
Mm-hmm.
Like mostly that's just due to a product of like being from because you know her father owns the hotel.
Yeah, her father owns the hotel.
You never see him because he's always surrounded by bodyguards.
Yeah,
but whereas Maddie is more working class, like she's working there to support like I don't think herself, but like she has to work a job like to help support with finances, even though she's like, are they in high school? I thought they were like more college aged.
I thought the first few seasons were closer to high. No, they were high school. Because remember, London had to be on deck at the school.
Oh yeah. She had to. Okay.
So, which that leads us into the other thing is that like that did lead to the careers of both Brenda Song and Ashley Tisdale. So
what has Brenda Song done?
She was in the Quarry.
Oh. Cool. Like the game?
Yeah, the game.
Oh, that's really cool. Also, don't forget about like Esteban and Arwen.
Oh yeah.
Esteban. I loved Arwen. He was always trying to get with like their mom.
Yeah, it was.
And he was just like he was really funny, but also really like kind of sad because he's like still lives with his mom. He was like the maintenance. He was the maintenance guy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, that's Sweet Life on Zack and Cody. What about Sweet Life on Deck?
Live on Deck. I would say that's also kind of an A tier. I'd say that's like the last of the good Disney sitcoms, like the last of that era.
That's fair. I will say
Hey-o.
this though, I used to hate this show. Like, I used to really just despise it because I felt like it was inferior in terms of its writing and in terms of just the characters themselves, compared to Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. That being said, I have grown on it at least a little bit.
I think it's pretty charming. I really like this. I think it's really charming. I think it's a good like next step towards like these characters. Not, of course we had this and it paid a lot of respect to the original show. Like a lot of previous characters from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody would come back. Obviously Ashley Tisdale couldn't come back because like, her career launched, so she had other stuff, but she still came back for an episode, I believe.
Yes, and this started Debbie Ryan's career. So
She played I don't know which if it was Zach because I know Zach or Cody gets with a girl who is like from Texas or something.
but I'm gonna put this at like a mid B, because again, I just think it's not quite as good. But in terms of just the sitcoms of that time, I can agree with you that it was definitely, if not the last, at least one of the last of the good Disney Channel sitcoms. It was kind of their last ditch effort to make something that was tolerable.
Yeah, and I think they succeeded real well.
Mhm.
As far as spin-offs go, you could have done a hell of a lot worse.
Yes.
I think it was still like genuinely like funny. Not as good as Sweet Life as like the original, of course, but it was still a pretty nice follow-up. And you could tell they did have respect for like what came before.
Mm-hmm.
And that says a lot, at least. That says something.
Mm-hmm. So I am looking at the time, and I am thinking of doing like a bit of a speed round just so that we can like, get some of this crap out of the way. So
Good, well, not good, but like I don't mean to sound really, but I mean like there's lots of the stuff that I haven't personally seen, so you can get. I guess
you
can give
can
a speed round.
list all the shows that like the live action shows you've already seen, because I feel like.
All right, well, let's start with Zeke and Luther. I didn't like this.
Yeah.
This was not really good. This was cashing in on the whole like skater bra.
Yeah,
thing
the
that
whole
kinda
graffiti
happened.
punk bullshit that I keep mentioning in these types of
Graffiti
streams.
punk shit that was revived in like the early 2010s, kind of.
No, well, here, no. This was following up on it even after it died. So,
Oh,
yeah, no,
So-
this shit died off years after this show
it's
came out.
another Kick Witowski situation. So I would put this at D because like it's not like offensive enough that I would put it in an F.
Yeah,
It's just silly, but not the good kind of silly. It's just like this is boring. It's
yeah,
dumb.
I would put it in D tier because again,
It's not worth like getting angry about.
yeah, no, the whole like skateboard graffiti punk thing, like they tried doing that, but it's like, dude, you're already like 5 years after it was like, starting to
It's
already die out. 2009.
2012,
Yeah, 2009 and 10.
2009 and 10. Like, come on, dude.
Like, and this is probably the best example of a show where you can easily start seeing that like Disney was starting to get really out of touch.
This is when they were starting to evolve into corporate Disney.
Yes. Well,
Corporate
especially
Disney.
like for the shows at least.
Yeah, they were always corporate, obviously, but at least they were able to like.
They let the channel do their own thing, at least
Yeah,
for
they
like
were-
a few like a few decades, and then by the
Yeah.
late 2000s, they started to really sink their teeth into the
They
live
start-
action stuff. So,
All right, so Zeke and Luther. We'll move on from that. Bunked. I've never seen this, never heard of this, so
it's still
I'm
going on
assuming-
apparently.
I'm assuming this is like a summer camp thing or
Yeah,
something.
it's the summer camp show.
Okay, so pretty much you've seen it, you've heard it. I doubt there's anything unique about it.
This might be a weird comparison. Do you know about the show Salute Your Shorts?
No.
Okay, never
What?
mind. I can't make that comparison. But for those who have seen it and saw it on our Nickelodeon tier list, it's inferior. I don't know how.
What a title.
Yeah, Salute Your Shorts.
Salute your shorts.
So yeah, I'm just gonna put this in D tier. If you
D
like
tier.
it, that's fine, but no thanks.
Putting this in the I did not watch. Okay. Austin and Ally. Didn't watch.
D. This
I guess this is about two kids named Austin and Ally.
yes.
Wait, they're siblings, right? They're siblings, right? Aren't they like
That I don't remember, although what I do know is that it's more than just both of them, and it's
Mhm.
these two other characters. I don't even know what the premise is. There's no premise. It's one of those shows that has no premise.
but not in the good way. It's not like Seinfeld.
No, there's
Like, this is
literally no premise to the show. Like, there's a little bit of a thing where it's like it alludes that like they're kind of in some sort of a music program, but this isn't like Victorious where they make it super obvious. It's kind of in the background.
or even like Big Time, or not Big Time Rush, or even like Shake It Up.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those shows where it's like I guess it's music themed, but it's really not.
It exists.
Yeah, it does less than exist because these characters are really dumb. Hell, one of these characters changes their job every fucking day as their gimmick. It's fucking stupid. It's not funny. It's annoying, especially considering that this came out right after the Great Recession. So that gave a lot of people a bad taste in their mouth.
Yeah, like people who. Yeah. Okay. I guess. Moving on. I guess the last thing I'll pick of the I guess I'll pick Shake It Up. I seen Shake It Up.
F,
Didn't like it.
F.
Didn't like it. F tier. This is
Terrible.
not for me. This was just kind of like dumb and silly and stupid. It was trying to cash in on like fucking pop stars and shit like that.
Well, not only that, but also this is obviously where Zendaya and Bella Thorne got their like careers started. And
Ugh.
say what you want about them. I'm not going to say much. All I'm just going to say is for their first major thing, this just is awful.
This is sad.
It's
sad.
It reeks of corporate bullshit.
Painfully unfunny, and it's just basically everything I hate about modern music. It's like modern pop music.
Well, 2010s music now.
Yeah, 2010s. Yeah, I forget.
Like,
Sometimes I still think we're in 2010s. I apologize.
yeah, but that's the thing is that like unlike something like I don't know, Class of 3000, which took the idea of promoting music as an art form and going beyond even just what a simple animated show can. Well, I know it's an animated show, but like kind of in like
It's like teaching you about music. It doesn't just show you. It teaches you about music. It teaches you the history, the
Yes.
culture behind it.
Yes, unlike that, or hell, actually no, I'm not gonna make that comparison. But like, unlike something like that, it just uses that as a background, and it doesn't really go beyond that. It just becomes like an even worse version of a typical like cliche high school drama thing, where even
Bella
for a
Thorne and
dance-
Zendaya's characters, they're supposed to be best friends, but they don't act like it. They act like they fucking hate each other. And it's so goddamn distracting, because it's like, aren't you supposed to be best friends?
We're supposed to like each other. Why would I wouldn't like you if you were treating me like this? Why the fuck?
And it doesn't help that, like, the brother character is... He's not, like, you know, a charming, like, annoying... Like, he's not, like, you know, a charming, annoying kid. He's just annoying. And it's like...
No.
It's just one of those shows where it's honestly... It's kind of hard to watch.
I feel like it just it glorifies the commercialization of like music.
Yeah.
It's like I
and-
want to be a famous pop star in some shitty band. It's like it's just it doesn't treat music with respect.
Well,
And I hate
and the
that.
last thing I'll mention is the dance sequences. They
Ew.
are hard to watch.
Ew.
Like, and
Ew.
no, but here's the thing. It's not even like, you know, a dance sequence where like they were like choreographed good. They are extremely uncomfortable to watch. Like, not in like a sexual way, but like in like just a, this is really just awkward way.
This is
Like, it makes me
bad. I don't-
cringe internally inside.
I don't feel like anyone enjoyed these dances.
Yeah,
I think anyone
it's
enjoyed
awful.
dancing,
Don't watch it.
which kind of defeats the whole purpose of dancing.
Yeah,
Dancing's supposed to be fucking fun.
it's awful. Don't watch this show. It's terrible.
Fuck, shake it up. Fuck, shake it up, dude. All right. Now it's your turn. Are we still kind of speeding through?
Yeah, I'm gonna speed through all the live action shows just so that we can get the animated shows.
Yeah.
So, because I
Just
know you're
true,
more
'cause
familiar with that, and honestly, that's what I give a shit more about. So,
Yeah.
let me just
We just did
gather everything up. Although I am saving this one for fucking last because I have an extremely big elephant in the room about that one. And you,
Oh, boy. I think I might know what it is, but I could be wrong.
uh,
All right.
actually, hold on. Put that there. Yeah. Okay, well, these last three, I guess.
So really only no, there's more than 3 then.
Well,
It's
I'm
one,
talking about
two-
I'm saving 3 for like later, because
Oh, okay.
I've got some choice fucking words about a few of those.
7.
Um.
10.
Oh god. There's some of these I need to fucking talk about. Damn it.
I just saw one that I have some fucking words for as well. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god. The memories, the floodgates are coming back
All
and
right.
it's not
So let's start off with
I'll
like
let
the
you-
newer shows that honestly I just don't give a fuck about. So
good.
Coop and Camp. I
And
don't even know what this fucking. What's the full title called? Coop and Camp. Oh, Coop and Cammy Ask the World. Like that, yeah, Ask the World. That's
Ask the
totally a
World,
good
what?
idea.
I want to. But are they playing themselves or are they playing characters?
They're playing characters. Honestly, this is another example. This is an example of a show that kind of like what I've talked about on the Nickelodeon tier list, where it's just they use the whole it's digital. It's all about like what's the next big thing? The internet? Okay, let's do that, and it's dumb.
So it's like so it's like iCarly, but without anything that made iCarly. Like ignoring the elephant in the room with iCarly.
Yes,
It's iCarly without anything that made iCarly like funny and like interesting to watch, like fun to watch.
yeah. It basically reduces it to just we're making internet boardrooms so cool.
Internet boardroom.
Yeah,
The
you
worst part of
you
it-
were correct on making this a boardroom because I'm so fucking bored of
Yeah,
this.
board. That's the worst part of the internet. Like a fucking Jesus.
So yeah, no, D tier. It's stupid. It doesn't help that like it's like yeah, whatever. Anyways, Crash and Bernstein.
Ew. Fucking
Yeah, F tier. Terrible
F tier,
show.
ew.
Like I don't know why. Like this is I can now count
that this is the second live-action show that uses the gimmick of a Muppet character that I've talked about on my channel.
It's the first one.
I forgot the name of it. It's from the late 90s. But whatever, it doesn't matter. And I can guarantee you that that version is better than this. Because this is just dumb.
Was this actually like a Jim Henson puppet?
No.
Or Muppet?
No, it was some knockoff shit.
Oh, okay. Good. I don't want them to be attached to this.
So, but yeah, it's basically, oh, what if we had a Muppet-like character, but he did some extreme and, like, wacky stuff? It's like, no. Wacky as in, like, cool and, like, party. It's like, no.
I remember the show having a lot of screaming.
Yeah, it's Screaming Puppet the Show. That's what it was.
I remember screaming a lot, and I hate loud humor.
Okay. It's not a Jim Henson related puppet, but it was used by a performer he did use some of the stuff from Sesame Street and the Muppets.
I see. So somewhat attached, but not quite. It's not an official Jim Henson.
Yeah, no.
Good. But yeah, I just don't like loud humor. It's like on Instagram where they Instagram quote unquote comedians where they think the louder I am, the more funny I'll be.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It's like that. But they think because it's kids, then it's easier because kids like loud noises. Where it's like, no,
It's not. It's stupid. It's dumb.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
terrible
nice.
show. Anyways, let's move on. So you know how Nickelodeon had their Nick games, right? And stuff like Legends of the Hidden Temple and all that stuff, right? Well,
now we have the game.
yeah, the Disney Channel games, which only lasted for like 3 years. So
Nickelodeon's like games thing is kind of like that's still a thing.
they tried reviving Nick Guts, but it hasn't really been all that successful because those types of shows just aren't as popular anymore.
I don't even know what Guts is.
It was Nickelodeon's like sort of sports competition show. So it was fun. It's better than this shit. So I'm putting this in D tier. Because
Okay.
I'd rather watch Nick Guts or Legends of the Hidden Temple.
There's better options.
Yes, exactly. And that's my point. So, because at
Alright.
least with Legends of the Hidden Temple, not only is it a sports sports competition show, but it actually combined that with this might sound boring to you, but it was actually more interesting than it was. Like it was like sort of also it was like a hybrid between something like that and a quiz thing, and that was cool. Like basically like doing like history sort of stuff. So
History.
it sounds boring, but it's actually more interesting if you watch it. It's better than Disney Channel games. Just don't watch Disney Channel games. Just watch that. So
Coop and Cammy was about them asking their viewers what to do in their videos. Okay, so it was like, hey viewer, what do we do for our video?
But,
That's a great idea.
yeah. Anyways, let's move on. Even Stevens.
Even Stevens.
I give it this B tier. I
Didn't
didn't
watch.
care for this as much when it was still around, but because like my memory goes as like far back as to whenever like the tail end of what this show came around. It was okay.
This is
So
older, right?
yes,
Excuse me,
early
this is old.
2000s.
So yeah, not my generation. All right, is it my turn now? Was that 4?
Oh, I was gonna speak through all of the live action shows so that we can save.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry.
All right, Girl Meets the World. I feel nothing for this show, which that can either be a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, I guess it's better than Sam and Cat. I'll give it that.
Good cat. True. I
But
try and find it.
I just feel nothing. Actually, you know what? Because I feel nothing, I'm gonna put it at a D tier.
It is D tier.
It's
What
better
is
than
Girl
Sam and
Meets-
Cat if you want that whole like females just so happens to be like the main leads thing.
Two wacky roommates.
Yeah, like it's fine. That's all I gotta
watch
say.
Just watch Two Broke Girls or something. I don't even know what happens in Two Broke Girls, but I assume it would be better than this.
Okay. Well, if we thought that the Randy Cunningham Ninth Grade Ninja had a dumb name, get a load of this. High School Musical, the series. That's the actual name.
I love that.
It's a really dumb name. And because of that,
love
I'm
it.
putting that shit in D tier. I don't care if people love it. It's a dumb name.
I'm gonna put it in C tier because High School Musical is just so cheesy. I love it.
I will
so
admit this.
stupid.
The first High School Musical is competent enough. Like, it's a fine enough film. It is what it is. But,
It's so
like-
bad. It's good. Yeah, I fucking love it. It's funny.
But honestly, though, who fucking cares? Why are you making a spin? Why are you, like... This isn't even, like, a revival, though. It's, like, it's trying to be, like, somewhat of a continuation, but it's trying to be a spiritual successor, but it's trying to do its own thing. I'm confused with what the show is supposed to be.
It doesn't know. It doesn't know what it wants to be.
Yeah, like, it exists only to pander as nostalgia for those people who liked the original High School Musical films. That's all it is.
I will give it a C just because of that name.
Yeah, no, I'm giving it a D because I hate the name. It's a dumb name. Like, I don't... It's trying to sound quirky, being like, oh, but it's High School Musical, and it's a musical, but it's a series.
It is a series. All right. Next. I want to get through this so we can talk about the good shit.
Whoop-de-doo. Alright, fucking, okay, I didn't do it. Yeah, you didn't fucking do it. You didn't do a good show.
Do a good job.
F tier.
F tier.
It's one of those shows that's... I watched an entire, like, half a season of this, and I instantly forgot about it.
There's nothing. You
It's
didn't do
not.
it.
It
You're right.
didn't get the anything. At least
You
with
didn't
Girl
get-
Meets World, I can at least say it's better than Sam and Cat. I can't say a single fucking thing about I didn't do it. Which, by the way, what a very fitting name. It's like,
I didn't.
yeah, you didn't. Yeah, you didn't do it. You didn't fucking make me remember you.
You didn't do anything. That's exactly right.
So, do you have anything else?
To say about I didn't do it, or
Anything. I don't want to feel like I'm like cutting you off.
I kind of want to like us to, because again, a lot of these live action shows I haven't watched, so like
Okay.
I do kind of want to get through this so we can get to like,
Okay, fair
because there's
enough.
a lot of shows that I really am looking forward to talking about.
All right,
Wolfbat.
Casey Undercover. So this is another, like, this is like Zendaya, like in her like late teens, early 20s, basically doing a live action Kim Possible, but doing it in an inferior way in every single way. Granted, it's not the worst sitcom I've ever seen, or like sitcom action thing I've ever seen, but like, man, I'm still putting it in a
Also-
C tier.
Also, I think I need to bring something up real quick.
What?
I think you forgot a show that probably should be put on here. I don't know if we can add something now, or
We
is
can
it too
we can
late?
add it. Type it into the chat just to make sure it's like.
It's Disney. It's like
We'll type DM me it. So
oh okay.
just to make sure.
Realize now that the list is like, is
And
getting
again,
out.
we can add more stuff for you guys to be able to rank this stuff. And
Yeah.
I might even go back and just re-rank a bunch of this stuff like I did with Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. So
All right, I sent you the DM because I think we forgot a pretty big one, especially towards today. Or are you not? It's not all. Are you not counting shows that aren't? Oh no, we've had shows that are still going.
I did make a picture of that. Where the hell is it?
Sorry, I don't mean to. I don't
What
mean
the
to
fuck?
like stop this.
No, it's fine. I thought I made a picture of that. It's a good thing you pointed that out, but whatever. I'll make the picture a little bit later. Anyways.
Yeah, we'll get through these live action stuff at least.
I thought I made a picture of that. Anyways.
Yeah,
Jonas. D tier. It's about the Jonas Brothers.
Yeah. I kind of want to put it in an F because it's like, oh, it's sort of the whole Jonas Brothers thing, but at the same time, I kind of realize, like, I don't care. Like, whatever. Like, just D tier.
Big Time Rush's show was better. Don't at me.
Was better.
All right.
All right.
What's this show called? Oh yeah. It's the Secrets of Sulphur Springs. This one's a newer show. It's
Yeah, I haven't heard. I would just put this in did not watch because I
this
have not
is
heard.
basically this is Disney Channel's version of House of Anubis,
uh,
and it's somehow better, but not great. So I'll put it in C tier.
God, I forgot about House of Anubis.
Well, it's a good thing it's probably a good thing because that show did not age well. All right. I'm actually gonna put both of these shows together because they're kind of a similar thing. So do you remember the bullshit back in 2011 where Disney Channel thought it was a good idea to do a prank show?
Oh, is this fucking what I think it is?
Yeah, Prank Stars.
Fuck you. Goddamn fucking abomination.
Yeah,
Abomination.
this is awful. And you know what?
What's that?
This is in the top 3 of the worst Disney Channel shows ever made.
Yeah,
It is so bad that they had to cancel it halfway through. Like the first season. They scrapped the second half of the first season. Because it was
didn't even
that panned.
It's that bad they didn't even finish their first season.
And
So fucking
it's
and this
fucking
was at the height.
awful.
This
Because
was at the height of awful YouTube pranksters as well. So this was like cashing in on
no.
an awful trend.
This is predating that. This was before all that
What?
shit.
Really?
Yeah, this came out in 2011.
I feel like that was still kind of that era.
No. You're thinking of like 2014, 2015, 2016 YouTube. Like, that's when that shit was starting to pop off. Like,
Oh my god.
like this, like, I don't even know what they were thinking, because here's the stupid part of this. Like, it was basically like, if you know the ABC show called What Would You Do? Like, it was kind of a hidden camera show where, like, they used, like, A-star celebrities from Disney Channel and used them in a bunch of pranks. But the thing is that, like, they then reveal the fact that they were a part of a prank, and then they take up, like, another half of the episode to just talk about the prank instead of actually focusing on the fucking prank. Like, they spend more time talking about the aftermath of the prank rather than the prank. It's, like, actually the fucking prank itself.
Or not even the setup of the prank, just like the fucking just afterward, like cleaning up afterwards.
Yeah, like, it's...
That's the worst. That's the worst part of a prank. Like when you have to like, you know, when you perform like a really funny stunt. Like it's the worst part. Is like that's the part you don't want to think about. Is cleaning it up. It's the part you don't want to show.
So yeah, no, fuck this show. It's easily one of the worst shows on Disney Channel. But you know what's worse? You know what's worse?
What?
They didn't learn their lesson. Because in 2016, they made another show just like this. Called Walk the Prank.
Oh.
They didn't learn their lesson.
Walk the abomination. Was it the same thing?
It was the same exact thing, except they actually had like fixed people, like fixed kids. Like they didn't change the roster of like people on the prank. It was essentially the same show.
Even with the whole explaining the prank afterwards.
Yes.
Part,
Yes.
It's stupid because I guess the show you could compare this to would be something like Jackass.
I mean, it was. I mean, Jackass was also stunts, but it was also like pranks as well. They didn't focus on like them cleaning up afterwards. They focused on like the prank itself, or like the anticipation, like the bring it. Like I don't know if you've seen like the bring in the soup thing,
Mm-hmm.
where they slap him with like a giant hand and like soup go. It's like it's silly, but it's like it's funny, and like you don't see them cleaning up their fucking soup. You don't see them washing their shirts in the washing machine afterwards. You get the good parts, the anticipation and the payoff, which is which is one of the reasons why like that shit on Jackass works so well.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, like, and I think it's more depressing though, because this show lasted longer than Prank Stars. Like, even though Prank Stars got a lot of flack and a lot of shit, deservingly so, for being one of the worst things to ever air on television, they thought it would be a good idea to not only double down, but continue on for 3 years of this shit.
Oh, 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 no, 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 no.
No,
3
you
years?
no, look it up yourself. It lasted from 2016 to 2018.
No, 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 no. You're lying to
I'm not lying. If there's one thing I'm proud to be, is that I'm not a fucking liar. Like,
First episode air date April 1st, 2016. That's fitting. July 19, 2018. Oh my god.
so they're essentially the same show, and because of that, they are some of the worst, like, easily, like, top 3 and top 2 worst shows on the network. They're awful. Don't watch them. Anyways, let's move on. Lab Rats.
Rats. D. D. It's just boring. Took itself way too seriously.
I'm only putting it at a C specifically because it's I'd rather watch that than like all these other fucking shows like Zeke and Luther or Austin and Ally or any of this other stuff. And
Fair, fair, but I'm looking at these objectively, not comparing them to anything. Like fair, but
I don't know. Liv and Maddie. It's basically just them. This one is basically just them being like twin sisters.
I did not see this.
It's boring. D tier.
Also, Walker pranks. There's also Walker pranks. What the hell's Walker?
No,
pranks?
that's what I was saying. Walk the prank. That's what I was talking about with the show that came after. You literally looked it up.
Well, no, I mean like someone in the chat said like Walker pranks.
No,
but I
he
think
meant to
it-
say walk the prank.
Yeah, it was a typo. My bad.
Anyway,
There's no dates. It's not like YouTube where there's like a date on the thing, so I couldn't tell.
all right. Ant Farm. F. Literally one of the worst examples of it's a kid who just so happens to be, really, really smart or has a really good talent and therefore goes to a really high, high school, even though they're like elementary school kids.
It's like Victorious.
It's
But bad.
Yeah, and it doesn't help
It's Disney.
that, huh?
It's Disney's answer to Victorious, basically.
Pretty much, except they're like IT, like they're elementary IT students. So
Oh, well, that's even more boring. They're not like performers.
yeah, and like the jokes made me cringe inside. There's a joke where literally like this kid puts like a picture of like the principal on like their back or whatever, and they try to act like they're being like, hot stuff. And it's like,
Okay.
even making me describe this is fucking like, it makes me just
Yeah, I don't understand.
like
I don't.
like he tries to try to make it seem like they're a bit spicy, if you know what I mean.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird. It makes my skin crawl, and I don't like this show. No, thank you. Anyways,
We're getting to the end. We've only got
yeah, we only have
One-
5 more. Great.
5. Let's get what's
Sunny
follow on from
with a Chance.
this. I've never seen this. I've heard of
This
this.
is where, why can't I think of her name? Her career started with this.
Donnie was-
Demi Lovato.
Funny. Demi Lovato. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is where she got her start. And kind of similar to Shake It Up. Not that great of a beginning. Granted, not as bad as Shake It Up. As a matter of fact, I used to hate the show even more than I did, but it's still not a good show. I'm still going to put it in D tier. Like, because the whole idea is that, like, it's like pretend. Like, let's pretend to have, like to be on, like, you know, like a set stage show, right? Let's pretend to be actors. Like, that's the whole thing, is that, like, it's actors acting as actors for the show for them to be acted on. And this blonde girl, she has a personal vendetta against Demi Lovato's character. And
She's the right.
yeah, she just
She's
gets
like the right.
yes. And that causes a honestly kind of forced rivalry between the two, and you can tell that it's fake. And it's honestly pathetic. Granted, it's not the worst show I saw, but it's not good.
Which is not good.
It's Fantano, take it away. God damn it, why is this not working? Whatever.
It's not good.
Thank you. Not good. Not good. Alright. Now let's talk about Sunny with a Chance's spin-off. So random.
Oh no.
So hey, hey kitties, remember back in the 90s when all of that was a thing on Nickelodeon? How about
We're
we
gonna
make
do
our
it-
own all of that?
Abomination. Abomination. You're not funny with your accent, humor, and socks with sandals song. You're not funny. End of story. Let's move on. I don't want this. I don't want to talk about this.
Well, I
anymore.
have to talk about it because I hate to bring up the elephant in the not to bring up the elephant in the room about all that, but this is just an inferior version of that show in every single way. I'm gonna put it in like F tier. It's literally the prime example of a production studio that's trying to cash in on something that they didn't even own in the first place and try to make like their own version of something. Granted, I feel like we've been saying that a lot tonight, but this is the prime example of that and it failing.
This is and to be fair, this is Disney we're talking about.
Yes. They don't give a fuck.
I fucking hate sketch comedy. Even people say like, oh, what about stuff like Key and Peele? Like that's pretty good. Like I don't like sketch comedy. Even like the good examples people bring up, like good, I just don't find funny.
Mm-hmm.
I hate sketch comedy. Saturday Night Live is kind of an exception because they have some funny bits, but
I don't even like Saturday Night Live, but that's a whole other topic.
I like.
But
For
whatever.
the most part, don't like sketch comedy.
Alright.
Alright.
Time to
Moving
get one of the biggest elephants in the room out of the way. Hannah Montana.
All right, this is gonna be a bit.
So, this is gonna piss off some people, but I'm gonna put this.
In D tier.
Yeah,
That's
D
where I'm
tier. This is the first show that I watched where you could start seeing that Disney Channel was starting to have their
Horizon.
yeah, that's when Disney proper was starting to grip their hands on the channel. And it really
really
shows. Jinx. Yeah.
I said it first.
Well, it registered that we said it at the same time. So, but anyways,
That's not okay.
whatever. Anyways, man, this show just makes me sad. Because all this show really did was it spawned Miley Cyrus's career, which, say what you want about that.
It's sad.
Yeah.
See someone spiral down to that, to the point where even like her dad, Billy Ray Cyrus, like he's open about how much he regrets this show. Like he regrets like having her audition in this show. Like which is pretty sad.
Well, it's not even just that, but it's also like this show is just not really that funny, especially if you rewatch it nowadays. Like,
It not age well. People only like it for nostalgic purposes.
which is exactly what I keep telling people. Like, this is the prime example of a show that the only reason why it's relevant, besides Miley Cyrus's career, is because of nostalgia. When it's like,
nostalgia.
even then, like, they're like,
It
this
was
show,
much better.
it spreads a toxic message about, like, you know, self-beauty and, like, you know, beauty standards. And I hate that. I fucking hate that. And
like name an example. I'm curious.
well, just in the sense that, like, you know, anyone, like, basically just the whole idea that, like, you know, Miley being like a very successful like pop like singer and like
And try her alter ego.
yeah,
the
her
pop thing
alter
is that-
ego like eventually gets to her. And they don't even like a lot of the time, and to be fair, some instances they did address that in the show, but a lot of the time they just kind of let it go. Like
her losing herself to this like fake persona was seen as a good thing,
yes.
which is fucked up.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Which is also fucked up considering that's kind of not too far from the reality.
Yeah, it's not too far from what Miley Cyrus eventually.
How Miley Cyrus turned out, because I think she did kind of embody the Hannah Montana type of thing. She obviously didn't go by Hannah Montana, but she like that is definitely. It's the idea of like becoming famous, turning you into a completely different person and changing you not for the better.
Mm-hmm.
Which glorifies that which you don't want. You want to, which is weird because like a lot of those types of stories are more like be yourself. Don't stay true to yourself. Hell, like I'll bring up Big Time Rush. Big Time Rush was a lot about that. Like being like still being you, even if you like achieve great success in life. Like try to be all the good things that you are.
Mm-hmm.
Like Big Time Rush handled that message way better.
Exactly. Which is why it fucking blows my mind that the same people who like shit on Big Time Rush are also big defenders of Hannah Montana. It's like, really? Really?
Yeah, really, my friend. Look at actually take off your glasses for a
take
minute.
off the goggles a little bit. Because like,
Take off the nostalgia goggles.
I think they're starting to fog up a little bit. But honestly, fuck what this show represents. The only reason why I'm not putting this in F tier is at least the character that plays as Hannah's brother went on to do Kickin' It, and he's great for doing that. But
you know what?
yeah, well, not only this, but it also launched Mitchell Musso's like short-lived career until, well, what happened with him. So
happened. I would put this in F tier. Just like now that we talk about it, like now that I like think about it, I would say this is just like an F tier, just based on what it represents.
actually, you know what? I'm gonna add another tier for this. I'm gonna take a cue from Shino, and I'm gonna
The Hannah Montana tier.
no, I'm not doing the Hannah Montana tier. I'm bringing back the Limp Bizkit tier.
The Limp Bizkit tier. Limp Bizkit.
There. I don't
Perfect.
care if it has nothing to do with this, but I'm putting it there anyways because it's my show.
Limp Bizkit.
If you know, you know.
You know. Viewers at home.
Actually, I'm gonna call it the Fred Durst tier.
Fred
Because the
Durst.
same way, because the way that I feel about Miley Cyrus is the same way how I feel about Fred Durst.
Fred Durst.
Okay, let's move on.
My God.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have a bit of a important
That's
announcement.
why
For the first time in Sly the Emo Emperor history, we actually have a tie between the worst show ever to be aired on something.
Oh,
Dog with a Blog
Dog with a Blog.
and Bizarre Vard.
Harvard. Dog with a Blog. I would put like just a fucking D. Like this sucks.
These and Bizarre Vard.
Bizarre Vard I haven't watched.
These are the worst shows I've probably have seen on Disney Channel. And I wish I was exaggerating because, my god, these are both awful, especially the latter because of what it represents. So, Dog with a Blog is already really dumb to begin with. It's about a talking dog who goes on an internet forum. That's
He
it.
has a blog.
That's it.
Is a dog that goes on Reddit.
Yeah,
Help.
it's literally a Reddit dog. It's a Reddit user. It's Reddit user the show.
Reddit uses the show except he's a dog, so it's not as gross.
But it's still
It's still pretty
it's
dumb.
it's honestly a show. This is the prime example of a show where it's like none of the jokes land. All the other characters are annoying. It overuses the laugh track because that's something we didn't bring up with some of these shows. Is that sometimes they overdo the laugh track. This is an example of a show that is a criminal of that offense. Yeah, that bullshit. And I think the biggest part is that why are you making a show called fucking Dog with a Blog?
Happened to you, writers.
It's like, this is honestly the bottom of the barrel, at least for when it came to like the first half of the 2010s. There's no redeeming qualities of this show at all. None. And I'm surprised that it even got multiple seasons. It is
this was like
terrible.
A fucking thing. This was a thing.
Yes, it was a thing for a good 2 to 3 years. And it was terrible. And you know what?
Is it what?
It's as bad as a show where it was about a bunch of annoying, quirky teenagers who were all about basically wanted to do their own version of iCarly while starting the career of one of the worst YouTubers of all time.
What YouTuber?
The Paul brothers.
No. Abomination.
This launched
No.
Jake Paul's career.
No. I don't care if I haven't seen it. Abomination.
Actually, you know what? I'm adding a new other. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do like I did.
Put it in the Fred Durst tier.
No, I'm making five. Hold on. Let me do something. Delete this. Actually, no, that's
My God. I always knew that they were on Disney Channel. I just didn't know what.
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I'm making all the Rings of Hell, by the way.
All the Rings of Hell.
9th.
My
The
God.
bottom of the bottom.
Bottom of the bottom.
You know what?
Damn,
I'm gonna
dude.
move Core in the House and That's So Raven on the 8th ring. And then at the bottom, no, actually, and then we'll put Fred Durst at like the 3rd, like between, we're gonna put Fred Durst between the 4th and 5th circles. And at the very bottom lies both Dog with a Blog and Bizarre Vard. They are that bad. They are literally 2 of the worst shows I've ever seen in my life. Especially Bizarre Vard, because I know I didn't talk about that one as much, but yes, it spawned in the Paul brothers into having their career.
And now they're crypto scammers.
Yes. And not only that, but also even putting that aside, this is just an awful attempt at an iCarly knockoff. Like,
Carly.
think of everything about iCarly and just remove all that somewhat again,
Remove everything.
remove
that
the
made it
obvious,
charming.
removing the fucking elephant in the room, remove everything that was charming about that show, and remove everything that made that show at least interesting and impactful and even just flat out fun, and replace it with obnoxious main leads who, one of them being basically being the 2 types of characters I can't fucking stand. One of them being the quirky type of character who's like, you know, oh, I'm so cool, while the other one being a fully fucking narcissistic bitch. Meanwhile, you get like the rich asshole producer, because again, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this as well. This is also an online internet show that is backed up by corporate, which is pretty fitting for a Disney show, by the way, because, you know. And
It's them themselves.
and topping it all with Jake Paul, who basically is in this show like the anti-Spencer. Like, because that's kind of the role that he plays, is that he's supposed to be the Spencer of this show.
You
Yeah.
will never be Spencer. You will never be Spencer.
Yeah, you'll never be.
You will never be Jerry Trainer. You will never be Jerry Trainer.
So yeah, no, fuck this show, and fuck both those shows. And I don't care. They are both awful. So, but anyways, let's move on, because thankfully we don't have to think about live action shit anymore. So
We are done with live action. Finally.
all right.
We're done with it.
Okay, you can start choosing shows again, because
Alright. Okay. Let's start with the Proud Family.
ooh,
I would put this at a good like a B tier.
well, I'm
I
putting
would
this in
put
A.
I would put Proud Family as a B tier. Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't really grow up with it a lot.
Mm.
Okay, so I'll be honest with you. I don't want to lie about it. I'm not gonna let peer pressure. I'm putting it at C, not because I think it's bad.
What?
No. Let me explain.
No,
Not because I
I'm
think it's
putting the
bad.
peer pressure on you now. Put peer pressure.
I
Peer
didn't watch
pressure.
Fine. Fine. Control me.
I'm putting the peer pressure on you now. You don't fucking put that shit lower than a B tier.
Then you explain.
It's
Then you explain.
it was one of the first like animated shows on like Disney Channel in almost a decade. It was the best animated show that they had since Recess. And Penny Proud basically, going into basically following the life of Penny Proud being, transitioning into high school. It's one of the best examples of slice of life. You should like this shit.
I just haven't seen it that much. Is why. Like, it's not that I haven't seen as much of it to get a full opinion. Is what I meant.
The reason why people like this show is because it was amongst one of the first examples of a cartoon animated show where the main premise was following the life of an African American family and not glorifying it or not putting them down in shame, but just showcasing that they are genuinely cool people to be around. It's one of those things where it's it helped break down the door of a lot of other shows, because even up until the early 2000s, not a lot of shows had main leads who were of color, because most other shows had leads that were just white dudes or maybe the occasional white female. But this was the show that brought down that barrier and said that it's okay, we can have minority characters be not only main roles, but actually be badass characters and be cool characters. Maybe not badass. Yeah, okay. Static Shock. That's when African American leads were badass. But in terms of just slice of life, that was cool. And guess what? Penny Proud. I feel for her in a lot of the situations, especially since she has a lot of shit that she has to deal with for high school life. So goddamn.
I apologize for not being
How
educated.
dare you? How dare you?
Put it back on B.
Okay, fair enough.
I put it back, and I didn't consider putting it in C because I hated it. I just considered it because I'm like, well, I haven't watched it that much, so I feel like I'd be disingenuous if I didn't want to sit here and lie and be like, yeah, I love this show. This is great. I didn't want to lie about a show that I hardly watched.
Also, Oscar's probably one of the best dads of all time. I
will say that. That is something I have seen. Oscar Brown is an awesome character.
So, yeah, no, goddamn. Can't disrespect the Prouds.
The Prouds.
But, whatever. Let's...
All right. Moving on.
Actually, no, because you almost put them in a C tier, I'm putting them in S tier. Specifically for you.
Aww. I'm glad to hear that. Alright. Definitely getting into some of my territory. Big City Greens.
Ooh.
Big City Greens, I'm putting
Hey. Guess who worked on this show?
Cool.
Rob Renzetti. Yeah, he helped write the script. He was the script writer.
I am putting this as a high C because while this is a really good show, I haven't seen enough of it. This is something that shows like Owl House and Amphibia kind of took most of my attention away from it. Admittedly, but I put this at a high C because it is it is more simple than those two shows, but it's not trying to be. It's a good break from shows like Owl House and Amphibia that are more story driven.
Mm-hmm.
This one is more. It's more your classic episodic type thing.
Yeah, it's more Well, it follows the like a hillbilly family who move into the city.
Yeah,
Like they
it's
literally
like
move their house in. Well, no, they don't
Yeah.
move their house into the city. They move in with their grandparents, who still just happen to live the rural lifestyle, despite the fact that they're in the city, and they have to get used to being in city life. So
Yeah. It's a really nice show. It's a nice, innocent, like, show. Like, wouldn't call it inoffensive. I would just say it's a really nice show. It's feel good.
Mhm.
It's feel good. It's good if you just want to watch something that have just a nice experience. You know what? I'm putting it in B. I'm putting it in B. Like, just cause like there's nothing wrong with having a show that doesn't have just to say putting it B just so I can make the statement that a show doesn't have to have like a big overarching story and like huge amounts of character development for it to be good. Sometimes you can just have a
yeah, you can just
more
have a
simple.
like a simple story. Like this is like what we should like aspire to, and not to say that Molly McGee's bad, but this is a better example of it. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this in A tier. So
Damn, we both got her. We both promoted them. We both got them promoted.
well, okay, granted, I'm a little bit biased. I'm biased because I like Rob Renzetti's work. I mean, he worked on Samurai Jack, he worked on Powerpuff Girls, and he worked on My Life's Teenage Robot. So I'm a bias, but he's still showcasing that he's still got a ton of talent here, and I like that.
It's good to still see him in the industry.
Yes, and I'm happy that he's able to work on something that like is, a bit
He also
more
worked on,
like slice of
he
life.
also worked on a couple of the books for Gravity Falls. Like he worked on the Journal 3 and the
We'll get to
Yeah,
that.
like some tie-in.
We'll get to that.
yeah, we'll get to that.
Anyways, so what's our next pick?
All right, I got two more. Let's go with. I'll go with something that you can talk about because I don't know much about this. Yokai Watch.
Well, admittedly, this is like the show I'm the least familiar with.
I would put this into and didn't watch because I know it's technically not an anime, even though it uses the anime style. I know it's technically not an anime, but at the same time, like I'm not big on anime and like the anime scene, so like I didn't really care for it.
Yeah, this is much more on Sai's, Sai Mori's
this would be more
thing.
Mori's expertise. So Yokai Watch, didn't watch it. Yokai Watch, more like didn't watch.
Damn, you're roasting something you.
Like Yokai Watch, more like do not watch.
I'm gonna put this in C tier. I mean, it was just kind of one of those things where it's kind of cool because like it's one of those shows that's like it educates on like Japanese culture, specifically like the whole like concept of yokai, which are basically just like entities.
Demon, like I think in English it means like demon.
It's kind of a demon, but it's kind of its own thing. Like they aren't really demons per se. They're kind of like just they're an entity in Japanese folklore. But in general, though, I thought it was just fine. Granted, I didn't watch too much of it, and yes, like I know we watch Super Football Bucket Team Force Go. It's like it's just not my style of show, if that makes sense. I'm more into action shows. And while this one kind of has some of that, this feels more in line with something that is more in line with Pokemon, though I'd rather watch this than Pokemon. Don't at me. But
hot take.
I know, don't fucking at me on that one. But I don't know. It's just it's harmless. It's fine. So
fair enough.
By the way, I feel embarrassed that I didn't actually get this uploaded because the next show that like I'm going to be talking about is something that I somehow completely forgot about. But do you have one more show?
The show you forgot about, that's the one I brought up, right?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I got a lot to say about it.
So, but do you have one more or?
I got one more.
Yes.
Because I did Big City Greens, Proud Family, Big City Greens, and Yokai Watch. All right. So let's go with the replacements. We were talking about those earlier before the stream.
Oh yeah, the replacements.
The replacements. I was around for the tail end of this, 2009. So this is when I was starting to actually like remember shit more concisely.
Mm-hmm.
Solid C tier. Solid C tier. It's a pretty. It's just a decent cartoon. It has like. It's fine enough. I wouldn't put it at a D because it's not bad. But I can kind of understand why this sort of like fell off a little bit,
Well,
like because it didn't.
oh, sorry.
It didn't have like enough to make it like stand out from anything else that has come before or since then. It's overshadowed by a lot of other stuff that would just come, like
Well, I think it's a
after him.
damn shame that this got overlooked. Because I think you missed out on those first 2 seasons. Because admittedly, the 3rd season is a bit weak. I will concede to that. Especially with that whack as hell ending. Like, that came out of nowhere. But you know what? I'm going to put this at a B tier.
B tier.
Because I was actually thoroughly surprised when I rewatched this. At least the first half of the season. Of the first season. And you know what? It actually made me laugh. I thought that like the jokes that they did were pretty funny.
Oh yeah,
and
it's kind of unfunny. It's good.
And admittedly, like, Todd and Riley being, kind of, orphans, and they kind of have to like, now live with adopted parents. Like they kind
It's
of
an interesting.
like it's a lot
it's
of
a dynamic-
hijinks, but it's fun hijinks, and I like that. So I'll give it the B tier.
And that's the kind of relationship and something that you don't really see much in cartoons, like adopted being like an adopted child and like knowing that.
Mm-hmm.
Like being adopted at an older age where you can remember what life was like before. Like that's something I do appreciate, like because typically kids have their parents or at least live with a single parent or a relative, so it's like it's nice to see that kind of thing with kids who are adopted into families and have that kind of thing with adjusting to a new lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
And like learning to respect your new guardians. I can appreciate that. So yeah, that's my round. What was that for me? Round 5?
Yes, this is the next round for me. So I can't believe I did not take a picture of this because I thought I literally actually had it on here, but I guess like while we were talking earlier, I forgot to actually save the picture. So
I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see.
refresh the page. Like it'll pop up.
Oh, okay, good. It didn't erase. There it is. Okay, it didn't erase my progress. Too,
Yes. So we got to talk about the Owl House.
We gotta talk about it. This is gonna be a bit. Gonna be a clip.
Granted, I'm going to say this. I am only at the first couple of episodes of season 2. So
this is my for.
So
admittedly,
don't go into spoilers just for my sake, but
yeah, I won't for your sake and for the sake of other people because I would recommend this. I will admit I did lose interest in this towards the 3rd season, but that's more of a me problem, not a show problem. I plan I will eventually like pick back up with it, but I think I needed like a break from it. And a break from the fandom, but that's a
whole other issue.
Yeah, that's separate. It's not like Star, but the fandom like actually like kind of influenced the show. The fandom separate. So so. I really
don't take
like
too long, by the way. So.
Yeah, I won't take too long. I'll try not to. I really like the Owl House. I give this a good A tier. This is a really great show. Luz does kind of exhibit some like Mabel clone characteristics, but not too many. And it does kind of like she does progress as a character as the show goes on. Whereas before she sees because she's like, and I like her as a character being basically just a kid with no friends. Like people just don't like her because she's just
Okay, admittedly, I don't like this part where it's like she's just too weird for everyone, which admittedly was a little bit of a turnoff for me at first, but once it kind of got into it, I started to like her a lot more.
Mhm.
Though I find Amity to be a much better character, just her whole development to learning to be like just more easygoing and more independent.
Mm-hmm.
But as something that's just something that I can relate to. Like I like Amity is probably like probably my favorite character.
All right.
But anyways, great show. It's got a great story, great world. I lots of really great characters to choose from. Not just Luz and Enemy, but King, Ida, Hunter. Like a lot of other really great characters, and it is like one of the first like proper LGBTQ representations in like an animated show.
Mm-hmm.
Without all like the weird shit that like Steven Universe kind of had with it, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, that's a different conversation that I already had years ago, and I don't want to repeat it.
This is a more I just say like this is a more respectful representation of like LGBTQ characters treated
Mhm.
as normal. Big shock, I know, but what, gay people are normal? What? I know, weird. Anyways, it's a great representation of that, which also makes good points, even though the fandom
But
kind of
yeah,
like
you're dragging on a little bit. Like, sorry, I just want to.
don't really. Yeah, great show, solid A tier.
Mhm.
I have a couple things
But-
that do annoy me about it, but they're overlooked.
I
can
need it.
overlook
Yeah,
them.
I need it. Sorry, I just want to
You
make
just
sure.
stop.
I just want to make sure I can talk. But anyway,
Yeah, I'm
so I will just
This is a
fully
big
admit this. I remember when this show came out that people were saying that, oh, this is the next coming of Gravity Falls. That this is going to be like the next thing to kick it down the door and make it to where it's, it's going to be the best shows of all time. Like, and I will say this. From what I've seen with season 1, guess what? I'm putting this shit in the S tier.
Oh damn!
So, yeah, and this is shocking because I haven't talked about this show as much. Because, like, it's a newer show and I'm still trying to, watch it. Help. Like, I didn't even start watching this show until, like, literally, like, a couple months ago. But you know what? It's really good. That being said, is it as good as Gravity Falls? I don't think it's that good. But in terms
But it's-
of,
it's
close.
Close.
It's pretty
It's
damn
close.
It's pretty damn close, which helps considering that like it's
Alex
Alex
Donna
Hirsch's
Harris
wife
was-
who works on
Yeah,
this.
Donna Harris is Alex Hirsch, and Alex Hirsch he's the voice actor for King, and I don't know if he has any other parts in it, but it is I will give like Owl House this, and this is kind of a pro and a con for me. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, sorry. But so yeah, no, like so, and maybe it's just because of the fact that like I'm just getting into the second season. But like honestly, Luz, I find her to be like a relatable character. Eda's great. Like honestly, just the fact
Ida's great.
Yeah, Ida and Hootie as well. Like which I know I cropped them off, but whatever. But and also like I'm sorry. I just had to make this quick because apparently I'm stupid because I forgot about the freaking picture.
No, it's fine. I understand.
But like,
shit, glitch in the system happened.
But
physically,
like, King and Hootie, but like,
Jade.
but like, honestly, it's just one of those shows that like I like the world building. I think that the characters are pretty strong, and I like just the fact that like it goes into like a more like morality sort of thing, which we'll talk about with Amphibia as well. And and you know what? You guys probably know this, but I am a huge fan of fantasy. I mean, just fucking look. Do you not see that Lord of the Rings poster back there? Hell, do you not see all the Warhammer books back there? So of course I'm the fantasy person, and I fucking love this type of shit. Granted, guess what? This is gonna piss some people off, but I'd rather support Owl House than Harry Potter at this fucking point, especially with what J.K. Rowling's dealing with. Fuck that shit. But yeah, honestly though, I think it's pretty cool. But that being said though, I do have only one issue about this show, and this is a tiny one. But this is something that I've noticed. And this also relates to Star versus the Forces of Evil and Amphibia. Is that I've noticed that a lot of Disney Channel shows, or at least the animated shows, have definitely gotten down this sort of like, they basically
Similar.
yeah, they've gotten down. They basically take a lot of cues from what Gravity Falls did, which is good because, you know, admittedly, Gravity. If you were to take cues from a show from your own network, it's obvious to do with Gravity Falls. But I will admit this, it does seem like a bunch of shows have been doing that a lot, which is not a bad thing, but
it concerns me because, and this was like the thing that I mentioned was kind of a pro and a con, was it's very similar in like its vibe and in its, like you said, its story beats and even its humor and character types even, like,
and the fact that it's a show that, like, yes, it has a lot of comedic elements, but it takes itself seriously.
Seriously. And again, this is both a pro and a con because, like you said, like, yeah, Gravity Falls is a good example, and it does work for a show like Owl House.
Yes.
That being said, with shows, you know, like, you know, Gravity Falls, Owl House, Amphibia, Star Wars: Wars of Evil, taking those cues, it's not a bad example to set, but it concerns me because I fear that eventually you're going to need to do something different.
Well, not even just that, but just the fact that, like, it's not for everyone. Because, like, granted, I like that sort of stuff because, again, I'm someone who takes their media a lot more seriously. I mean, just look at all the games that I typically play and all my favorite, like, things of all time. So, like, so I'm not particularly complaining on my part. It's mostly just for people who are kind of annoyed by, like, you know, the lore shit, or, like, you know, the epic battle shit. I'm not complaining about that, but I know what some people are starting to get jaded by that.
Yeah, I am a little bit too, and that's kind of why I mentioned I'm taking a bit of a break from Owl House, because I'm starting to notice that pattern, and I just and that really kind of, like, fucked it up for me.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what is preventing me from putting this in an S tier. Because I'm starting to notice the pattern, and I don't like that. Again, this is not a show, and, like, this is why I say this is maybe
this
just
is not even me shitting on it, because I liked that there's been a lot of shows like that, because I'm just going to be honest right now, it kind of brings me back to the mid-2000s, in the sense that, like, a lot of those types of shows, you know, like Danny Phantom, Avatar: The Last Airbender, My Life's Teenage Robot, Star Wars: The Clone Wars, like, it kind of goes back into shows like that, where it's like, they have their moments, but they do take themselves seriously. Just enough.
Yeah.
So, and I like that in that aspect, but I know why some people wouldn't.
Yeah, and again, that does concern me, because I fear that pretty soon down the line, as we get into, because, you know, I feel like Owl House is definitely going to be one of the big ones of the 2020s.
I mean,
at least like the early.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Going to be remembered, and that concerns me because I feel like that's setting a precedent for what the rest of the decade's going to be like for animation, and eventually more and more people are going to notice that formula, and more people are going to do it, and more people are going to half-ass it. And so, like, this ain't a fault of those shows specifically, but it's just like I've noticed it, and it, you know, it concerns me because I'm afraid that Disney's going to run these types of story beats into the fucking ground.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna get a lot of this samey, like, mediocre bullshit.
Yeah, which thankfully we're not at the position now, but we do need more shows like Big City Greens to sort of counteract that.
Yeah,
that's my point.
And, like, I can see why people have taken such a liking to the Ghost of Molly McGee, because it is, while it follows a few similar, like,
I don't see
vibes.
the similarities, honestly. I'd see it as its own thing. So
It's that was like a few vibes. It's still like the same thing. It's not the same, a different thing. I don't know
Yeah.
why I thought of like.
I don't know. I don't see Molly McGee as a part of that. I see it as just kind of more of like a slice of life comedy rather than like, this action adventure series. So
Yeah.
kind of like what Gravity Falls and Star and Owl House have been doing. So,
Yeah.
but
So yeah, that is what's preventing me. If it weren't for that, Owl House would be a definite S. But because of that,
again, I'm
maybe
biased. I know I'm showing my bias. I mean, look at this. Look at this.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
I'm biased, but still.
yeah, it's a high A tier.
Well,
Alright.
speaking of really good shows, Amphibia.
Oh, let's fucking go S tier, S tier, S to S to S tier, bro. Let's fucking go.
Mhm.
Let's fucking do it. Should I start?
Yeah, you can start.
I fucking loved Amphibia. I was greatly interested in. This is okay. This is a fantasy.
Yeah, this is
that I had.
another sort of like fantasy action adventure sort of series. So like,
Very similar to Owl House, but has its own story, has its own unique characters, has its own. It's a similar blueprint, but it does something different with the design. If I'm making any sense.
mhm.
And hell, even looking at the covers we chose, like you can see that it's somewhat similar, but Amphibia has a lot of really not just like funny, but really just great moments in it. Like great just like heartfelt moments in it. Anne is such like a really just strong protagonist. I love Anne in that she is somewhat of she's very much like she's not your typical like protagonist in a lot of these cartoons is.
Mhm.
She is she's not exactly like a straight man so to speak, but she definitely is a lot more grounded. She's like a lot she's very like she's just a lot she's just a different kind of protagonist that we've seen.
Mhm.
Just someone who isn't as like and she has her moments obviously because gotta have fun, but like there's and although I will say like Sasha is probably my favorite of like the three like of like that friend group of like
Mhm.
and Sasha and Marcy, and of course there's like characters like Sprig and King Andreas and
Yeah.
like so many other great characters, and I love how it intertwined. Like I love this. I really do love the segment of like. Have you seen the whole show?
I am just about to finish the first season, so
And I won't spoil it, but lots of really just interesting like turns happen with the plot.
mhm.
Lots of really great things happen. It very much is kind of like a coming of age story. Learning to deal with more complex emotions, learning to be less selfish, like learning to be more selfless. That being said, the only thing I don't like about it is I don't like Marcy. Fucking hate Marcy.
Yeah,
Everyone likes her. She's fucking annoying. I get it. She has her reasons to why she is the way she is, but I don't care. They're not reason enough for me. I don't like Marcy at all. She's a quirky character type. And I hate that. And it has none of the it's I don't like Marcy.
Mm.
That's the only thing I don't like. But everything else, when she's not fucking on screen, I'm having a great time.
Yeah,
Def-
again, I'm not as far as Amphibia. Again, part of that is just because like some of these shows like I didn't even know about until like well, I knew about Owl House when it came out, but I didn't know about Amphibia until like a couple years after it came out, and I didn't have access to Disney Plus for a while, so like I wasn't able to watch some of these shows. But in terms of from what I've seen with Amphibia, yeah, no, I'll give it an A tier. So, granted, it is similar. It is similar to Owl House. Like,
Similar.
let's not deny that, like, because
No, I'm not gonna deny that.
So, like,
and that does play into that worry of like Disney getting too hooked on a trend that I talked about. But on its own, we're gonna look at these on their own.
yeah.
This is an S tier. I love Amphibia.
But yeah, this one's an A tier for me. Yeah, like so far, like I pretty much just know about Anne and Sprig's relationship, and yeah, both of them are pretty cool. I just think I really like just the world, because like just the whole idea of like these different like clans of different like species. Just
the frogs, the newts, the toads, and how like frogs are more kind of like they're kind of like the they're more farmer types, they're more rural, they're kind of like working class. Toads are more like a militaristic, like sort of like orc type thing, like they're warriors and such. And the newts are like the high class. They're like the elves, basically. They're like elves, or like they're high class and like kind of pompous, and they live like the best possibly.
I think
they live in the best possible conditions.
Yeah, I think that's what I like the most about this show, is that like it does have high fantasy tropes, but it's able to change them to make it its own thing. And even just following like the main characters, like it's one of those things where it's like you actually understand everyone's perspective, even if like there's massive disagreements and like even full-on conflicts that are as a result. And I can respect that sort of morality choice in this show, and why some people would not trust others. So, though admittedly, like just the whole like reason why like they even went into that world, that was pretty shitty. So granted, I like not saying, not as in like, oh, that was a terrible thing. It's just like, wow, you really did that. Like, damn.
See why I like Marcy?
Yeah, like
really fucking did that. Like, and how far into season 1 have you got into?
About halfway to 2/3. I know. I'm sorry. I don't.
No, it's okay. You know where each of them end up, right?
Yes.
So like, it pisses me off more because fucking Marcy got them into this shit, and she ends up in like the best of circumstances. Granted, she that I won't spoil it, but that will be challenged, so to speak. That will change a little bit, but it pisses me off that through her own selfish deeds, she took her friends into a situation where they might never go home again. And she got to basically live out her dream of being in like a video game.
Yeah.
Wow. Anne was like, for a good while, like living in the fucking wilderness, sleeping in the cold.
Yeah.
And Sasha was fucking imprisoned and turned into a fucking soldier. So like,
yeah, like the whole fucking child soldier thing. Like,
yes, so it's like, no, Marcy, I don't care that you're going through like your like little
we're getting a bit sidetracked, but no, you get the point. It's a good show. I'm not as far as I wish I was, but again, I'm just kind of busy with other things. Anyways, let's move on. So, all right,
that was your first pick.
That was my second pick. My second pick. Because I chose Owl House and Amphibia.
Oh yeah. Well, we came out swinging, or you did.
Also, I'm sorry. I'm also kind of listening to music. I made sure it's not going into the stream. So, but you know what? Let's choose the show that like I didn't think would be good, but because of just how batshit insane it is, I think it's awesome. Do you know anything about Miraculous Ladybug and Cat Noir?
Yes. Never seen it. So I'm putting that in
This
the
show is so batshit insane, and I love it for that. So, like, because like it's another like teenage superhero sort of story, and my god, it's so over the top, and it's so like just action heavy, like that. It's pretty awesome. I'm gonna put this in A tier. It also helps that it's voiced by Chris, like the Miraculous is actually voiced by Christina V of both Shantae fame and of Veronica Mayday fame from Hell of a Boss. So
Oh, okay.
So
Well, you know how I feel about those certain things.
yeah,
Not Shantae.
but yeah, no, like it's insane. Grant, it is a French studio who makes this, like who makes the animation, and so like because of that, it might seem a bit weird for some people. But hell, I fucking watched Cody Lyoko back in the day, and I thought that was fine. So I think it's fine here. So go check it out if you want something that's like over that, like basically like another teenage superhero show, except it's like batshit, like over the top. Like if you like that, there you go. I don't know why, that just kind of got me, and I thought that was great. So it's also just like and also the main villain, he basically just kidnaps people and basically brainwashes them into like making them other villains. And then there's Miraculous, and then there's also like Cat Noir, and they basically like fight they have to fight these evil guys, but also kind of have like their own like moral differences in like how they like work. Go watch the show if you're interested. That's all I gotta say. Like, it's great, but not for like reasons that you might think. So, all right. Last but not least, well, we had a really good streak. Let's ruin that.
No.
Yin Yang Yo.
Yin Yang Yo.
More like
What the
Yin
hell is
Yang No.
Yin Yang Yo?
So this was originally on Toon Disney before it became Disney XD. Actually, it was one of the shows that transitioned in between. No thanks. It didn't like this. This is basically a precursor. This is gonna sound sad. This is basically almost like a spiritual precursor to Hero 108 on Cartoon Network. And you guys already know how I feel about that show. Like, yeah, no, D.
Yeah, D.
Like, it's a bland, forgettable, Flash animated show, which, honestly, it almost kind of looks like Butch Hartman worked on this show, but he didn't. Like,
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, like, it looks like something that he made, but it's not.
And
like,
you know how we feel about Butch Hartman.
Yeah, no, fuck him. Even though I like Danny Phantom, fuck him. But yeah, like, yeah, it doesn't really do anything. It just exists, except it's kind of worse because it's like the main bunny characters are annoying, and
it doesn't exist in the way Doug exists.
Yeah,
Doug's not hurting anybody, but these guys are fucking like.
Yeah, they probably inspired like some of the most bland and forgettable like Flash animated shows that would come on later in other networks. So there you go. Which, by the way, this show looks, I guess 2006 kind of matches when that came out, but whatever. All right, you choose.
Well, I just got a DM from a good friend in the chat. So I'll mention this because
No, I'm not adding anything. It's already too late. Like
no, it's not. No, it's not something that's added. It's something that's actually already in here. Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Like
You know what? I'm gonna piss some people off.
D.
Yeah, D. This is
This
a
is
show
just-
that is not aged well.
No. It definitely was cashing in on the Toy Story like craze. This was Lightyear before Lightyear. Not as like I haven't seen
Yeah,
Lightyear, but I've heard some pretty bad things about Lightyear. Like I haven't heard some good things from that movie, but if it didn't work here, then I don't know what made them think it would work for a movie. But they're Disney; they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. But if I'm just gonna be honest about the show, like, I know I keep making comparisons all night, but like, I don't know what else to do because a lot of these shows are kind of similar to each other. But the same way how I feel about Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, it's kind of like the Men in Black cartoon show from the late 90s and early 2000s.
Oh yeah, that one.
Where...
I remember.
Huh?
I remember liking the Men in Black cartoon.
But that's my point. It's one of those shows where it's like, you may have liked it as a kid, and like, you know, you may have liked it back then, but once you grow older, man, it's awful.
What age?
Granted, I didn't grow up with this. I kind of just missed out on this. But after rewatching some of those episodes, man, the animation for the early 2000s is really rough here. Like, the animation's rough. The characters are just bland and boring. Like, Buzz himself is kind of an annoying prick. He's just an asshole in this. Like, he's just like a sort of a, you know, I'm the leader, therefore you have to listen to me sort of character. It's like, damn, man. Like,
No, Buzz Lightyear is.
like,
I don't know who Buzz Lightyear is.
yeah, like, damn, man. Like, really? These guys are working with you. So, yeah, no, honestly, yeah, this is another show that only lives because of nostalgia. Like, I hate to break down the door, but that's...
Oh, guys, this was really good. You don't remember, like, this was really good.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Do you have anything else to say?
I think you just wrapped it up pretty nice. Nice and tight.
Yep. What's your next show?
Let's continue on the train of spin-off shows. The Lilo and Stitch cartoon. Another controversial hot take, but D.
Oh, I'm putting this in F.
Oh, really?
This, granted, this is going to be another hot take as well. I think that the Lilo and Stitch movie is fine. I think that, like, in terms of it being like a structured film, I think that in terms of like the Disney animated movies from that decade, it's definitely one of the better ones, but it's a serviceable film. I don't think it's amazing, but it's all right. But this just feels so out of left field, and honestly, this is an example of a show where it's like, I remember I used to like this show, but damn, it has not aged well at all.
Not aged well. It's what you like it because recognizable character. You want to see more of a character you like.
Exactly. Not to mention, it doesn't have any like the deep themes that the original movie had. It's just hijinks with, like, you know, Lilo and Stitch, and that's kind of lame. Like, granted, I'd rather watch this than fucking Quack Pack. Fuck that show. Yeah. But I'm still putting it at high F because, man, Lilo's annoying in this show, and Stitch wasn't ever my favorite character, but like, man, this is where he started to like showcase him being an asshole. Like, because like people typically think of Stitch as being like this asshole alien character, but no, it wasn't because of that in the film. It was actually because of this show. So it's like almost kind of a regression of his character in this show. So
lost the softness.
Yeah, and I will never forgive them for that Recess crossover they did. I will never forgive them for that, because Recess is a million times fucking better than this. And I will fight people on that. And yes, they did have a crossover episode at one point. Why? I don't fucking know. They clashed the animation styles.
Didn't they have a Kim Possible crossover as well?
I think so, yes.
Why do you think you deserve
Of
this?
all of the shows to have crossovers, why did you do it with Lilo and Stitch?
Yeah, why? Yeah, why?
That's like that's a weird, like, that's like it's kind of like how it's kind of like, granted, I know I hate this show, we already talked about this, but it's kind of like when Steven Universe had that Uncle Grandpa crossover.
They don't correlate with each other. They don't work well with each other. It makes no sense.
Yeah, like, it's just doing it because it's like, oh, this is a recognizable thing in recent Disney history. How about we bring it up?
Popular thing.
Like, if you wanted to get crossover, do a fucking Amphibia Owl House crossover. That makes at least a bit more sense than a Lilo and Stitch and Kim Possible crossover. Hell, even like just a Recess and Lilo and Stitch cross. It's like, why? But whatever. I probably already pissed off a lot of people, and it's your turn to piss off people.
All right, now I have to put in the hot take.
Well, where'd you put Lilo and Stitch? You're not getting away from that.
D.
Where?
Put that in D.
Okay. Do you have anything to say?
Nah, I think you got it. I think I've added what I could add, and you've added what you could.
Oh, I forgot. They also had the stupid Proud Family crossover. Why?
Hey,
3? I forgot about that shit.
3.
It's Lilo.
All right.
Okay, whatever. Choose.
We'll move on. We'll go with something that I know you like. American Dragon Jake Long.
I'd give it A tier.
I put it in a B. Because I didn't see this as much growing up.
Mhm.
But I remember this being pretty enjoyable as a kid.
Yeah, it actually... Well, okay. Well, actually, I'm gonna have to lower it to a B tier. Because I will admit this. I'm not just talking about the animation change between seasons 1 and seasons 2. I don't care about that. I think that they look fine as is. It's not as bad as what fucking Chaotic did on Cartoon Network. So I'm fine with this. I'm fine with the animation change. Hell, My Life's Teenage Robot did that. So it's like, I don't care. But I am going to say this. With Jake himself, sometimes he's a cool character, but other times he's kind of cringy. Like
Kind of somewhat embodying like cringy, like trendy shit from the 2000s.
Granted, not as much as Johnny Test. Thank God.
Not as much. But like, it sometimes does. It does sometimes get to like 2000s, like just kind of.
Yeah, you can tell this is a show of its time. Granted, I will give it this. It's cool to have a Asian American lead. And even showcasing this, the life of someone who does just happen to live in a type of community like that, because he lives in
Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn, and
well, Brooklyn is there's parts of Brooklyn that are nice, but also there's parts that are
no, he lives in Manhattan, so.
Oh, Manhattan? Okay, well, I don't know much about the East Coast anyway, so play.
But yeah, no, it's like I like those types of moments. Like, I actually think that the moments where, like, obviously I like the fight scenes, but like also just the moments where it's like Jake with his family, I find fine. But him with his friends, that's where it just
That's where that's when it becomes a little bit like what we mentioned before, the kind of 2000s, like cringy, like, or just not as strong.
Yeah, I don't think it's cringe. It doesn't go down that level, but it teeters the line. It teeters the line.
Yeah, it's
So
that a little.
and
It's that.
yeah,
It's no fucking rocket power. It's no quack back. But
yeah,
like,
it's
you
not
can
that
tell,
fucking bullshit.
Like you said, it's a product. You can tell it. Like you said, it's a product of its time.
So
I guess it's yeah. It sometimes feels a little dated, but
yeah,
in
no,
a way that
like it's enjoyable enough to be like fine. Like I wouldn't mind it being in the background of TV. Like if there was like a kid who was messing with Disney Plus and they just so happened to be watching this, I wouldn't mind. So
yeah.
so granted, I will. That being said, in terms of mid 2000s teenage heroes, I'd say out of the mainstream ones, he's the weakest one. Like compare him to Kim Possible, Ben 10, Jenny Wakeman, and Danny Phantom. I think he's the weakest one.
He's the weakest, but he still deserves to be on the list.
Yeah, he deserves to be on the list, but he's like the weakest out of the big five. 6 if you count Avatar, but that's kind of a different thing. But anyways,
All right,
my turn.
That was my. Oh yeah, that was my last pick.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, time to piss some more people off. Though admittedly, I am gonna start. I think I'll just choose the ones since it is starting to get like time.
It's 1:14 a.m.
All right, yeah. Let's speed things up a little bit.
We should we'll skim through a couple of these because admittedly we have gone to lots of stuff that did require a lot of conversion.
Yeah. All right. The mid-90s Aladdin show. Yes, this does exist.
Yeah.
C tier. It served its purpose. Not the most offensive version. It's not the most offensive version of a movie tie-in show. So I'll give it that. What I will give that title to is the Hercules show. D tier. Show's dumb.
D tier.
It
did not watch either. Did not watch.
Yeah.
Again, before my time.
Yeah, and you didn't miss out much. Granted, it's not as bad as 101 Dalmatians.
But not as bad as that.
But it just lacks soul and it lacks a budget.
It feels very cool.
Well, it looks so cheap. Like it looks like the animation looks pretty bad, but even for like the late 90s.
They all look really cheap because it's kind of like you compare it to the budget of the actual movies, which is up to
I'm not even comparing it to the movies. I'm even comparing it to shows that came out around that time, and Johnny Bravo and Recess have better animation style. It looks like this is like a first rough draft. So
a lot of these Disney spin-off shows had a lack of shading, which is really weird.
Yeah, like it's honestly like bizarre. So all right, what's up next? Elena of Avalor. I didn't know that this was actually on Disney Channel proper. I thought this was Disney Junior, but it counts.
Did not watch.
It's fine. C tier.
Never heard of it. Never seen it. First time hearing about it.
It's fine. It's whatever. Monsters at Work, the show that everyone was talking shit about because they were like, why does there need to be a Monsters Inc. show? Like, I mean, fair enough, because the show doesn't need to exist. That being said, I'm also going to put it at a C tier. So
did not watch. We're getting into we're either getting into stuff that's like so old I haven't watched, or stuff that's so like
new that you haven't watched.
That's so new that I haven't watched. Yeah, you're not. I feel like I'm not adding anything, but you're like. Well, soon I will be able to. There's still some shit here that I do have some words about.
All right.
All right. Well,
Teacher's Pet. D tier.
D tier. Yeah, D tier.
Like it's. That what the fuck is that thing supposed to be? Is that dog? Is that dog?
I think he's a talking dog. Why does he have one of those?
Why is he blue?
Why does he have a crown? Why is his nose red? Why does he have glasses? Why is he wearing a polo shirt?
I
Is that a
think
polo
this
shirt?
isn't this like based off of like, I think this is based off of like a sketch thing.
Book?
Yeah, like a book from like I want to
A
say like the 80s or something. I'm gonna look it up. 'Cause I want to say this is based off of something. Because I think I've seen. Nope, it's an original premise.
Huh.
Well, they need to be more original then.
All right.
Yeah, it's not great. All right, what else? Oh yeah, Hotel Transylvania, the show. I didn't know this also aired on Disney Channel. So
I didn't watch. Didn't. I don't care too much for Hotel Transylvania, so like I didn't watch.
it's not offensive. So I'll put it C tier. It's fine, I guess. So, all right, and then last but not least, I did not know this, but apparently there was a Yu-Gi-Oh show on Disney XD.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
So-
Steve.
So this is the first. This is another point of history on the Slide the Emo series, where we've in fact found at least one Yu-Gi-Oh series on all the major networks. Because the original Yu-Gi-Oh series, GX and 5Ds was on Cartoon Network. Zexal and Arc 5 were on Nickelodeon, and now we got Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s on Disney XD. So I don't know how that works. Like this is the only instance where there were like that, you know, this is on all networks, which is interesting. That being said, from it doesn't look that great, D tier. It's funny that it exists though. But still there?
Yep.
Oh, you're just being silent. All right.
Yep.
What to talk about now?
My turn, I guess.
Well, I guess you can choose somewhat.
I'll choose. All right. Should we get done with? Should we finish up with the '90s? I think we should because I think there's like two '90s shows that we haven't really touched yet.
Oh, yes. Which one first?
Let's go with Goof Troop.
Goof
Goof
Troop.
Troop.
This is Max's introduction, by the way. So
I give it a B tier because it's it's '90s cheese, but like I love it.
it's good
a throwback.
90s
It's
cheese.
it's not. It's aged cheddar. It's aged cheddar. It's good cheese. I know a thing or two about cheese, you see, and I think it's pretty good. I think it's fun. It introduced Max, which is kind of wild to think about. And like this would lead to the extremely goofy movie.
Yeah,
and
it
all
led
that.
to Goofy Movie and Extremely Goofy Movie, which
Extremely
I would
goofy.
be hard sent if those two didn't exist. So
Yeah.
So
And,
fucking
like,
triple
what it
S right there. Triple S films.
Yeah. So like what it represents, I think, does elevate it to a B tier. It's a nice, simple little show. It's
Yeah,
a nice, fun
I put it in B tier as well. In terms of like shows from the early 90s, yeah,
From
you
the
can tell
90s?
you can tell it doesn't have the same budget as some of those like episodes of the other shows, but it makes up for it with just the gags that they have.
They did the best that they could with what little resources they had, and they made it work.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, they introduced Max, the best original Disney proper character. Don't at me. Not really though, but you get my point.
Yes.
All right,
Alright,
and then
so
last one, I know exactly what you're talking about is
Gargoyles.
Gargoyles. So this one is kind of interesting because it's like I want to say this. Oh, what?
I'd put that in a B tier. People may get mad at me for that because people say it's like one of Disney's best, but I would put it in B.
Mm.
Simply because, like, it's a lot of the time it's not my vibe. Like, more darker stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's not like it's not my vibe, but I still recognize that it's a pretty good show.
Fair enough. Well, honestly, I'm gonna put this in A tier. Because this is sort of more my vibe. Because, like you said, this is like one of the first times where Disney, with their shows, actually took a more darker approach in like a more serious tone. Granted, they still had like the occasional like lighthearted moment, but like this show took itself seriously, especially for like 90s standards. Like this was like more like SWAT cats than like
Yeah, like especially the gun episode that got banned.
yeah, like that was God.
Character straight up gets fucking shot with a gun, like a Glock.
Yeah, and they like and they send in like paramedics, and they even show the process of like analyzing the bullet wound and like where the bullet is and shit. Like they make it a big deal in that episode. It's like,
Yeah,
damn,
yeah, holy shit! Like, wow.
they went there. They really went there.
Yeah, there.
But honestly, though, like again, like this show, like it takes itself more seriously because these guys are like, you know, fighting against like this evil corporation who wants to basically like abduct them and use them for like experiments and stuff. It's the whole idea of like, I know it's the stereotype of like, oh, the corporations are evil, but like it's more than just that. And honestly, like just the main characters, like they're cool enough. And you know what, fuck the haters. I think this show is just good enough to warrant the A tier because it was ahead of its time.
Yeah.
So, alrighty then. So yeah, we got the '90s out of the way.
Done with the 90s. We're getting to the end, guys.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting to the end, boys and girls, and everything in between. We're getting there. Where to next? Have I made my 2 picks, or like, I made 2, right?
Yes.
I did American Dragon, Goof Troop, Gargoyles.
Though I'll probably be the one who will do like the rest of these. So.
Oh, this is my last pick?
Yes. Choose wisely.
How about Dave the Barbarian?
Cringe core.
Cringe. D tier. Cringe. I've heard people say this was good.
They are wrong. They are wrong.
Like, no, man, this is like actually kind of good. Like, we don't like. Do you remember Dave the Barbarian? Remember how great it was? Like, come on, dude.
I hate to pull this argument as well, but I actually have a personal vendetta against this show in particular.
How so? What do you have?
I hate to pull a Doug Walker argument with this.
Oh,
but
I think
yeah.
Okay.
My first name is Dave, and so because of that, I have a personal fucking vendetta against this show.
Because you're not a barbarian.
I'm not some fucking cringy dude who has like a fucking like.
Who has a mullet and a no, it's not really a mullet, but like, who's like has extreme upper body strength and a sword.
Well, not only I'm not someone who has a fucking thing that like Mr. Whiskers has. And this is just like, I know this is basically like supposed to be like a sort of like a parody of Conan the Barbarian. Like that's the whole like premise here, is that it's just a parody of that. But even as a parody, it's honestly fucking lame.
It's weak.
It's super fucking weak. And yeah, no, like I have a personal vendetta because of the fucking name. Granted, I was never made fun of because of like this show. So thankfully I didn't have to deal with that shit. but I was dreading the day I would have to talk about this. Because fuck the show. Just, like, really just... Honestly, just lack of, like, effective humor and just almost, like, gross out humor. And...
It tried too hard.
Yeah, it tried too hard. And... it fucking sucks. Fuck this show. This is the only time I'll talk about it. And if anyone fucking makes fun of me for that shit, I'm blocking your ass. So, fuck this show. And you know what else is a pretty bad show?
What else is a bad show?
And this is gonna piss some people off, but I don't give a fuck. Emperor's New School.
Oh no. I would put this in a C tier. I'm putting this
in like low D tier. Almost F tier. The only thing that saves this is the fact that they actually got Patrick Warburton and
Kronk.
Yeah, they got the voice actor for Kronk and they brought Yzma's voice actor back. This is her like one of her last major roles too, so rest in peace.
Let me look her up. Eartha Kitt.
Yeah,
Eartha Kitt.
yeah, Eartha Kitt. Like, rest in peace, Eartha Kitt. So that unfortunately sucked, and that's the only thing that saves this show. Because honestly, this is a show that's kind of a regression of Kuzco's character. Because this takes place after Emperor's New Groove, by the way. Like, this isn't a prequel. I thought it was, but it's not. And, like, it's just one of those shows where the whole point of Emperor's New Groove was that it was
the humble Kuzco to make him less of an arrogant, like tyrannical asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and
It's
like it was supposed to. It was a full-on character arc for him to showcase that, like, yeah, no, like being rich and like powerful doesn't automatically mean you have to act like a dick. And
you can.
That's why it's one of my favorite Disney films. And it honestly pains to say that this is a full-on regression of his character. Like, to where he sips back into that. And honestly, almost becomes kind of a sexist character, too. That's something that no one's gonna fucking bring up, but I'm gonna fucking bring it up. Because this actually, like, especially rewatching the show, actually fucking pisses me off. Yeah, you know the female, like, character in this show?
Yeah.
They kind of, at some points, make her seem like they kind of treat her, they kind of objectify her in a lot of instances in this show. Especially if you rewatch it in more modern times.
Maybe I need to rewatch it then.
Yeah. And it's fucking disgusting.
I'm still gonna keep it on the C tier just because of like the Kronk and Yzma stuff. I'll be a little fanboy, I guess.
You're defending that bullshit.
Oh.
Oh yeah, and also it doesn't help that like the first episode is literally just a remake of the first movie. Like, it's just a shittier version of what happens in the movie. So yeah, no, fuck this show. Like I said, the only reason why I'm not putting it lower is because the Yzma Kronk stuff makes up for it. If it was just a show just off of that, this would be much better. But no.
Be a great show. Just Kronk and Yzma.
Yeah, it would just be it would basically be like, you know, kind of like how Phineas and Ferb is amazing because of, you know, Doofenshmirtz versus Perry.
Yeah.
But we live in the timeline where this shit exists. So, and if anyone goes after me on that, then yeah, no, you can go away. All right. Big Hero 6, the series. Oh, wait, did you say anything about... Oh, yes, you said C tier, right?
C tier. Big Hero 6, the series. Didn't watch. Watched the movie, but we're talking about the series.
The movie is way better than this. And...
I didn't.
Yeah. the weird thing about this show is that they tried doing this weird experimental like animation style, and it just looks off. Like, and yeah, it looks really, really bad. So I'm gonna put it in D tier because of that, like, you can't do something. You can't do something like that.
Can't do that.
That's all I gotta say.
putting
And
it-
also, all the villains are lame. You thought that
I'm
that
putting it-
what's his face was lame in the Big Hero 6, the movie?
But that was his mistake, guy.
Yeah, the fucking. Where is he? There.
That was his
Where is he?
mistake.
Yeah, that fucking guy.
Yeah.
What if I told you he's actually a much more competent villain than the idiots that are in this show? I am not joking. I'd rather have this fucking dude
That was his mistake.
than any of the fucking villains in the show.
Because he says the funny line.
So yeah, no, like, I wish I was joking, but no, it's no. Another example of a movie tie-in show that sucks. Who would have guessed?
Ooh.
Anyways, well, unfortunately, we are not doing things on a pretty high note because we got fish hooks.
Na 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 na.
Yeah, I'm putting this in I'm putting this shit in F tier. Where of course it's
F
going in F
tier.
tier.
It has fucking Morty in it. Morty.
It started his career, or I don't know if it started his career, but it was one of the earlier careers before he became that. And we know what came of
And-
that
And he basically just plays Morty.
before that
just-
show even came out.
Yeah, like Oscar is his name, I think, or is that the blue one?
Who fucking cares? The show sucks.
Na na na.
Did you put it in F tier?
I put it in F tier
Okay, good.
because I remember this, and I remember like I was okay with it as a kid, but as I got older, I started to fucking hate it.
Alright.
Fish hooks, more like fish like took my sanity.
Alright.
Took my
Max Steel. This was on Disney XD.
Max Steel. This is a fucking
Which,
G
by
tier.
the way, this actually was a tie-in with toys back in the early 2000s. So,
Which is why it's a D tier.
yeah, it's
I have a personal connection to this thing.
I won't spoil it, but
I won't give it away because that would be doxing, and I'm not meaning like, oh, I know someone who's on this. Like, no, I'm not that fucking connected. I have a personal connection to this, so like that's the only reason I remember it is because of something that was not intentional. Well, yeah, not intentional. They didn't know I existed. I did, but this
alright.
is just generic sci-fi high school hero thing.
Yeah, that just so happens to tie in with like an old toy line, which still exists somehow. I don't know how, but
Never seen those toys in my entire life.
yeah. So in terms of a show that was made to promote toys, it fails on that regard. So I'm gonna put it in D tier.
Yeah, it fails on both levels.
You can't. This was supposed to be a reboot of that toy line too.
You failed.
Yeah.
You fucked
All right. You know what? I'm gonna talk about a show that I actually used to really, really fucking hate, but I'm like, you know what? It's all right. Buzz on Maggie. I used to fucking hate this show.
I haven't seen Buzz on Maggie, so I'm putting that in the did not watch list.
Okay, yeah,
You guys can't see my did not watch list because it is pretty big, sadly.
like I even remember like 5 years ago I made a full on rant about this show. Like yeah, I declared this to be like the worst Disney Channel animation.
show I've ever fucking seen.
That being said, I've grown the fuck up and I'm like, this is actually kind of funny. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Yeah, I know. I had a fucking Chevelle moment with this show. Like, I had a fucking Chevelle moment where
You had a character.
Yeah, I had a character arc of my own, which, for context, there's this band called Chevelle that I used to think was dumb, because I thought the name was dumb, and I also wish people showed me their worst album, but now I actually really like the band. So,
You had your character arc, Sly.
yeah, there you go.
Happened.
I like a show called Buzz on Maggie. I don't love it, but I think it's okay. So, because Maggie herself, like, she's one of those characters where it's like she's not a pushover, but she goes on like over the top shit, just for like whatever, and that's kind of funny. So you know what?
She just goes with it.
Yeah, she goes with it. I like the jokes. It's more slice of life, but like, you know, more on the comedy side. I'll give it the pass. There's far worse shit than it. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem that bad.
yeah,
kinda
it's
cute
no
looking.
fucking Brandy and Mr. Whiskers.
And it's not, and it's kind of cute looking. I'll give it that.
Mm-hmm.
So they got bug eyes. Get it? Bug eyes.
My. Anyways, well, last show that kind of blows. Now, this one also hurts because this is another follow-up show to a show that I thought was really awesome on Cartoon Network. So, you know Shaolin Showdown, right?
Showdown. I remember this being on Cartoon Network, but I don't remember its Disney runtime.
Well,
I don't remember.
it's not the same show technically. This is Shaolin Chronicles. And it's inferior in every single way.
I put this in D tier because I don't remember liking this. I don't remember caring for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this one in a high D because it's not offensively bad, but it's inferior to the original show because Shaolin Showdown was fucking awesome. It was not the best Cartoon Network show, but I still respected it for being one of those types of shows that like was like, damn, like those stakes got really high. And Jack Spicer being like honestly one of the most underrated villains. Like that was pretty cool. But then they kind of fucked with Jack Spicer in this show cuz it's like they made him kind of like just an arrogant asshole. Like basically like they didn't like reduce him down to just I'm evil just because like just for the sake of being evil, but they definitely changed his character and it didn't work. Like it just felt like it was just someone pretending to be Jack Spicer. And
I like that idea for a villain though.
So I don't know. Oh, and also the main characters like just not necessarily pale comparisons to what they were in the original show, but I think the biggest issue is just the writing itself was weak. Like it's just weak writing.
Why is the one guy yellow? Why is he a Simpsons character?
Well, it's kind of low-key offensive to say.
Did I make an ad? Did I?
No, okay, no. It's mostly just because it's similar to Aang from Avatar: Last Airbender. He's sort of a reincarnation of like an ancient being.
A deity of some kind.
Yes.
I didn't mean yellow like that. Just so you know.
Okay,
like,
fair enough. Just
I thought about it. Like I kind of, but I'm like I don't know how else to describe it.
Anyways, what really does kind of kill this show though is well. Do you see the other character on the far right? He's just a smaller version of.
He's a mini me.
Yeah, and he's fucking annoying. And it's like, dude, like you are nowhere as cool as the main cast. Like, come on.
Go away.
Yeah, like you are no Omi. Like
no homie. You're not my homie.
Yeah. So yeah, no. Oh, it doesn't fucking help what his name is.
What is his name?
His name is Ping Pong. Yeah, a butchering of the original series, which actually gave respect.
I'm ooh I eek.
Eek.
Yeah.
Eek.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, don't fucking disrespect Omi by replacing him with a character who's just an annoying asshole and, like, may or may not be a racial stereotype. So fuck that.
May or may not.
So,
Ping pong. Oh, God. You can't fucking.
yeah,
Wow.
I wish I could make this shit up, but that's literally his
do that.
name. That's literally his
You can't-
name.
You can't do that.
Look. That's actually his fucking name. Like,
You can't do that. That's rude. It's fucking. Disney, you can't do that.
and keep in mind, this came out in 2014.
You can't do that. Disney.
I'm putting it in F tier just on principle. Just on principle.
Actually, you know what? Since you insulted the original, like, actually, yeah, because you insulted the original version of the show, which actually didn't have any of this bullshit, and, like, you know, you watered down the characters and you gave us shitty writing, and you reduced Dak Spicer as just being an annoying prick, I am putting you in F tier. You can't fucking do that. You can't.
do that,
You
just-
can't fucking do that. Especially by 2014.
14? Like, are you kidding me? How long did it last?
Hold on, let me check. I don't think it lasted that long, thank God. Okay, it only lasted for 2 seasons. As opposed to the
Oh, I see.
5 of the original show. So thank God it didn't last as long. But yeah, and yeah, it's considered to be amongst other fans of the original show to be a much inferior product. And it shows. Because it sucks. And guess what? It paid the price because no one gives a shit. They even
Good.
there's even like there's even currently like another like reboot series in the works where they actually get rid of that character. So even the show creators were like, "Oh, we fucked up." So if they ever do the reboot series, please pay respect to the original.
Yes.
So, because like I said, the original is awesome. But anyways, all right, no more garbage. You know what? Let's talk about Milo Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law. Same creators as Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah.
This was their next show afterwards.
Yeah, they even brought back Doofenshmirtz and Perry. That's not a spoiler. People know about that. So
Yeah, you know about that. Honestly, people might disagree with me on this. I am putting it at a B. I really like it.
oh,
Because
did
we're
you say B or D?
I said B.
Oh, okay. I was about to do the same
I
thing.
said B.
B.
Because in the end, Milo Murphy's voiced by Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh yeah, he is Weird Al.
He sings some songs, so like you get to some Weird Al, and I love Weird Al. But apart from that, I like Milo Murphy's Law. I think it's kind of underrated. And then I like how it's like Phineas and Ferb is definitely a show that's a lot about like routine or like how like thing like if that makes any sense. Like it's a show that has like it has a formula.
Yeah.
Where Milo Murphy more so they took the like let's not have like let's intentionally kind of go against a formula.
Well, yeah, no, it's another show that has no rules. Like,
it
except
has
literally, it has no rules. So, and it works as a result.
And its characters are a lot more like you can even kind of tell with like their designs a little bit. They're a bit more grounded than they are in like Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah, especially since they're like high schoolers as opposed to like, you know, late
Yeah,
elementary.
They're more older, so that does make sense. But it's a lot more ground. They wanted to try something new, and I think they did a pretty good job at it. I enjoyed Milo Murphy's Law.
Mhm.
I think it's over now though, isn't it? Like
Yeah,
think
it ended 3.5 years ago, 2019.
quite sad because I think it's kind of and people didn't like it, and I think it's kind of underrated.
I'm on that same
think it
boat.
was-
I think it's underrated as well.
I think it was really underrated.
Like,
I
not
really enjoyed
the best show, but like as a spiritual successor, it was good enough.
I like and that's what you should do with the spiritual successor is look at what you did with your show and be like, okay, that was good and all, but what can I do differently? You know, you don't want to remake the same thing over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that we have like characters like Phineas and Ferber, everything just seems to turn out well for them.
Mm-hmm.
You have a character like Lionel Murphy where literally the whole point is everything
goes to shit.
Everything goes wrong for him. You know, it's a whole play on the term Murphy's Law. Like anything that could go wrong will go wrong.
Yes.
So like I like how they decided to kind of flip that. So criminally underrated, I would say. Very underrated. This is probably going to be our last hot take. We're at the final 3.
Yep.
We're at the final 3.
All right,
let's
start off with Wander Over Yonder.
Wander Over Yonder. I give this also a B tier. I also give this a B tier. This is fun, enjoyable, very charming, really funny. Very nice, like casual type of show. If you're looking for something that's just like fun and like enjoyable and just charming, then Wander Over Yonder's great.
Mm-hmm.
Great voice acting. You know, really cool like animation, like really great style to it. A lot of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Because guess what? I'm putting this in low A.
Low A.
Like my only complaint is that it is a bit too short, though that wasn't the fault of the show itself. It was a fault of like Disney because they flip-flopped it between. This is another example of we can put this on the list of shows that got treated like shit.
Yeah.
Because this flip-flop between both Disney Channel and Disney XD multiple fucking times, and as a result, people didn't know when the show was gonna come out, which sucks.
Which is quite sad. Because this is a very like innocent show. Didn't deserve it.
Mm-hmm. Like
just wanted to entertain.
Yeah, that sucks because like it's a colorful, vibrant show. Like Wander himself, like is pretty great.
A very great, like charming character. A lot of fun to watch. Just his endless like optimism.
Yeah, and then like obviously, Lord Hater being like, a goofy villain, but like an enjoyably goofy villain. And then of course, we've got the elephant in the room here, Lord Dominator. You guys are into some weird shit. That's all I gotta say.
You guys are weird as fuck.
But
like no kink shaming slide though. No kink shaming. I'm not being sarcastic. No kink shaming.
I go watch my February tier list. I am not repeating my kink shaming. But okay, in all seriousness though, she works in the context of the show, and so I respect that. And overall, it's a really fun show, and it's made by Craig McCracken of Powerpuff Girls, Foster's Home, and early regular show fame.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know he was early regular show.
Yeah,
wow.
He helped with the first season.
Dude. Nice. So yeah, a series veteran. Well, it's not. Yeah, an industry veteran.
So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Pretty much it. Now.
All right, here we go. DuckTales 2017. Woo!
Wait a minute, we forgot the original.
Wait. DuckTales 2017.
Well, why isn't
DuckTales 2017?
DuckTales 2017. S tier. Should I? I think you know how much I love the original. I mean, not the original. The DuckTales remake.
Go on. Say what you want to say.
This is everything a remake should be. It takes the flaws of something that was already pretty decent, and it improves upon them. For one, one big problem with the original DuckTales. This is the problem with Huey, Dewey, and Louie. There's nothing to differentiate them other than color. That's why they made them different colors, because essentially they are the same design.
Mm-hmm.
They remade Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Well, they kind of remade a lot of the characters that fell flat, like Webby, for example. And Huey, Dewey, Louie not just like gave them sort of design changes that were still true to the original, but obviously they're still ducks, but they gave them physically and like a personality change to make them separate characters instead of just being clones of the same character. And it introduces it has tons of, you can tell the creators have tons of love and respect for the original, as well as just Disney as well as just Disney. With lots of callbacks and characters from other Disney media. Not just Scrooge McDuck and like Donald Duck, but bringing back like Darkwing Duck was in it. Fucking the Three Caballeros were in this.
Yeah, the
It brought Caballeros. Sorry, I'm being Midwestern again. Fucking
damn.
Other characters like Daisy Duck, like she's not obscured, but like you can tell it has a lot of like just care and respect for the source material and Disney as a whole, and introduced a really great like overarching story and such, and explained some questions that a lot of people have been having for decades, like who are Huey, Dewey, and Louie's parents? Why do they live with Donald Duck or Scrooge McDuck? Introduce the character, of like fucking Gala Duck, like their mother and Donald Duck's sister, and she is a pretty strong character. Like, this does everything. When you're gonna remake something, people, folks, you're gonna fucking remake something. Look at this. Look at the DuckTales remake. I love this better than the original.
Oh, that's a hot take.
I don't think I can say that about any remake I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm not even joking. This is better than the original, objectively. I will stand by that opinion. I will fight for that opinion.
All right. Well, I'm going to put this in A tier. So, it's definitely a really good show. It's not my entire cup of tea, admittedly, but it's a pretty damn good show. And I have to give respect and credit where credit is due of being amongst one of the best remakes of all time. And also having David Tennant as Scrooge McDuck.
David Tennant.
He did a really damn good, version of Scrooge.
He's a good Scrooge McDuck.
What?
He's a good Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah.
Great.
And also just bringing it to the modern age, which is something that but like not making it dated. So.
No, I can look back on this in 20 years and look back on it the same way that people do for the original.
Mm-hmm. And that hopefully that it still sticks, because it's only been about 5 years since it came out, but
yeah,
it's definitely a show that I do respect, and I'm putting in an A tier just out of principle. So, and admittedly though, it does kind of take it does obviously it's DuckTales, so it's like it takes a lot of aspects from that, but it also took a lot of what we were talking about earlier with taking aspects from something like Gravity Falls or Star vs. the Forces of Evil and just applying it with what DuckTales was doing to bring it to the modern age. Which some people may not like that, but it worked here.
It's just such a lesser extent though that you don't notice it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't notice it.
So, all right. Now, we saved the best for last. You know it was coming up. We've hyped about this show ever since we did the Cartoon Network tier list. And of course, wearing the hat. It's a little show. I know. It's kind of surprising. I know there's a all these amazing
like a
shows, but you know, there's this
like
one's
a
kind
bit
of
of
a
it.
this one's kind of a small one. I'm sorry. I know this is not very well known. I know this isn't like, you know, a big massive thing. I know it's not, you know, like this sort of, you know, massive franchise, but
You know, it's not like we know about this or anything like that.
But-
you know? Like,
it's a small show. And I hope you guys at least respect it.
I hope you
It's
respect
a
it.
simple show that takes place in the middle of Oregon,
In Oregon.
where you follow a
Oregon.
few people. It's called
In the
it's called
of
Gravity
Oregon.
Falls. I know it's
Gravity
it's kind of small, right?
I was small. Like, well, what could it? Look at that Gravity Falls. The fuck does that mean? What
I know
the fuck
it's
is
a really dumb name.
that? What a dumb name. So this like old man like wearing a fez and like these two kids. Like, what the fuck? And who's that? Who's the dude? Who's like the guy with the question mark shirt? And who's that? Why is she wearing a flannel? Why are her boots dirty? You know why is that girl got
Okay,
braces?
let's not pull the charade. This is S tier, and you know what?
Tier, Gravity Falls, S tier, undisputed.
And you know what? This is the best show that was ever on Disney Channel.
Best show that Disney has ever made to
Like-
date. You can fight me. I will fight you. It's not.
Yeah,
I will
like
fight.
this was because Cartoon Network had Teen Titans and Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Nickelodeon had Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Disney has Gravity Falls.
As-
It's a part of that legacy of just shows that not only that you can watch as a kid and enjoy it, but anyone can enjoy because of just
This-
the mystery, the characters, of course, with Dipper and Mabel and Grunkle Stan. Grunkle Stan!
Will stand.
People stand for Grunkle Stan because he is the Stan. Like-
He's the champ. He's the best. He's the champ.
Like,
He's
so yeah, and then of course, like even like, you know, Wendy and like even just the other characters, like for fuck's sake, like obviously, you know, this is not a spoiler, like, but like, you know, Bill Cipher, honestly, being one of the most interesting sort of, honestly, just yeah, one of the best antagonists of any sort of media, because like he's basically a chaos god. Like, he's essentially just this warp entity that wants to just fuck with, you know.
He just wants to mess with the world. He does. That's his only motivation, is to just cause chaos.
Yeah, he's like Tzeentch from Warhammer, and I love that. So
He has. There's no motive.
Yeah.
There's no
no. But here's the thing: he has every motivation because he has no motivation. He's everything while nothing at the same time. He's
Everywhere
all these sort
and
of
no.
these contradictions because he likes to fuck with things. Like I said, he's basically just Tzeentch from Warhammer, and
He's
that's what
chaos.
makes. Yeah, like he's chaos in the very definition of it, and
It's the one kind of like. Sly and I had a conversation about this the other day, where it's like villains who, with another friend of ours, for like villains who are like evil for the sake of being evil, and I would say. Bill
oh
Cipher's the perfect-
shit! Thank you, Harvey Barely, for the raid. I definitely appreciate that.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh my god, you made it just in
Raid.
time with the Gravity Falls.
We are, yeah, we're talking about the legend. Gravity Falls.
Thank you, Sir Puber, for following me. Welcome to the Sly Army. I definitely appreciate that.
Welcome to the army.
Yeah,
Welcome
thank
to the
you.
game.
Yeah, I
You
definitely
came in
appreciate that. But yeah, no, you just came in time to hear about us talk about Gravity Falls. Yes, S tier,
Yeah,
the
for
best
S tier.
fucking show. Like, don't at me.
This did more
Yeah,
than just like this did
Harvey-
more than just be. a great
yeah. Thank you,
show.
Harvey Barrel, for the follow. Welcome to Sly Army.
Yeah, thank you for the support. Support of my friend. Glad to hear it. But anyways, this did more than just be a good show.
This paved the way, and we mentioned this before when we talked about like Owl House and Amphibia and the DuckTales remake and all that. This paved the way, for better or for worse, whatever your opinions are on those shows.
Mm-hmm.
Although those are mostly positive as far as things go, but this was a game changer for Disney. This was their wake up call, and in a good way.
Yeah,
Not in like oh god, we've gone so far down. Like, what do? We gotta fix this. No, this is like, we need to keep doing shit like this.
Yeah, because the thing is that like before Gravity Falls, admittedly, and we discussed this throughout the entire stream, like a lot of shows just the only thing carrying them was Phineas and Ferb, because every other show was either just average or just awful. So like,
look at the list.
Yeah, look at the list. Like, and this is what I was saying earlier, where it's like I was gonna be very, very negative on Disney Channel, and if you like these shows, that is completely fine, because at the end of the day, you can like whatever you want, but just what all of these just represent is just a lot of just meh. But Gravity Falls, like it was like the big moment. It was like the first like animated show since Phineas and Ferb to really just bring down the door on being able to say that, yeah, no, a lot of the shows we've been doing were more like we were playing it safe. How about we actually do, a story that's a bit more relatable, but is able to be expanded on to be even just beyond just something that's, more of like, character, development or whatever. Like, go on with like,
not some episodic type of thing. There's nothing wrong with episodic stories, but this like raised the stakes.
Yeah, it raised the stakes for what Disney Channel animation deserves to be, and of course, it's going in S tier, and it's my favorite Disney Channel show today.
My favorite as well.
I thought you said Amphibia was.
Nah, close second, but
Okay.
Gravity Falls.
But yeah,
admittedly, this is
Gravity Falls wins.
I guess of the post Gravity Falls era, it will be Amphibia. But take a look at the list where it's like most of everything that came after Gravity Falls is in like the B, A, even S. With like an exception here or there.
Yeah, with a few exceptions, but like again, this showcase what I was saying is that like in terms of Disney animated shows, it's only gotten better. And
yeah, like looking at the S tier ranking.
Granted, the live action shows did get worse. Like
live action got worse, but the animation got better. And honestly, I'm maybe biased because that I love animation. It's what I want to do with my life. Mm-hmm. So maybe I'm biased in that I'm okay with that.
So yeah, before we shift things off, I do kind of want to read chat because chat's been dead for a while. I thank you for the raid.
Thanks for that, man.
So
that is so.
Yeah, I used the Gravity Falls TV show to get my one nephew who couldn't read by buying him one of the books to show. Oh, that's sick!
Is awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. One more thing I will mention is that not only is the minds of Alex Hirsch to be thanked, but also Rob Renzetti. They both fucking killed it with this show. Yes, he also worked on this show as like the main like writer. So it was Alex Hirsch working with a veteran, one of my favorite animators of all time, and they pulled off big time with this show. So
they hit it. Absolute S tier. Undisputed. Yeah. I don't think anyone would disagree.
So, granted, I will say this. Owl House is pretty good too, and like I said, some people did say that it was the next coming of Gravity Falls. I don't know if I agree with that fully, but it's close. I'll give people that.
It's close. Bill Cipher is best. pure chaotic evil. Exactly. Like one of my favorite antagonists.
Yeah, because like I said, he's basically just like, he's like Tzeentch from Warhammer. So I know I keep saying that, but he's literally. I can show you the book.
Chaos
I'm bringing out
incarnate.
the lore book now.
Bring out the lore. Bring out the lore.
I got the Tzeentch book.
Get out the book. Illuminati confirmed.
Eldritch theory. Okay. Mission. No, I want to talk about Tzeentch himself. Damn it. Damn it, where's a page about... Okay, here we go. Tzeentch is one of the great power gods, a brother god to Korn, Nurgle, Slanesh, and often secret ally. Even amongst gods, Tzeentch is the undisputed master of the arcane arts, for magic is most potential in all agents of change. Does not mean Tzeentch is above soiling his hands in war. The change of the ways favors the cunning over the strong. Basically, they're both entities that, like, they like to fuck with people. And I like that. So... And it's cool to at least get another character like that, because those characters are some of the more interesting types of eldritch type of like entities. And it's cool to have one. It's cool to have one that's mainstream.
Yeah,
so.
They're characters you can't quite figure out, and that makes them interesting to think about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're all about like the moralities of like change and like chaos as a concept.
And even though you think about them, really, you're not supposed to, because like it's pointless. Because there's no, like it's very simple, but you can't help but like try to figure them out. That's kind of why it's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, no. Overall, though, I know we keep gushing on this. Point being, Gravity Falls S tier. So yeah, there we go. We got everything done on the list.
How long? It's 2:09 a.m. for me.
So
when you started this at like 8 o'clock, right, at night.
Well, that's everything on the list.
On the list. Oh no. 8 p.m.
I pulled you into my trap.
Oh.
I activated my trap card. Don't worry, I'm not. Here's a special surprise just for you.
Just for me.
Refresh the page.
Oh no! Whoa! We did forget about that.
You just got jebaited.
I tried telling you that we forgot about DuckTales, but you were like, moving on.
No. I was saving it. I made this picture before we even started the stream.
Why did you trick me?
Because these two shows are technically breaking the rules. These came out in the late 80s. I specifically said stuff from 1990 to today.
Onward.
So this is breaking the rules.
Breaking the rules were meant to be broken, Sly. The original DuckTales, I put that at a C. Because...
That low?
Yep.
Damn, you just pissed off everyone.
I know everyone is gonna kill me now, but... Sorry, guys, but it's just like, now that I have the remake to compare it to, like...
That was his mistake!
Yeah, that's just that was their mistake, dude. Like,
no, that's your mistake. You can't say that. Can't put that in C tier.
Oh, what? I can't have
unpopular. Bad man. You're a very bad man.
I can't have unpopular opinion.
No.
No unpopular opinion.
No.
Well, I'm entitled to.
That, my friends, is a self-report.
What am I self-reporting? What did I self-report?
I am
What?
very disappointed in you.
What did I? What did I report about myself?
Stupid bastard.
Okay, I'm done.
What? Where is this harassment?
I'm not harassing you. I'm just pointing things out. Anyways,
Will not stand.
you know what? I'm gonna put DuckTales, the original, in the B tier. I think it's good. And here's the other thing about DuckTales that I have to give credit where credit is due. It was a show where, it was essentially, like, it was one of the first shows that really had a budget with it. Like, you have to keep that in mind, because a bunch of shows from, like, before the late 80s, like, you know, we're talking 50s, 60s, 70s, and most of the 80s.
It was an afterthought.
They were they were cheap. Like, you can tell that, like, they were just bottom of the barrel, just no quality in terms of the animation or the stories or, like, even really doing the characters. I know there's people who are gonna be like, oh, Scooby-Doo and fucking Flintstones. Like,
oh no, those were also really cheap.
yeah, I hate to break it to you, but a bunch of Hanna-Barbera stuff from the 60s and 70s, like, they were cheap. And there was no, like, thought into, like, making, like, a quality show.
TV at this time was seen as second rate.
Yeah, compared to movies.
Something to just tide you over until you get to see the next movie. It's something to watch.
However, I have to give credit to where credit is due with DuckTales, because this was the first instance of a show where Disney actually, yes, and to be fair, Disney was struggling around this time, but they saw the potential for what television could be. And so they poured in a ton of money into shows like DuckTales and eventually, you know, Chip and Dale's Rescue Rangers, which we'll get into a little bit later. And they even, like, started losing money because of just how much they poured into this, but the investment was worth it because they gave out something that was considered to be of a quality product. Because even throughout most of the 80s, shows were still cheap looking in, like, how they were, because all they cared about was, like, making, like, a show to tie in with toys. Like, that was the whole thing of the 80s. But DuckTales rejected that. It just wanted to tell its own sort of story. Granted, with established Disney characters, but even brought in some original characters to sort of, you know, fill things in to sort of, you know, make it to where there's a bit more originality to it, and eventually leading into spin-offs for those said characters in other shows, as in with Darkwing Duck. So, in that aspect, I have to at least give it a B tier, just out of principle. So, granted, it's kind of, like, if you were to compare it to other shows nowadays, it does seem like it's a bit more generic, but keep in mind, at the time, it was a big deal. So.
Understandable.
So, that's why I had to give credit where credit is due.
But my opinion still stands. Sorry, guys, I'm just gonna be a dumb kid with this. I don't want to lie about my opinions.
Bastard.
I'm not gonna lie about my opinions.
Well, okay. Alright, well, last show. Speaking of, the original Chip.
I have not seen this, so, fittingly enough, we're gonna end this on the did not watch, because this is...
Oh, you gotta be shameful. This is a shameful display. The shameful display.
My parents were in fucking college when this came out. Like, they hadn't even known each other yet.
This is before my time, and even I saw this.
My time. This is way before my time. Gargoyles is a cool and scary decoration. Decoration to scare off kids.
Oh yeah, I put Gargoyles in A tier. So, which, by the way, you'll have to share your list, because I forgot to say that about, like, the Hitman list. But anyways.
Oh, me?
Yes. You know what? I'm gonna put this in B tier as well.
How do I share my list?
So,
Share on Twitter.
Hold on, we'll get to that after I talk about Chip and Dale. Chip and Dale, again, sort of just, using established characters already in the Disney canon and just kind of making its own thing about it. And again, I have to give credit where credit is due for being amongst one of the earliest shows for its time to basically just break down that barrier of being, a cheaply animated show. Because, like I said, Disney saw the potential in, animated shows for television. And they knew that if they got a good enough budget and a good enough script, that it would work in wonders. And guess what? They actually made Chip and Dale actually kind of cool. And they even had a bunch of other characters in there, such as with Gadget, and which, by the way, I talked about Gadget in my February tier list. I still think it's hilarious that there's a fucking cult in Russia dedicated to her.